More than just an extinct elephant, the mammoth is an icon of the Pleistocene epoch, and ultimately a symbol of the Ice Age. From the steppe of Siberia to the grasslands of North America, they were keystone herbivores that shaped their environment and even provided sustenance and materials for the human societies. Living among the mammoths meant adapting to a harsh climate, coexisting with other formidable Ice Age animals, and for humans, seizing opportunities that these enormous creatures rewarded, such as sources of food, shelter, and even artistic inspiration. Today we're going to talk about mammoths in quite a bit of detail. And it's not just about humans hunting mammoths and the mammoth bone huts, which we will get to, but it's more about the mammoths themselves, where they came from, how they evolved, and a little bit of extra detail. In any case, spend the next hour with me and we'll have a mammoth of a time. Welcome to the channel, everybody. I am your host. Thank you for those supporting and keeping everything ad-free on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and the occasional donation. Links are in the pinned comment and description. If you can't afford to do that, forget about it, you can just give a like, comment, and subscribe, and that helps us push out in the algorithm a bit more. Anyway, that being said, let's begin. The mammoth belongs to the biological family Elephantidae, making them close cousins of modern-day elephants. The story of the mammoth begins in Africa, 5 million years ago, during the late Miocene era, with the earliest known mammoth species being Mammoths subplanifrons. From these modest beginnings, mammoths spread and diversified across much of the globe. By around 3 million years ago, during the Pliocene, mammoths had migrated out of Africa and now arrived into Eurasia. Over hundreds of thousands of years, new species emerged as mammoths adapted to different environments. One early Eurasian species, the southern mammoth, which was called the Mammothus meridionalis, inhabited mild wooded landscapes and had relatively little body hair. Later, as Ice Age conditions intensified, a larger and more cold-tolerant form called the steppe mammoth, so the Mammothus trogonteri, appeared. Now, fossils of steppe mammoths found in Siberia and Europe indicate creatures of rather imposing size. Some skeletons we've found suggest shoulder heights over 4 meters, making them among the largest mammoths known. During the Middle Pleistocene, which is roughly 700 to 400,000 years ago, the woolly mammoth, Mammothus primigenius, evolved in Siberia, descended from those steppe mammoths. Now, the woolly mammoths are the quintessential Ice Age elephants, equipped with dense fur and other cold weather adaptations. And if you ever see a depiction of a mammoth in art, 99% of the time it is going to be the Mammothus primigenius. They spread west into Europe and east into North America. In fact, mammoths colonized North America at least 1.5 million years ago, when lower sea levels exposed the Bering Land Bridge. The mammoths that crossed into the New World eventually gave rise to the Columbian mammoth, Mammothus columbi, and species that ranged across warmer parts of North America. Now, as for the Columbian mammoths, they were gigantic, over 4 meters tall at the shoulder, and roamed as far south as present-day Mexico. Meanwhile, woolly mammoths occupied the colder northern regions of both continents. Evidence from DNA confirms that Columbian and woolly mammoths interbred when their ranges met, blending traits of both lineages in some populations. Isolation on islands sometimes produced miniature mammoths through a process called insular dwarfism. For example, on Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean, a population of woolly mammoths became smaller over generations, and remarkably, survived there until roughly 4,000 years ago. Other dwarf mammoths evolved on Mediterranean islands. Mammothus lamarmorai on Sardinia, Mammothus creticus on Crete, some of which only stood about 1 meter tall, hardly bigger than a large calf, and certainly not as intimidating as their taller cousins. These dwarf species highlight evolutionary versatility of mammoths in adapting to various environmental niches. By the late Pleistocene, perhaps around 20,000 years ago at the height of the last ice age, the world was home to several kinds of mammoths spread across the northern hemisphere. From the Iberian Peninsula to the Yukon Territory, mammoths had become widespread and integral to their ecosystems. Understanding the evolution of mammoths also shows their kinship with today's elephants. Genetic comparisons show that woolly mammoths were more closely related to Asian elephants than they were to African elephants. If we could observe a living mammoth, we would recognize many elephantine features, of course. The long trunk, the pillar-like legs, the flapping ears. Yet also we'd notice a few distinctive traits that were shaped by the Ice Age environment. And as we shall see moving forward, those adaptations allowed mammoths to thrive in environments and eras that were very, very different to our own. So let's picture the mammoth steppe, the extraordinary environment in which these mammoths flourished, because evolutionary speaking, they were indeed a product of their environment like everyone and everything else. During the ice ages of the Pleistocene, vast swaths of the northern hemisphere were not covered by glaciers, but instead by a cold, dry grassland steppe. This biome stretched from Western Europe, across Eurasia, into Beringia, the land that once connected Siberia and Alaska, and further into parts of North America. It was an open landscape of tundra and steppe vegetation, often termed the Mammoth Steppe because of how emblematic mammoths were within it. Well, unlike the wet, marshy tundra of today's Arctic, the Pleistocene steppe was relatively arid. Hardy grasses, sedges, and herbaceous flowering plants carpeted the ground during the short summers. Stands of willow and spruce might dot sheltered valleys, but as for trees, well, they were generally quite scarce, leaving broad vistas under an expansive sky. This ecosystem supported a rich assembly of megafauna. Alongside mammoths, one could find woolly rhinoceroses grazing on the tough shrubs, but also herds of steppe bison and wild horses galloping across those plains. You would also have giant deer, megaloceros as we called them, browsing on the taller vegetation. But predators prowled as well. Ice Age lions, leopards, and hyenas in Eurasia, and their American lion and saber-toothed cat counterparts in the New World, all shadowing the great herds, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Grey wolves and packs of scavenging hyenas in Europe, or coyotes in America, would attend the aftermath of a kill, and you'd have this squabbling over remains as they picked the corpses clean. The Mammoth Steppe was arguably the most productive grazing ecosystem of its time, paradoxically made possible by the cold glacial climate. Low precipitation meant fewer waterlogged bogs. Instead, well-drained soils encouraged the growth of nutritious grasses and herbs. In summers, the sun shone nearly around the clock at high latitudes, fueling a burst of plant growth that could sustain enormous appetites of mammoths and their herbivore neighbors. But within this environment, mammoths were the keystone species. Their feeding habits helped shape the vegetation. Like modern elephants, mammoths were capable of knocking down shrubs or compacting snow, opening up the landscape even further. By grazing and trampling, they maintained grasslands and prevented forests from encroaching in some areas. In the winter, mammoths likely used their tusks to sweep aside snow and reach grasses beneath, an activity that would have created patches of cleared ground that other animals could exploit too. Mammoth dung, meanwhile, fertilized the soil and provided food for dung beetles and other insects, traces of which have been found preserved alongside mammoth remains. It is a pretty interesting thought that the presence of mammoths might have actually perpetuated the very steppe habitat they depended upon, in a mutually reinforcing cycle of life and landscape. It's all connected. The circle of life. You know what I mean. Anyway, the climate of the mammoth steppe was obviously quite harsh. I mean, not as harsh on the actual mammoths, but, harsh on everybody else. Average winter temperatures were well below freezing in many areas. Winters were long and bitter. Even in the summer it wasn't that much warmer. However, conditions were relatively stable over millennia during the height of the last glacial period, around 30,000 to 18,000 years ago. And as they say, you can get used to pretty much anything. Mammoths were well adapted to the cold, you see, as we will explore in the next section, and the dryness of the climate meant less snow accumulation than one might expect. Crucially, grazing animals could still find forage rather than being entombed under the deep snow drifts. Fossil pollen and plant DNA from sediment cores revealed that the late Pleistocene high Arctic, which today is mostly a barren tundra, once had more biomass and plant diversity, including summer meadows of sagebrush, wild pea, and even Arctic flowers that mammoths could graze upon. In spring and summer, the steppe would briefly burst into bloom, and I say quite briefly because the spring and the summer were brief, and animals would feast and build fat reserves to endure the winter darkness. The abundance of herbivores, in turn, supported a healthy population of large carnivores, making the mammoth steppe an Ice Age Serengeti of sorts, teeming with life. So over tens of thousands of years, this is how things persisted. The ecosystem went on as normal, and mammoths were among its most successful inhabitants. You can probably imagine a matriarch leading her mammoth herd along an ancient migratory route, perhaps following a seasonal greening of the steppe northward in summer and retreating to a more sheltered southern valley in the winter. The scale of their range was enormous. One isotope study of woolly mammoth tusks suggests a single individual roamed so far, tens of thousands of kilometers, that it could have circled the globe twice over its life. It's pretty impressive. Such wanderings spread mammoths across continents, and where they went, they found the grasslands and open habitats that they needed. Life on the mammoth steppe was a constant journey in search of water and food, under wide skies, amid the great herds, and with the looming presence of ice sheets on the far horizon. Yes, that was the world that shaped mammoth evolution and behavior, and it set the stage for their interactions with other species, and that includes our own. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Mammoths evolved a suite of anatomical adaptations, equipping them for life in the cold Pleistocene climates. The most striking was their coat. Thick layers of hair, and that's obviously what gave the woolly mammoth its name. Preserved mammoth mummies and frozen hair clumps revealed 2 layers of fur, a soft woolly undercoat for insulation, and a coarser, guard-like hair coating up to 1 meter long that shed snow and moisture. Under the skin, mammoths carried a layer of fat, sometimes 8 to 10 centimeters thick, to store energy and insulate against the cold. 8 to 10 centimeters, so you're talking about, 3 to 4 inches, this kind of thing. Well, anyway, Their ears were remarkably small compared to modern elephants, only about a foot long for a woolly mammoth, minimizing heat loss and frostbite risk. If you know anything about the cold, you've got to cover up those ears. Anyway, even the tail was short and compact to prevent freezing injuries. Some frozen carcasses exhibit a pronounced hump on the shoulders, thought to be fat reserves, analogous to a camel's hump, which could sustain the animal through the leaner winter months. Sort of like a backup fuel reserve, I suppose we put it that way. Remarkably, scientists have inferred from DNA that mammoth blood had a special cold weather adaptation. The hemoglobin in the blood could release oxygen efficiently, even at low temperatures. An important physiological tweak for a creature living through Arctic winters. And then, of course, don't forget the iconic mammoth tusks. They could spiral to incredible lengths, and they weren't just for show either. These elongated upper incisor teeth grew throughout a mammoth's life, sometimes reaching over 4 meters in mature males. They curved gracefully outward and then inward at the tips. Mammoths likely used their tusks as a multi-purpose tool to sweep aside snow when foraging, to strip bark from trees, and sometimes in contests of strength during mating seasons. Male mammoths, just like male elephants, probably engaged in rutting battles, locking tusks to push and wrestle for dominance. The tusks also bear telltale signs of such wear and tear. Fossil tusks often show broken tips or asymmetrical wear, hinting that mammoths might have had a favorite tusk, akin to being left or right-handed. Between the tusks, the mammoth's trunk extended as a dexterous organ for grasping food and water. We can imagine a mammoth delicately plucking a tuft of grass, or sipping water from a spring using its trunk, and then trumpeting across the steppe. Their molar teeth were also highly specialized, flat, ridged grinding surfaces, ideal for pulverizing tough grasses and sedges. Over a lifetime, a mammoth would wear through 6 sets of molars, each successive set larger to match the growing size of the animal. In terms of life history, mammoths are thought to have had social structures and behaviors broadly similar to those of modern elephants. The fossil records and comparisons to elephants suggest that mammoths lived in family herds, but dominated by females. Now, a matriarch, likely the oldest and wisest of the mammoths, the mammoth cow, right? That's what we call them. Cow is the form. Would lead her daughters, sisters, and their calves in search of food and water, drawing on knowledge of seasonal routes and landscape hazards. Meanwhile, mature males probably lived more solitary lives, or in small bachelor groups once they reached adolescence, approaching female herds only to mate. An intriguing piece of evidence from this comes from a site in South Dakota, known as the Hot Springs Mammoth Site, where the remains of over 50 Columbian mammoths were found in what was a prehistoric sinkhole. Nearly all of these skeletons were young males, apparently victims of a tragic misstep when seeking water or vegetation. A scenario strikingly analogous to modern elephant bulls that sometimes fall into natural traps when roaming alone. Of course, with modern elephants, we've got plenty of problems with poachers and the ivory trade, which thankfully is calming down quite a lot now, but black markets are still out there. Anyway, such findings reinforce the idea that female-led herds kept younger members safer, and they learned to avoid dangers, whereas lone males took more risks. Mammoths likely had a slow reproductive rate. A female might have born a single calf after a roughly 22-month gestation, similar to elephants, and she would nurse and protect that calf for several years. Calves grew rapidly on rich maternal milk. One well-preserved baby mammoth found in Siberia still had traces of its mother's milk in its stomach. But even with its nurturing, only a fraction of calves would survive to adulthood. I mean, it was a perilous world of the Ice Age. You're lucky if you survive at all. If a mammoth avoided accidents and predators, it could attain a considerable lifespan, perhaps 50 to 60 years, based on what we know from elephant lifespans and growth markers in mammoth tusks. So imagine an old matriarch mammoth who had trekked across thousands of kilometers of steppe in her decades of life, remembering every little watering hole, every little refuge. These animals were almost certainly intelligent and social. They likely communicated with rumbles and trumpets and had strong social bonds, much like modern elephants. The diet of mammoths was, of course, overwhelmingly herbivorous, consisting of grasses, herbs, and other vegetation of the steppe. Analysis of preserved mammoth dung and stomach contents shows bits of grasses, sedges, shrub twigs, and even summer flowers like buttercups. One famous frozen carcass, the Berezovka mammoth found in Siberia in the early 20th century, had well-preserved stomach contents, including grasses and buttercup flowers, indicating it was feeding normally shortly before it died. This suggests that mammoths were feeding year-round, even in cold seasons if plants were accessible. To sustain their massive bulk, adult woolly mammoths weighed 6 to 8 tons, by the way, the largest Colombian mammoth perhaps 10 tons. They had to eat hundreds of pounds of forage each day. Like modern elephants, a large portion of their day would be spent feeding and moving. Their grinding molars and complex digestive systems allow them to extract nutrients from coarse, fibrous plants, though they had to consume great quantities to get sufficient energy. Taken together, the anatomy and lifestyle of mammoths paint a picture of a creature superbly adapted to the rigors of the Ice Age. With long insulated coats, energy-storing fat, cold specialized blood, and social cooperation, mammoths were by no means evolutionary misfits. They were in fact one of the great success stories of the Pleistocene, thriving in environments that would kill most other large mammals. But their success would eventually bring them face to face with an up-and-coming species possessing its own unique adaptations. It's human beings. Now here's the thing. Mammoths are quite intimidating. I think we can all agree on that. But despite their size and their power, that doesn't mean that they were invincible. You see, adult mammoths had very few natural predators. A healthy, full-grown mammoth would have been a daunting target, even for an entire pride of Ice Age lions. It's just too big, right? However, young, sick, or old mammoths, they could fall victims to carnivores. Fossil evidence and paleoecological modeling suggest that large predators occasionally attacked mammoths. It just had to be under the right circumstances. For example, the European cave lion, a subspecies of lion adapted to cold climates, might have preyed on juvenile mammoths if it caught them straying from the herd. Packs of wolves could harry a calf or a weakened adult, keeping it at bay until it was exhausted. In areas like Ice Age Siberia, tigers or scimitar-toothed cats, well, they may have stalked isolated mammoths. And yes, I did say scimitar-toothed cats. There are saber-toothed cats, and there are also scimitar-toothed cats. You can look them up. They look quite different. Maybe a video on different type of prehistoric cats one day. In any case, direct evidence of predation is hard to come by. It's just been too long. More often we find mammoth bones with gnaw marks left by scavengers, rather than definitive proof of a kill. so it is likely that most carnivores preferred easier targets like bison, horses, or deer, unless they were desperate. But here's the thing. It's the same way that we look at human sites. When we find bones of an animal, we have to look and see if there's any butchering marks, any chew marks, things like that, on bones and sinews, things like that. And then we can tell that there has been some kind of outside intervention. But if we find just mammoth bones or any bones of any animal left behind, we can generally assume accidents or natural causes if there's no marks on these bones, no evidence of gnawing or cutting or anything else. Well, speaking of natural hazards, they were the other big challenge. Harsh winters could lead to starvation if food became inaccessible, and accidents might claim even the mightiest mammoth. A hidden bog, a partially frozen lake could trap a mammoth that ventured in, leading to drowning or entrapment in mud. Many mammoth fossil sites seem to represent individuals that perished in quite unlucky ways. For example, a number of mammoths had been found in what were prehistoric tar pits or sinkholes, lured by water or vegetation and then unable to escape. In the La Brea tar pits of California, at least several Columbian mammoths met their end in a sticky asphalt, just as many other Ice Age beasts did. And well, that's not a very pleasant way to go, I can assure you that much. Drowning in tar. Similarly, in Eurasia, some locales contain accumulations of mammoth bones at the base of cliffs or ravines, and that raises the possibility that they fell during migrations or were driven over the edges in hunts, as we will discuss. Perhaps the most significant threat to mammoths in the late Pleistocene was the changing climate itself. Mammoths were adapted to the cold, dry conditions of the glacial period, but as the last glacial maximum passed and climates began to warm, about 15 to 10,000 years ago, their grassland habitats started to shrink. Forests and wetlands replaced the open steppe in many regions. This habitat change would have been a slow but inexorable stress on mammoth populations, making it harder to find the extensive grazing lands they needed. They could migrate to follow the steppe as it retreated northward, but even the far north grew wetter and more boggy in the early Holocene. We'll return to the impact of climate on mammoths when examining their extinction later. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert on the extinction part, I should have mentioned. I'm sure you know. Well, however, in the final millennia of the mammoth's existence, a new predator arrived on the scene, and, well, that's us, human beings. And unlike other animals, human hunters, armed with tools and, well, rather intelligent and cooperative strategies, posed a novel danger to mammoths. So, it is to this complex relationship between prehistoric humans and mammoths that we now turn to. By the time Homo sapiens spread into the territories of the mammoth, these animals had already been living alongside humans' evolutionary cousins for millennia. Neanderthals, for instance, inhabited Ice Age Europe and Western Asia, and they would have encountered mammoths frequently. At a Ukrainian site called Molodova, not Moldova, Molodova, dated to around 44,000 years ago, archaeologists found a circle of mammoth bones that is thought to be a shelter constructed by Neanderthals, suggesting even our distant relatives utilized mammoth remains for dwelling or windbreaks. In the Channel Islands of the English Channel, a site named La Côte de Saint-Brelard preserves piles of mammoth and woolly rhino bones in a ravine associated with Neanderthal tools. Now that raises the tantalizing idea that Neanderthal hunters might have driven herds of large game off cliffs to kill them en masse. These precedents set a stage for what happened when modern humans entered the scene in large numbers during the Upper Paleolithic. Now, anatomically modern humans began occupying Europe and northern Asia by around 45,000 years ago. And when they got there, they soon found themselves living among these mammoths. To these hunter-gatherers, mammoths were a critical resource, albeit a dangerous one to acquire. But as we say, you've got to risk it for the biscuit. A single mammoth could feed an entire band of people for weeks and provide raw materials that were otherwise rare in a treeless tundra. Evidence of organized mammoth hunting by modern humans becomes especially prevalent in the period roughly 30,000 to 15,000 years ago. In Central and Eastern Europe, the Gravettian culture, sometimes informally called mammoth hunters, left ample proof of mammoth exploitation. You would hope so with a name like mammoth hunters, right? They don't call them that for nothing. At Krakow Spadista, in Poland, for example, archaeologists discovered the remains of numerous mammoths, alongside with stone tools and weapons, including projectile points that were embedded in the bones. Now, that sort of stuff doesn't happen by accident. It's clear proof that humans had successfully hunted the mammoths around 25,000 years ago. Similarly, at sites like Dolní Věstonice and Pavlov in the Czech Republic, dating to 27,000 years ago, the fossilized bones of over 100 mammoths were found scattered around human dwellings. These were mixed with hearths and other artifacts. These sites likely represent semi-permanent hunting camps where mammoth meat was brought in and processed, and the bones and hides were used to build shelters against the glacial winds. One of the most remarkable forms of evidence for the human-mammoth relationship is the mammoth bone dwelling. Up in parts of Ukraine and Russia, late Ice Age hunter-gatherers built huts using mammoth bones as the framework. The site of Mezirik in Ukraine contains 4 circular huts dated to around 15,000 years ago, each constructed from an astonishing array of mammoth bones. Jaws, long bones, tusks, even skulls, carefully stacked and interlocked. The largest of these huts used the remains of more than a dozen mammoths. Inside the huts were central hearths for warmth and cooking, and around them were found pits filled with further bones and debris from butchering. And then there were other sites too along the Dnieper River basin, such as Mezin, Gonsky, and Kiev Kryvylitska. They've yielded similar structures. Mammoth bones provided a sturdy building material, especially when you couldn't get timber. Imagine that. You show up to the hardware shop in modern days and say, well, we're all out of wood, but we do have some bones available if you want to build your house out of the remains of the dead. Good Lord. Well, we can certainly imagine families huddled inside these bone houses, Flintstone style, the massive curved mammoth tusks forming a doorway and rib bones propped to support roofs of animal hide. It's kind of surreal. But hey, it's certainly an ingenious use of the available resources. Back in those days, well, you get what you're given, I suppose. Prehistoric humans found almost every part of a mammoth useful. First of all, you had the meat. That's pretty obvious. A single adult mammoth could yield several tons of it. Hunting one was a risky endeavor, sure, but a successful kill meant a bounty of protein that could be shared, smoked, and dried for later use. Cut marks on mammoth bones and finds of stone knives and scrapers near carcasses indicate that humans methodically butchered mammoths, stripping meat and fat. Next is the hide and the sinew. The thick mammoth hide, possibly up to 2 centimeters in places, would have been used for making durable shelters, and not to mention warm clothing. Large hides might be stretched over frameworks such as the bone huts, or cut into strips for bedding. Tendons from mammoth limbs provided strong sinew for cordage, lashing together structures or making tool handles, things like this. Possibilities are endless. I suppose it just comes down to your own creativity. And next, of course, we have the bones. We've mentioned a bit about them. Sure, you can build your house with it, but you can do a lot of other stuff. Not just construction materials, but you can make some pretty heavy-duty tools. Long bones could be split to access nutritious marrow as well, and then repurposed as sled runners or roof supports. Shoulder blades might be used as shovels or as covers for storage pits. The sheer abundance of bone at some habitation sites suggests stockpiling for fuel as well. Well, indeed, in wood-poor environments, people likely burned greasy mammoth bones to maintain fires. Speaking of bones, next we got the ivory, the tusks. Mammoth ivory was highly prized for crafting. Upper Paleolithic peoples carved ivory into all manner of objects. Projectile points, knife handles, needles, beads, artworks. The artistic legacy of mammoth ivory is quite astonishing. Some of the oldest known art pieces are carved from it. For instance, the famous Lion Man. You've probably seen him in a few of the other thumbnails from our Prehistoric series. This is a figurine that comes from Germany, and they reckon it's about 35 to 40,000 years old. It's pretty impressive. There are also delicate Venus figurines of the Gravettian period that were carved from mammoth tusks. Ivory was hard, sure, but it was workable. Artists could file and polish it to a pretty good finish. Even musical instruments were made this way. At a cave site in Germany, a 35,000-year-old flute made from mammoth ivory was discovered, another testament to the creativity of our ancient ancestors. Now finally we have fat and marrow. Mammoth fat, found in hump and abdominal stores, was a calorie-rich food and also a good fuel. Rendered fat could also be used in lamps to provide light in winter darkness. Bone marrow from mammoths was likewise a nutritious part of the Ice Age diet and is often found extracted in archaeological sites. Beyond subsistence, mammoths left a deep cultural imprint on human societies. These creatures feature prominently in prehistoric art across Eurasia. In the caves of Rouffignac in France, sometimes called the Cave of the 100 Mammoths, Ice Age artists drew countless outlines of mammoths on the walls, capturing the curve of their backs and the sweeping tusks in pretty skilled charcoal strokes. Other cave art sites, from the Pyrenees to the Ural Mountains, include mammoth depictions, showing that they loomed large in the human imagination. Portable art also provides glimpses. Small carvings of mammoths have been found, such as a charming ivory mammoth figurine in Vogelert Cave in Germany around 35,000 years old. To carve an animal from the tusk of that very animal is a poetic art, I think. It suggests a bit of respect. Hell, who knows, maybe even a bit of spiritual reverence. But that's just conjecture, I suppose. What we do know is the stories or myths that Paleolithic people told about mammoths are going to remain a mystery to us. But it is easy to speculate that they regarded them with a mix of awe and reliance. After all, they are pretty awe-inspiring. Some scholars have suggested that rituals might have accompanied mammoth hunts, given the dangerous nature of taking down such a beast and the dependence of communities on their success. The arrangement of skulls or tusks at certain sites hints at possible ceremonial placement, perhaps to honor the animal's spirits or to bring luck for future hunts. Hunting a mammoth was undoubtedly a perilous task, one that required group coordination, skill, and perhaps a technological innovation. Early human hunters likely relied on a combination of spears and projectiles, thrown using spear throwers, or called atlatls, that's what they were called, to impart greater force. There is evidence, too, that by the time of the late Upper Paleolithic, humans had also domesticated wolves into dogs. and some researchers like Pat Shipman have argued that humans, with the aid of early dogs, could make a more efficient tracking of the animals and corner and wear down the mammoths. Dogs might have helped by barking and nipping at a mammoth's heels, keeping it isolated from its herd or distracted until hunters could strike the fatal blow. Whether or not dogs were the decisive factor, humans clearly learned strategies to kill these giants. They may have used natural terrain to their advantage, for instance, stampeding a herd toward a mire or a cliff, as possibly at La Côte de Saint-Brelade in Neanderthal times, and maybe later by modern humans too. Direct spear thrusts at close range would have been extremely hazardous, so distance weapons and perhaps traps or ambushes were likely part of a successful mammoth hunt. The interaction between mammoths and humans was not one-sided, though. Just as humans were adapting to new tactics, the mammoths would have responded with their own defenses. The historical and ethnographic record of elephant hunting in more recent times might provide analogies. Typically, hunters sought to separate an individual and target its vital organs, while the herd might rally around the fallen or trumpet and attempt to charge the hunters. One can imagine that Ice Age hunts were pretty chaotic, with wounded mammoths trumpeting, people shouting, and possibly other scavengers waiting on the sidelines, human and otherwise. In some cases, early people might have encountered mammoths not through active hunts, but by scavenging carcasses that had died naturally. Cut marks on very old mammoth bones, over 100,000 years in some cases, suggest that human ancestors scavenged meat or fat from mammoth remains long before they mastered systematic hunting of such large prey. Across different continents, the story was similar whenever humans and mammoths overlapped. In North America, where mammoths lived until the very end of the Ice Age, mainly Columbian mammoths in the south and woolly mammoths in the far north, archaeological sites show that the first American Paleo-Indians hunted them too. The Clovis culture, around 13,000 years ago, left behind distinctive stone spear points, often found in direct association with mammoth bones. The Clovis point lodged between a mammoth's ribs is a vivid testament to human predation. Sites like Blackwater Draw in New Mexico and Dent in Colorado provide multiple mammoth skeletons, and we see butchering marks and weapon fragments among them. These finds echo the old world pattern, humans arriving in a new land, quickly recognizing the mammoth as both a valuable prize and tremendous challenge. So we can say that the lives of prehistoric humans and mammoths became deeply intertwined, for better or worse for the mammoths, I suppose. For roughly 10 or 20 millennia, our species spread through the mammoth's domain and thrived in part by taking advantage of the resources they provided. Entire campsites and perhaps seasonal migrations of human bands were oriented around the pursuit of mammoth herds. This coexistence, part adversarial, part dependence, obviously could not last forever. As the Ice Age drew to a close, humans would play a role, whether directly or indirectly, in bringing an end to the mammoth. So as the last Ice Age drew to a close, the mammoths faced a profound crisis. Between about 15 and 10,000 years ago, much of the world's megafauna, including the mammoths, went extinct. The woolly mammoth, once so numerous across Eurasia and North America, saw its populations dwindle to isolated pockets. By around 11,000 years ago, circa 9,000 BCE, mammoths had largely disappeared from mainland Europe and southern Siberia. The very last mainland woolly mammoths hung on in that far northern reaches of Siberia till perhaps around roughly 9,500 years ago. But after that, the only place where you could find a woolly mammoth was on a remote island. A population of woolly mammoths endured on St. Paul Island, in what is now Alaska's Bering Sea, until around 5,600 years ago. Even more remarkably, On Wrangel Island in the Arctic Ocean north of Siberia, dwarf woolly mammoths survived until roughly 4,000 years ago, meaning that these shaggy Ice Age relics were still alive at the time when Egypt was building its first pyramids. Put it into a bit of perspective for you. But eventually, too, they vanished. Not the pyramids, the mammoths, leaving the Earth without mammoths for the first time in millions of years. The causes of this extinction have been debated for decades, centering on two main factors: climate change and human overhunting. The end of the Pleistocene brought rapid warming, the transition into the Holocene epoch, and significant shifts in ecosystems. The mammoth steppe, which had sustained woolly mammoths for so long, began to fragment as temperatures rose and rainfall increased. Grasslands gave way to tundra bogs, forests of birch and pine expanded northward, and coastal lowlands were inundated by rising sea levels as the glaciers melted. In short, the optimal habitat for mammoths, that dry expansive plain with ample grazing, contracted dramatically. Climate records show that between 15 and 10,000 years ago, about 90% of the mammoths' former range became ecologically unsuitable for them. This undoubtedly led to a sharp drop in their numbers, as herds struggled to find sufficient food and migrate along the ever-restricted corridors. On the other hand, the period of mammoth decline coincides with the global expansion of human hunters. The hypothesis that humans played a decisive role in megafauna extinction is often called the overkill hypothesis. In the case of mammoths, we know that humans were efficient predators of these animals, as we talked about above. Numerous kill sites and butchered remains testify to that. Proponents of the overkill idea, like the late paleontologist Paul Martin, argue that as human populations grew and spread into new continents like the Americas, they would have overhunted large, slow-breeding animals like mammoths to the point of their collapse. A small band of humans might only kill a few mammoths in a year, but the cumulative pressure across continents and the potential disruption of mammoth social structure by selecting hunting of prime adults could tip the species into decline. The relatively sudden extinction of mammoths in North America shortly after humans arrived, within a few centuries to a couple of millennia, is often cited as evidence of overhunting. But there's critics, and they point out that direct evidence of mass mammoth slaughter is pretty sparse, because the known kill sites, while telling, are few relative to the vast number of mammoths that just disappeared. They also note that mammoths had survived multiple warm interglacial periods in the past. So why would the Holocene warming be uniquely fatal unless another factor was at play, i.e. humans? Well, most scientists today suspect that the extinction of mammoths was caused by a combination of factors, which is, well, the boring hypothesis, I suppose. The warming climate and habitat loss severely weakened mammoth populations, possibly reducing them to those scattered and smaller groups which were more vulnerable. I mean, if you've only got groups of 5 or 6 mammoths compared to 20 or 30 of them like you did before, certainly makes hunting a lot easier, especially as human population bands were growing. In this stress state, even moderate hunting could have outsized their breeding. Additionally, other factors might have contributed. Some have proposed that new diseases carried by humans or animals could have infected megafauna, though there is little concrete evidence for a mammoth plague. Another controversial idea is that a catastrophic event such as an extraterrestrial impact or a air burst around 12,800 years ago triggered climate chaos, the Younger Dryas cold reversal, and wildfires that devastated megafauna populations. Now, while that is very interesting, the impact hypothesis remains debated, and not specifically proven for mammoths. What we do know for sure is that as the Holocene warmed, mammoth numbers kept dwindling, and except for the island enclaves, they were pretty much gone by 10,000 years ago. The island mammoths provide a haunting epilogue to the story. On Wrangel Island, mammoths lived in isolation for thousands of years after their mainland counterparts had vanished. These Wrangel mammoths were a dwarf form. Still pretty big, though, just dwarves in terms of mammoths, but noticeably smaller than the Pleistocene mainland woolly mammoths, likely an adaptation to the limited resources on the island. They coexisted with a much smaller community of predators, perhaps only polar bears and Arctic wolves, and no human presence, until after they were gone. Recent genetic studies from the bones on Wrangel Island's last mammoths reveal something pretty interesting. In their final generations, the population showed signs of inbreeding and genetic decline. Scientists identified accumulated deleterious mutations, including a genomic meltdown in the small isolated herd. This may have manifested in infertility, weaker immune systems, or other problems that hastened their extinction by around 2000 BCE. In essence, the mammals of Wrangel were the last gasp of a world that had already passed in, every other place, survivors of an epoch that would not continue under the environmental regime. And so when the last mammoth died, it marked the end of an era. Mammoths had overcome so many challenges over the millennia: climatic oscillations, predators, competition. But they couldn't survive the 1-2 punch combo of a rapidly warming world and the spread of a highly adaptable human species. Their extinction was part of a broader wave of Pleistocene megafaunal loss. Creatures like the woolly rhinoceros, the giant ground sloth, the American mastodon, and the saber-toothed cats all disappeared in roughly the same time frame. Now this suggests that what happened to the mammoths was not entirely unique. It's not a story about how the mammoth disappeared, it's just a story about megafauna extinction, a larger ecological upheaval as the Ice Age came to a close. Nonetheless, the mammoth are that quintessential image of the Ice Age, so their demise has become the most emblematic, a cautionary tale in paleontology of how even the mightiest of animals that once roamed the earth as the rulers, huge massive beasts undisputed, were extinguished by environmental change and human influence. Once again, the sands of time come for us all. Well, it's not quite over yet. For indigenous peoples of Siberia, mammoth bones eroding from riverbanks inspired legends. Some believed that these were giant mole-like creatures that dwelt underground and died upon seeing the sun. And indeed, the very word mammoth comes from the Siberian language, Mansi or Yakut, meaning earth creature, reflecting those early interpretations. As scientific inquiry emerged in the 17th and 18th centuries, mammoth remains played a pivotal role in providing a concept of extinction. European naturalists examining strange, enormous bones realized that they did not belong to any living species. In 1796, the French anatomist Georges Cuvier, hope I pronounced that right, Georges Cuvier, maybe, famously identified mammoth fossils, which he called éléphant congèle, or frozen elephant, as an extinct species of elephant, a radical idea at the time. Soon after, frozen mammoth carcasses found in the permafrost of Siberia, with flesh, hair, and intact tusks, astonished the world. The discovery of a perfectly preserved woolly mammoth in 1806, recovered by Russian scientist Mikhail Adams, allowed researchers to see with their own eyes the shaggy coat and massive bulk of these animals. Such finds continued into the 20th century, including the Berezovka mammoth in 1901, which was so well preserved that its last meal of grass and flowers was still in its mouth. Now that's pretty impressive. Well, in modern times, the mammoth remains to be a resource of subject and cutting-edge research. Tons of mammoth ivory have been mined from Siberia's permafrost and riverbeds, even serving as a substitute for elephant ivory in the global trade, a somewhat ironic posthumous contribution of mammoths to human industry. More significantly, the bones, teeth, and tusks of mammoths have yielded ancient DNA. Scientists have sequenced much of what woolly mammoths' genomes are from fragments extracted from those long frozen remains. These genetic blueprints confirm the evolutionary closeness of mammoths to Asian elephants, and also reveal intriguing details like coat color variations and adaptations in genes for cold tolerance. In a dramatic intersection of past and future, some geneticists are now exploring ways to resurrect mammoth-like creatures, an endeavor known as de-extinction, by splicing mammoth genes into the DNA of an Asian elephant. The hope is to create a hybrid animal that could survive in Arctic conditions, effectively a proxy for the woolly mammoth. Now that is some crazy Frankenstein sort of stuff, huh? Well, it's a bit of a controversial idea for obvious reasons. Still remains unfulfilled, but they've made incremental progress, such as engineering elephant cells with mammoth hemoglobin genes. Whether or not one agrees with bringing back a mammoth, the very attempt is pretty damn interesting. And I suppose it shows just how compelling these Ice Age giants remain to us. It was back in 1856 when workers cracking open limestone in Germany's Neander Valley pulled bones from a cave and handed them to a local school teacher. Nobody had a clue what they were. Scientists called them a deformed human. A few said it might have been a diseased skeleton, or even a lost Cossack soldier. All of them were wrong, because these bones belonged to an entirely different kind of human, one who had walked the earth for hundreds of thousands of years before we ever showed up. And here's what makes the story worth telling. Almost everything you think you know about Neanderthals is probably a little misinformed too. It's not your fault. They weren't hunched. They weren't stupid. Their brains were actually bigger than ours. It's nothing like how they've been depicted in media. They made tools, they buried their dead, and cared for the sick. And perhaps, most surprisingly of all, they didn't just simply vanish. In fact, there's a little Neanderthal DNA in pretty much everybody alive today. So, being a part of us, we may as well understand who the Neanderthals actually were. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Back on the prehistory videos. Hope you enjoy. Thank you for everyone keeping it ad-free by supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and donations. Links in description. Otherwise, click a few times on the like, comment, and subscribe, and that helps push us out. Anyway, with all that being said, let's go back in time again. Well, the Neanderthals emerged from the Homo heidelbergensis population of Europe and Western Asia sometime between 400,000 and 250,000 years ago, accumulating over time the specific anatomical features that distinguish them from their heidelbergensis ancestors and from their contemporaneous cousins in Africa who were moving more toward this modern Homo sapien. Now, just before we do go ahead, we have made a video recently about pre-Homo sapien bipeds. We have a lot of things like Homo floresiensis, Homo heidelbergensis, and all the rest, and a little bit about Neanderthals too, but mainly before Neanderthals. So maybe that's a little bit of homework for you to go watch that one too for more context. Anyway, not needed for this, but just a suggestion. The classic Neanderthal anatomy fully established by approximately 130,000 years ago, is one of the most precisely described in hominin paleontology. Why? Well, mainly because the fossil record is rich enough and well preserved enough to allow a comprehensive skeletal portrait. We've come a long way since 1856, and those workers pulled those bones out of the limestone cave, and now we've got a pretty damn good picture of what a Neanderthal was. Now, the first thing is the skull. You see a Neanderthal skull and you immediately know what it is. It's a long, low cranium with a characteristic bun-shaped occipital region in the back, a large projecting mid-face, the nose and cheekbones pushed forward relative to the brain case in a way that has no real parallel in modern humans. Massive supraorbital tori, the brow ridges that form the continuous bar of bone above the eye sockets, the most visually rather dramatic feature of the Neanderthal face. And then you have that receding chin. A mandible lacks the pronounced mental protuberance that gives modern humans our distinctive chin, give or take on some of those jaw lines. And a retromolar space, i.e. a gap behind the last molar where the lower jaw extends past the tooth row, a feature unique to Neanderthals among hominins. The brain contained within this distinctive skull was pretty large. The average Neanderthal brain volume of approximately 1,410 cubic centimeters exceeds the modern human average of approximately 1,350. Though, by the way, this comparison requires an important caveat. You see, brain volume alone is a poor predictor of cognitive capability, and that the internal organization of the brain matters far more than its overall size. I mean, think about it. If we were just going on brain size, you think that whales and elephants would be doing superhuman calculus, or perhaps we would say super mammalian calculus, things like that. It's more about the bumps in the brain and the complexity of the actual brain tissue. Yeah, it's a little complicated, but we're not going to go into that. That's basically the gist of it. Now, below the skull, the Neanderthal body was robustly built in ways that reflect both the evolutionary heritage of a large-bodied hominid lineage and the specific demands of Ice Age Europe. Of course, the environmental factors always influence things. Neanderthal bones are thick-walled and heavily muscled, with large joint surfaces indicating substantial body weight and exceptional muscular force. The ribcage was barrel-shaped, wider at the bottom than in modern humans, accommodating a larger gut for processing a high-calorie diet. The limb proportions, i.e. shorter forearms and lower legs relative to upper arms and thighs, follow the pattern predicted by Allen's rule for warm-blooded animals in cold climates, i.e. a cold, reduced surface area body form that minimalizes heat loss. Once again, environment dictating evolution. Neanderthals were cold-adapted animals, and their anatomy shows that. Modern Inuit populations living in comparable climates show some of the same proportional trends, though they are less extremely expressed. You can still see the hints, though. The wear patterns on Neanderthal teeth and bones are a biography written in calcium. At the front teeth, the incisors and the canines, if you're feeling around with your thumb now, I hope you washed your hands, show heavy wear consistent with using the teeth as a tool for holding and processing material, gripping skins while scraping them, holding wood while working it, stripping meat from bones. We don't quite use teeth like that anymore, and there is quite a lot to be said for us taking in a softer diet, the palate expansion with these more dense foods, this harder sort of chewing, giving us a different dental structure in those earlier times. In fact, we're not as wide-mouthed as our ancestors were because of this. Neanderthal skeletons frequently show evidence of healed injuries, fractures, joint damage, dislocated shoulders, and crushed vertebrae. And the injury patterns have actually been compared to those of modern rodeo riders and professional bull riders. Well, injuries consistent with close quarters contact with large and powerful animals struggling at short range. Think about a few kicks to the ribs, perhaps. Things like this. The Neanderthals were apparently hunting by driving spears into prey at close quarters, rather than throwing them from a safe distance. Well, somewhat safe at least. A strategy that produced meat efficiently, but at significant personal risk. Almost every well-studied Neanderthal skeleton shows injury evidence of some kind, and a significant proportion show injuries that required time to heal. Especially back then. No medicine, I'm afraid. Time during which the injured individual was dependent on others for food and protection. The injuries and the evidence of their healing are simultaneously a record of a dangerous life and of social bonds that made their survival possible after injury. After all, we have to lean on those around us, and that's something that has not changed over hundreds of thousands of years. Anyway, let's move on from the general picture of the Neanderthal, from its bone structure and skull structure, its teeth and body and all the rest, into when and where they actually lived. Let's call it the Neanderthal world. Neanderthals occupied a geographic range extending from the Atlantic coast of Europe in the west to the Altai Mountains of Siberia in the east, and from Britain and northern Germany in the north to the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula in the south, i.e., a very big area. This is a vast territory encompassing an extraordinary range of environments: the cold steppes and tundras, the temperate forests, the Mediterranean scrublands, and the semi-arid landscapes of the Near East. A little bit of everything. Their temporal range from approximately 400,000 years ago to approximately 40,000 years ago spans a period of dramatic and repeated climate change, with glacial, interglacial cycles, producing alternating periods of cold, dry conditions and warmer, wetter ones in timescales of tens of thousands of years. The Neanderthals' ability to persist through all these environmental shifts is perhaps one of the most impressive things about them. During cold periods, much of northern Europe became more or less uninhabitable, and Neanderthal populations contracted southward to refugia in the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, and the Balkans. During warmer interglacials, they expanded back north, recolonizing Britain and reaching as far north as Jersey in the Channel Islands, where the site of La Côte de Saint-Brelade preserves extraordinary evidence of Neanderthal hunting, a mass accumulation of mammoth and woolly rhinoceros bones in a ravine below a cliff, suggesting that the Neanderthals were driving these enormous animals over the edge in a coordinated ambush strategy. Now, think about that. That requires an extreme amount of planning, communication, and multiple participants working in unison. Doesn't sound like something the average, quote, caveman would be doing, right? You see, driving a woolly rhinoceros off a cliff is not something that you do by accident. You gotta get the boys together. And probably the women too. It's probably all hands on deck. It requires a group of people who have agreed in advance on who does what, when they do it, and escape routes if things go wrong. They would operate in coordination. That can only be described as planned collective action. So then it brings the question too. You got to think about language. You got to think about the communication for this. I mean, we can very easily think of the Neanderthal leader if they had these kind of structures, or perhaps just the most experienced hunter, drawing out with his finger in the dust on the ground to see where we're going to drive the mammoth off the cliff, who's going here, who's doing what, and what happens just in case. These are things that we might not have the evidence of, but we can safely use our educated imagination. The coastal and marine dimensions of Neanderthal subsistence has only been recently appreciated. For most of the 20th century, Neanderthals were assumed to be exclusively terrestrial hunters, with no significant exploitation of marine or coastal resources, a distinction that was used to mark a behavioral boundary between them and more advanced modern humans. The evidence has been dissolved now at this boundary. At several coastal sites in Portugal, Gibraltar, and southern Italy, Neanderthal occupation layers contain substantial quantities of shellfish, marine fish bones, and the remains of marine mammals, including dolphins and seals, alongside the bones of raptor birds that were apparently being taken for their feathers and claws. The exploitation of coastal resources requires knowledge of tidal patterns, seasonal availability, and the specific behaviors of marine prey, a form of environmental knowledge just as demanding as that required for big game hunting on the steppe. The Neanderthal diet was not a single thing. It was flexible. It was an environmentally adapted strategy that varied substantially across their geographic range, and that was capable of incorporating resources as varied as mammoth, shellfish, cave bear, and migratory birds. The specific sites at which Neanderthals live give us detailed windows into their day-to-day existence. Shanadar Cave in the Zagros Mountains of what is now Iraqi Kurdistan is one of the most famous, partly for the remarkable fossilized remains found there and partly for an interpretation, subsequently debated, that one of the burials contained flower pollen, suggesting the deliberate placement of flowers for the dead. The flower burial interpretation was proposed by Ralph Selecki in the 70s, and it has been challenged on the grounds that the pollen may have been deposited by rodents or by natural wind transport. But the site retains its significance for the exceptional quality of the fossils themselves. The individual, known as Shanadar I, an older male with a withered right arm, a severe blow to the skull that likely caused partial blindness, arthritis so severe that several joints were essentially fused together, good Lord, and multiple other injuries, survived to middle age despite these disabilities. Now, he was, by any assessment, a man who could not have survived without sustained and deliberate support from his community. And that means someone fed him, someone sheltered him and protected him for years after he had lost the capacity to do so for himself, or even to contribute much to the group at all. Shanadar I is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence in the entire human fossil record for the existence in a pre-modern human species of genuine compassion, in practice rather than just in sentiment. While the distribution of Neanderthal sites across Europe and Western Asia reflects both their settlement patterns and the biases of archaeological research, some regions, France, Belgium, Spain, Croatia, have been intensively studied over a century and yield quantities of material in large amounts. Others, Central Asia and the Arabian Peninsula, the Levant, have been less intensively investigated, but increasingly reveal evidence of Neanderthal presence in environments that the older Europe-centric literature had not quite anticipated. The discovery of Neanderthal-made tools at sites in the Arabian Peninsula dated to periods when the climate was substantially wetter than today has extended their known range into regions once considered too arid for them, and suggested the migrations of the Neanderthals and early modern humans through this corridor were quite a bit more complex and frequent than earlier models had proposed. Well, next up, let's talk about a little of the technology, because we did mention the tools, right? The stone tool industry associated with Neanderthals, the Mousterian, named after the site of Le Moustier in the Dordogne region of France, is one of the most extensively analyzed lithic traditions, lithic meaning stone, in the archaeological record. And it is considerably more sophisticated than the popular image of Neanderthals as crude stone nappers, as suggested. The Mousterian is characterized primarily by the production of prepared core tools. The napper first shaped the stone core through the careful preliminary flaking to predetermine the size and shape of the flake that would be detached, and then struck off the prepared flake in a single blow. The result? A consistently shaped tool of predictable size and appropriate sharpness, produced with an efficiency that required both skill and a mental model of the intended product maintained through a multi-stage reduction sequence. Pretty much just a tool for the job. Really interesting to think about that. Because remember, you have to have this picture in your mind of it. So we are thinking of a Neanderthal having this mental map of exactly what they want to create, and then going through all these stages of creating it, with this passed down knowledge from previous experts. It's not very animalistic, isn't it? Very human, rather. Well, humans are animals, yeah. We don't want to get technical. Anyway. Now, the Levallois technique, rather, the most distinctive prepared core method of the Mousterian, required the napper to shape a core into a tortoise shell form through careful peripheral flaking, then to strike a single flake from the prepared surface with a blow calibrated to detach a tool of predetermined size, shape, and thickness. The cognitive demands of the Levallois production have been extensively studied through experimental replication, and the consensus is that producing a Levallois flake requires planning several steps ahead. The ability to mentally represent a three-dimensional object in multiple stages of reduction, and a fine motor control that takes years of practice to develop. It is not, in other words, simple. And if you think it is, well, why don't you walk outside and try to do it? Good luck. When experimental archaeologists teach modern humans to produce Levallois tools, the learning process takes months of sustained practice before acceptable results are consistently achieved. And there's not much beginner's luck in it either. Neanderthals were making them all the time, across the full geographic range of their distribution, and for tens of thousands of years. Beyond stone tools, the evidence for Neanderthal material culture had expanded dramatically in recent decades. The use of adhesives, specifically birch bark tar and pine pitch as hafting compounds to attach stone tool heads to wooden handles, has been documented at multiple Neanderthal sites, and represents a multi-stage technological process of considerable complexity. Producing birch bark tar requires heating birch bark in a controlled, oxygen-reduced environment and collecting the resulting tar without burning it, another process that cannot be achieved accidentally and that requires either a specific pyrotechnical procedure or the recognition and collection of naturally occurring tar under very specific conditions. Either way, it implies a level of chemical and technological knowledge that contradicts any simple picture of Neanderthal technological capability. It's kind of ironic, because if you were to sit there with a group of Neanderthals and try to do these kinds of things and you were unable to replicate the results, they'd probably look at you and say, this guy's a bit stupid, isn't he? Maybe, but if you can find a group of Neanderthals to sit with and practice these things. Anyway, I don't think we'll be finding them anytime soon, at least not living ones. Now, the wooden spear is the Neanderthal weapon most directly attested in the record, though the evidence is limited by the poor preservation of organic materials over hundreds of thousands of years. Yew spears, that is Y-E-W, from Clacton to Leringen, though associated with pre-Neanderthal hominins, established the tradition of wooden spear manufacture in Europe that Neanderthals continued. Now, the design of the Mosterian stone points, many of which show impact fractures consistent with use as spear tips rather than as handheld cutting tools, combined with the injury patterns on Neanderthal skeletons, is consistent with the close-range thrusting spear warfare we discussed earlier. Some sites show evidence for composite tools, hafted stone points with adhesive traces, indicating the tool was bound to a wooden handle. The Neanderthal hunter, going after a mammoth or rhinoceros, was not a naked creature screaming and wielding a rock. They were carrying a purpose-built composite weapon, whose components required preparation skill and materials acquired from multiple sources. The diet of Neanderthals is one of those areas where evidence is most detailed and most informative about their behavioral ecology. Isotopic analysis of Neanderthal bones, measuring the ratios of different isotopes of carbon, nitrogen, and other elements preserved in collagen, has been extraordinarily revealing. Nitrogen isotope values are a proxy for dietary protein sources. High nitrogen-15 values indicate a diet rich in animal protein from higher trophic levels. Neanderthal nitrogen isotope values are consistently high, as high or higher than contemporary large carnivores in the same environments. This is a species eating large quantities of animal protein, probably from large game. You got the mammoth, the rhinoceros, the bison, reindeer, horses even. They were apex predators in their ecosystems, occupying a dietary niche comparable to wolves and lions. The image of Neanderthals as primarily vegetarian gatherers supplemented by occasional scavenging seems to not be supported by that isotopic evidence. You just need to look at the bones. We know exactly what they were eating, and it was mainly animals. Now, there is a question, and that is the question of Neanderthal cognitive capability. In layman's terms, how smart were they? What did they understand? What exactly could they represent and communicate? It's probably the most hotly debated aspect of Neanderthal studies, and the evidence has shifted quite a lot in the past 20 years, rather in a direction that the older literature would not have predicted. Still not quite enough to put that insult function of the word Neanderthal to bed, but I wouldn't call someone a Neanderthal. In fact, calling a stupid person a Neanderthal is an insult to the Neanderthals themselves. Anyway, the traditional position was quite clear, and that was that Neanderthals were capable technicians whose intelligence was adequate for their ecological niche. But they lacked the symbolic thinking, language, and social complexity that distinguished Homo sapiens, and therefore just didn't stand the test of time. But this position is now untenable, in the form in which it was held at least, though the precise nature of Neanderthal cognitive abilities still will remain genuinely contested. But at least now we've got a bit more insight. The evidence for Neanderthal symbolic behavior comes from multiple sites and multiple artifact types. Eagle talons, the claws of white-tailed eagles found at the Krapina site in Croatia, dated to approximately 130,000 years ago, show cut marks and polishing consistent with their removal from the bird and their processing into personal ornaments. The kind of ornaments you would expect prehistoric people to be wearing, I suppose. Now, white-tailed eagles are nothing to be trifled with. They're powerful. They're difficult to catch. Raptors whose talons are not a food resource, unless you're really desperate. The deliberate acquisition and modification of eagle talons for ornamental purposes implies the concept of personal adornment, which in turn implies a self-concept sophisticated enough to represent the self through material symbols. this is so-and-so's necklace or so-and-so's headband, this kind of thing. People wanted to express themselves, even back then, be individuals. The Crapina eagle talons predate the arrival of anatomically modern humans in Europe by approximately 90,000 years, and they were made by Neanderthals. Perforated shells, marine shells with deliberately made holes strung up as beads, have been found at several Neanderthal sites in the Iberian Peninsula, including Cueva de los Aviones in the Cueva Anton in Spain. The original interpretations of these as Neanderthal ornaments were disputed, partly on dating grounds, until uranium series dating, published in 2018, established that shells were approximately 115,000 years old. Again, tens of thousands of years before modern humans showed up in the region. The shells contain traces of pigment, red and yellow ochre. Well, that suggests that they were painted as well as worn. The combination of deliberate perforation, collection of shells from distant beaches, and the application of pigment to their surfaces shows a behavioral package that's very difficult to explain without invoking some kind of symbolic thinking. The use of pigments by Neanderthals is attested at multiple sites. Black manganese dioxide and red ochre were collected, processed, and apparently applied to surfaces or bodies at numerous Neanderthal sites across Europe and the Levant. The 2018 paper by D.L. Hoffman and colleagues reported uranium series dating of cave art in 3 Spanish caves, La Pasiega, Maltravieso, and Ardales, placing the minimum age of some of the paintings at over 65,000 years, once again tens of thousands of years before modern humans arrived in Europe. The painted motifs, geometric shapes, handprints produced by blowing pigment around a hand pressed to the wall, are not complex figurative art, but they are intentional. They require the preparation and application of pigment to specific surfaces, and they were made by Neanderthals. The finding remains somewhat contested within the field, however, we should say. Some researchers have questioned the dating methodology, and well, this is something that carbon dating is always going to be subjected to. But the evidence for at least some Neanderthal cave art production is currently accepted by a significant portion of the relevant scientific community. The question of language is central to any assessment of Neanderthal cognitive capability, and it is one on which the evidence is genuinely ambiguous. The FOXP2 gene, involved in the fine motor control of speech, has the modern human variant in Neanderthals, as we discussed in a previous episode. The hyoid bone, the horseshoe-shaped bone in the throat that anchors the muscles of the tongue and larynx, is one of the elements of the vocal apparatus that occasionally fossilizes, and the Neanderthal hyoid, known from the Kabara specimen in the Levant, is anatomically essentially identical to the modern human hyoid. Now, this suggests a vocal tract capable of producing a range of sounds required for articulate speech. The neuroanatomical evidence, inferred from the shape of the brain case interior, which preserves a rough impression of the outer surface of the brain, suggests that Neanderthal brains had an enlarged Broca's area, the region associated with speech production in modern humans, relative to earlier hominins. None of this proves language, of course, but it does accumulate into a picture of a species with the anatomical prerequisites for spoken communication that was at least in the same ballpark as modern human speech capability. I mean, they're off to the right start, if anything. Now, the next big point of contention is Neanderthal burial. It's one of the most debated issues in the field, and it goes a little bit beyond the technical question of whether Neanderthals placed bodies in pits intentionally. Let me explain. Deliberate burial implies a relationship to death, and to the dead person. that involves more than just disposal of a corpse. We've got practical concerns like bodies smell if you don't bury them, but, well, does that really matter to nomadic people? Not really. Well, it does imply at minimum that the dead individual's body was treated differently from the bodies of animals or of strangers, that members of the group engaged in some form of deliberate action in response to death, and that the physical remains of a known individual continued to matter to the living after the individual's death. This is not a trivial cognitive and emotional capacity, and its presence or absence in Neanderthals has been a proxy for deeper arguments about the presence or absence of symbolic and emotional life. The evidence for intentional Neanderthal burial comes primarily from a handful of sites where Neanderthal skeletal remains are found in anatomical articulation. That is to be said with the bones on their correct positional relationships, which is only possible if the body was covered before decay and scattering by carnivores and natural processes could occur. Well, at La Forêt in Dordogne, multiple Neanderthal individuals were found in separate pits, their bodies placed in specific orientations, some with stone tools apparently associated with the burial. At Kabara Cave in the Levant, the burial of a young adult male, preserved with his hyoid bone intact, and his arms folded across his chest in a deliberately dug pit with the skull missing, removed apparently after the flesh had decayed, in what may reflect a specific treatment of the head after death, suggests a funerary procedure of some kind, even if its meaning cannot be completely recovered. At Roque de Marsalle in France, the burial of a Neanderthal child in a pit beneath a rock overhang in a position consistent with deliberate placement has been analyzed repeatedly with increasingly sophisticated methods, and continues to be regarded by most researchers as a genuinely intentional burial. The most persuasive evidence for intentional burial, and the most moving in its human resonance, comes from the combination of burial evidence with the evidence of social care for the living. At Shanidar, the severely disabled individual that we discussed, blind in one eye and arthritic, multiply injured, well, he survived to middle age. At a site in Iraq, another Neanderthal individual with severe developmental abnormalities was apparently kept alive for years by community support. At Chapeau-Hossein in France, the original old man Neanderthal, as they called him, whose arthritic skeleton led to the stooped posture misinterpretation that had lost most of its teeth long before its death and showed bone remodeling consistent with a soft food diet maintained over years. Someone was processing the food for him. The combination of evidence paints a picture of a species with strong social bonds, genuine emotional investments, and individual members of the group, and a treatment of death that involved more than just passive indifference. The cannibalism evidence is the dark side of this picture, and it deserves honest acknowledgement. We did a full video about prehistoric cannibalism if you're interested, but we'll just gloss over it quickly here. At several Neanderthal sites, Goyet Cave in Belgium, Moulagossi in France, El Cidron in Spain, etc., human bones show cut marks, impact fractures from marrow extraction, and other processing marks identical to those found on the bones of hunted animals at the same sites. This is unambiguous evidence that Neanderthals at these sites ate other Neanderthals. It's just obvious. Now, the question is whether this was nutritional cannibalism driven by hunger, or ritual cannibalism with a symbolic or mortuary dimension, or perhaps just the opportunistic processing of individuals who had died from other causes, perhaps out of desperation. That's the real question. It's impossible to determine from the physical evidence alone, so it's not really something we can make a judgment about. Now, what can be said is that the evidence for cannibalism coexists in the Neanderthal record with the evidence for burial and social care, which means that the Neanderthal relationship to the dead was not uniform across populations or contexts, a conclusion that, on reflection, is consistent with the diversity of mortuary practices documented across the breadth of all human cultures. No one-size-fits-all, I'm afraid. Now let's move on to a bit of hard science. The sequencing of the first high-quality Neanderthal genome, published by Svante Pablo's team in 2010, and the subsequent sequencing of multiple additional Neanderthal genomes from sites across Europe and Western Asia, has transformed our understanding of Neanderthal biology and population history in ways that fossils and archaeology alone could never have achieved. The genomic evidence addresses questions ranging from Neanderthal population size to structure, to their relationships with other hominin populations, to the specific biological traits encoded in their genome that can be compared to the modern human equivalent. The most consequential finding of the genomic work is the confirmation of interbreeding between Neanderthals and some humans, at least modern humans, Homo sapiens, etc. The genomes of all modern humans of non-African ancestry contain between 1 and 4% Neanderthal DNA, inherited from ancestors who interbred with Neanderthals after the out-of-Africa dispersal, most likely in the Near East between approximately 60 and 80,000 years ago, as modern humans moving out of Africa encountered Neanderthal populations that had been in the region for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, this is not a trivial genetic legacy. 1 to 4% of the genome represents billions of base pairs, and the Neanderthal sequences are not randomly distributed across the modern human genome. They are enriched in some regions and depleted in others, which tells us about the functional consequences of introgression. Neanderthal sequences appear to be relatively common in genes related to the immune system, specifically genes involved in the innate immune response to pathogens, suggesting that the Neanderthal immune variants were selectively beneficial to modern humans moving into environments where Neanderthals had been adapting to local pathogens for hundreds of thousands of years. We may carry Neanderthal immune genes, because those genes helped our ancestors survive diseases that the Neanderthals had already evolved resistance to. The interbreeding was not a single event. Multiple genomic studies have identified signatures consistent with several separate episodes of gene flow between modern humans and Neanderthals, just at different times and in different locations, including a possible earlier episode of gene flow in the opposite direction, from early modern humans into Neanderthals, identified in the genome of a Neanderthal from the Altai Mountains whose ancestry included modern human sequences predating the main out-of-Africa dispersal. This bidirectionality is significant. It suggests that the interactions between the two species were not purely one-directional, but they involved the gene flow in multiple directions over an extended period, consistent with the kind of complex population dynamics that characterize closely related and geographically adjacent species in general. The genomic evidence has also illuminated the internal diversity of the Neanderthal lineage. Neanderthal genomes from different sites and time periods show that the species had a complex population history involving multiple subpopulations with some degree of isolation from each other and periodic admixtures. The overall Neanderthal effective population size, the genetic measure of how many breeding individuals contributed to the ancestry of any given individual, was small, probably in the range of a few thousand to a few tens of thousands at any given time. This is substantially smaller than the contemporary modern human effective population size, and it implies that Neanderthals lived in relatively small isolated groups with limited gene flow between them. The consequences of small population size over extended periods include the accumulation of mildly deleterious mutations through genetic drift, a process that may have reduced the overall fitness of Neanderthal populations relative to the larger and more connected modern human populations, which they were eventually in competition with. This is one of the genetic mechanisms that has been proposed to explain the eventual demographic success of modern humans relative to Neanderthals. Though the relationship between genetic load and population level fitness is complex, and well, that's once again another argument that remains under investigation. Specific physical traits can now be inferred from the Neanderthal genome with varying degrees of confidence. The MC1R gene, involved in pigmentation, has variants in some Neanderthal genomes that in modern humans are associated with red hair and pale skin. Whether these variants produce the same phenotype in Neanderthals, we can't really be certain, because the cellular context of gene expression matters enormously. But the possibility that at least some Neanderthal populations were pale-skinned and red hair has been widely reported. Now, what about blood type? We've done analysis on that too, and it suggests that Neanderthals had the same ABO blood group system as modern humans. They apparently lacked the EPAS1 high-altitude adaptation that Tibetan populations carry. And if you've ever been to Tibet, well, if you don't have that, you certainly find out quickly. It's hard to breathe. Anyway, well, this is a variant that they acquired from the Denisovans rather than the Neanderthals, suggesting that Neanderthal populations did not specifically adapt to high-altitude environments, despite living in the mountainous regions of Europe and Western Asia. The medical consequence of Neanderthal introgression in modern humans is another growing area of research. Certain Neanderthal-derived genetic variants in modern humans have been associated with increased risk of specific conditions. A haplotype near the OAS gene cluster involved in the antiviral innate immunity. It appears that this has been inherited from Neanderthals and is associated with both stronger responses to some RNA viruses and actually increased risk of severe COVID-19 outcomes in some carriers. This is a striking example of the conditional nature of adaptive value. A gene variant that was presumably beneficial in the ancestral Neanderthal environment, and that might have been beneficial to early modern humans encountering new Eurasian pathogens, turns out to be quite a risk factor for diseases that didn't exist until the 21st century. The Neanderthal immune legacy is not a simple gift or burden, rather a set of adaptations that fit the conditions of 50,000 years ago, and that interact with modern conditions in ways that could not have been predicted, and, of course, ones we're only beginning to understand. For at least 50,000 years, and maybe even considerably longer, Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens were contemporaries. Different species, same genus, occupying overlapping or adjacent geographic ranges, exploiting similar ecological niches and interacting in ways that the evidence documents with gradually increasing precision. They're probably going to discover something next week and this video will be irrelevant, won't it? Oh well, it is what it is. Well, the nature of this interaction, what happened when the two species met, how they competed or maybe even cooperated, why one persisted and the other did not, is one of the questions that still has a lot of the paleoanthropologists scratching their heads. And, well, it is one on which the evidence constrains but doesn't fully determine the answer. Modern humans first appear in the Levant, around Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, Palestine, these areas, at sites dated to approximately 182,000 years ago, in what appears to be an early, unsuccessful dispersal from Africa that did not establish a permanent modern human presence outside the continent. The major out-of-Africa dispersal that populated Eurasia is conventionally dated to between 60 and 80,000 years ago, consistent with the genomic evidence for the timing of Neanderthal-modern human interbreeding events in the Near East. As modern humans moved north and west into Europe and east into Central Asia, they were entering territories where Neanderthals had been established for hundreds of thousands of years. The conventional picture of this process has been one of progressive replacement. Modern humans advanced, Neanderthals retreated, the frontier moving steadily westward until the last Neanderthal populations were confined to refugia in the Iberian Peninsula, and then disappeared around 40,000 years ago. The reality appears to be a little bit more complex. Radiocarbon dates from Neanderthal sites across Europe have been systematically revised in recent years with improved dating methodology, and the result has been a picture of mosaic replacement rather than a simple advancing front. Modern humans present in some areas, while Neanderthals remained in neighboring regions, perhaps for several thousands of years. The two populations possibly alternating in some locations as climate fluctuations made some areas alternately favorable and others not so favorable. At some sites, there is evidence for what appears to be cultural exchange, or at least cultural influence between the two populations. The Châteaubriandian industry of France and Spain, an Upper Paleolithic tool tradition sometimes associated with the last Neanderthals in the region, dated to approximately 40 to 45,000 years ago, contains body ornaments and perforated shells that look more like the modern human Aurignacian tradition than the earlier Mousterian. Now, whether this represents Neanderthals independently developing ornamental behavior, or Neanderthals copying modern human practices, perhaps even modern human industry misidentified as Neanderthal, that's once again a debate, with different researchers reaching different conclusions from the same evidence. The specific mechanisms of Neanderthal disappearance, replacement, assimilation, or extinction are not yet fully resolved. The genomic evidence establishes that assimilation occurred to some degree. Neanderthal DNA in modern humans means that some Neanderthals had children with modern humans, whose descendants survived and contributed to the modern gene pool. But the scale of this assimilation was apparently insufficient to prevent the eventual disappearance of Neanderthals as a recognizable population, and the question of what drove their demographic decline is still genuinely open. Modern human demographic superiority, large population sizes, more extensive social networks, more efficient long-distance exchange systems for raw materials and information, they're all different proposed mechanisms. Disease transmission from modern humans to immunologically naive Neanderthal populations is another. I suppose it could happen. Stranger things have killed off populations. Competition for specific resources during periods of stress is another one. The truth is likely a combination of a lot of these factors. It's probably the same way that we look at the Bronze Age collapse in much later and modern humans, at least on the evolutionary timeline. There's no single clear explanation that covers the full geographic and temporal range of the Neanderthal decline. And listen, the question of when and where the last Neanderthals lived is the ultimate question. That's been revised a bit by improvements in radiocarbon dating over the past 20 years. So we're getting into quite a lot of modern research here. Is this a history video or a science video? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, the previous consensus placed Neanderthals surviving in the Iberian Peninsula, specifically in the Biondillo Cave and other southern Spanish sites, as recently as 27 or 29,000 years ago. which would have placed the last Neanderthals tens of thousands of years after the main arrival of modern humans in Europe, and imply a long period of parallel existence. Improved radiocarbon dating, using ultrafiltration techniques that remove contaminants from bone collagen before dating, has systematically pushed the last secure Neanderthal dates back to approximately 40,000 years ago at most European sites, with some dates going as late as 41 or 42,000 years ago in the Caucasus and the Iberian Peninsula. The site of Gorham's Cave on the Rock of Gibraltar has attracted particular attention as a possible late Neanderthal refuge. Gibraltar, at the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula, pretty much the entrance to the Mediterranean. Well, not pretty much, it is the entrance to the Mediterranean. Offered a relatively mild maritime climate, even during cold periods, but also access to diverse marine and land food resources, and geographic isolation that may have slowed the southward spread of modern human populations. Mousterian tools at Gorham's Cave have been dated to approximately 24 to 32,000 years ago, which would make Gibraltar's Neanderthals the last surviving populations of the species. These dates have been questioned, though, rather on methodological grounds, and the current consensus is a bit more cautious. The latest secure date for Neanderthals anywhere is approximately 40,000 years ago, with the Gibraltar dates remaining kind of uncertain due to difficulties in dating in a cave environment with complex depositional history. But the geographic logic of Gibraltar as a final refuge is still pretty sound, and the possibility that a small Neanderthal population clung on for dear life there several thousand years after their European counterparts were gone is not impossible. Oh, it's not even implausible. The last Neanderthals, wherever and whenever they finally disappeared, were not the same as the Neanderthals of 200,000 years ago. Late Neanderthal populations in Europe were small, isolated, genetically impoverished populations whose demographics were already under stress from the cumulative effects of small population size and limited gene flow. The genomic evidence suggests that Neanderthal populations from whom we have genomes were already showing signs of inbreeding. Runs of homozygosity in their genomes consist with small communities with exchange of mates with other groups being quite limited. A Neanderthal community of the last 10 or 20,000 years was not robust. It was not like the widespread series of the warm interglacials, rather a remnant population, possibly aware in some behavioral sense that times had changed. The good old days were over, hunting in a landscape increasingly shared with or taken over by a related but different kind of biped, coping with the pressures of marginal environments and declining numbers with whatever resources it had left. There is a Neanderthal from Spy Cave in Belgium, dated to approximately 40,000 years ago, whose genome shows a particularly clear signal of the final Neanderthal population dynamics. A small, isolated group whose genetic diversity had been significantly reduced by a long history of small effective population size. The individual from Spy was among the last of their kind in northwestern Europe. They lived, hunted, used tools, and presumably died without knowing that they were among the last ones left. That's probably for the best, I suppose. The concept of a species extinction is kind of a retrospective thing. No member of a declining species experiences themselves as the last of something. They experience themselves as themselves, and they cope with the environment that they inhabit. That's their world. The pathos that we project onto the last Neanderthals is ours, and not theirs. So, what the genomic evidence does suggest about the final Neanderthal populations is worth stating quite plainly, because
It complicates the simple narrative of modern human replacement through direct competition or warfare. The mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthals, which is maternally inherited and therefore traces specifically female lineages, shows an unusual pattern. European Neanderthal mitochondrial genomes from the final period are less diverse than those from earlier periods, suggesting a significant population bottleneck in which most Neanderthal maternal lineage were lost sometime before the final disappearance. This could reflect climate-driven population contraction during a cold period, disease, competition with modern humans, maybe some combination of factors. Like I said, the old Bronze Age collapse analogy. But what it does not show is this sudden and dramatic collapse. There was no big tidal wave that came through and wiped all the Neanderthals out. It's very rarely that complicated. Neither were there any sea peoples that came in and cut all of them in half. No, the Neanderthal decline appears to have been gradual. It happened over thousands of years. A very slow erosion of population size and genetic diversity, rather than a catastrophic event. The people it happened to had presumably no framework for understanding that trend they were living through, or rather, dying through. They experienced a world that was changing. More unfamiliar faces, different tools in the landscape, maybe encounters with beings that kind of looked similar, but were somehow different in ways that were difficult for them to articulate. There's just something strange about them. They're not like us. They adapted, as they always had, and eventually they just ran out of space to adapt into. And as for us, we've not run out of space, but we have run out of time. See what I did there? Nice little way to end the video. Well, I hope I've rehabilitated the Neanderthal a little bit. Now, that is to be said, the Neanderthal in its rehabilitated form is not this romantic figure or noble savage. I'm not trying to put the Neanderthal up on a pedestal and say, oh, how perfect and intelligent he was. Of course, we're not doing that. That's not realistic. But really what we want to put across is an image that is more honest and interesting. A very real species with real capabilities and real limitations, whose evolutionary history was separate from our own for 400,000 years, and whose evolutionary fate was to be absorbed, largely but not entirely, into the expanding modern human population. Genuinely different from us, anatomically, in some aspects of cognition and behavior we cannot fully reconstruct. But they were also similar to us. Warm, social, tool-using, fire-controlling, symbolically aware beings that cared for the sick and buried their dead, and wanted to be individualistic with a new necklace or some kind of adornments. That skull in the Neander Valley that Fulrott picked up in 1856 was not, as the stooped Neanderthal misinterpretation suggested, the skull of something lesser than us. It was the skull of something that was just beside us. A species parallel and distinct. A story intersected with ours at several points. Well, and of course something that survives today not as fossils in a museum, but as part of your very own skin, and sequences of genomes in every non-African human alive today. Just take a look at yourself, huh? Pinch that skin of yours. I'm currently pinching mine. A little bit of that came from a Neanderthal, if you are non-African. Anyway, that is not extinction. It is transformation. And it is, when you think about it very carefully, one of the most remarkable things in the history of our species. At least I think so. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. We've had another whale of a time over here on the prehistoric playlist. And I'm finishing up this recording right on dinner time, so you know what I'm going to go do. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. I will run the list of patrons and supporters. Thank you for them keeping it all ad-free. Links in description and pinned comment. Give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Tell your friends, all that good stuff. Good night, farewell, and I'll see you next time.
In 2003, scientists deep inside a Spanish cave pulled out a skull with 5 separate fractures on the back of the head. Same weapon, multiple blows. There's no way this was an accident. This was murder. A murder committed 400,000 years ago, and one committed hundreds of thousands of years before Neanderthals even existed. You see, there's a part of the human story that no one really talks about. We jump from early apes to Neanderthals to us. It's as if the millions of years in between were just dead air. Well, they weren't. During that enormous stretch of time, our ancestors learned to walk. They invented stone tools. They tamed fire, they crossed continents, they built social lives complex enough to include both caregiving and, of course, murder. Far from the mindless creatures waiting for evolution to finish the job, they were resourceful, they were incredibly adaptive, and far more interesting than that blank space makes them out to be. So, today we're going to talk about humanity, if we can use that term as broadly as we can, before Neanderthals. And that goes back much further than you'd expect. First of all, welcome to the channel, everyone. Good to have you with me. And thank you to everyone who liked, subscribed, commented, and supported the channel on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and donations. Links are all in the description. If you can't do any of that, well, just enjoy. Let's go. The story is more about gradual divergence, not dramatic transformation. Sometime between 6 and 8 million years ago, precise dates are still debatable, with different genetic and fossil analysis producing slightly different results, the lineage that would eventually produce Homo sapiens separated from that lineage that would eventually produce the chimpanzee and the bonobo, our closest cousins in the evolutionary scale. This divergence did not produce, immediately or even quickly, anything recognizable as a human being. What it did produce over millions of years was a series of creatures that shared some characteristics with modern humans, and, well, some with other great apes, and whose fossil remains have been the subject of intense study and, frankly, considerable controversy ever since the first significant discoveries in the late 19th century. Perhaps evolutionary and archaeological controversies are a video for a different time. But I digress. Well, the earliest members of the human lineage, the hominins, as paleoanthropologists now call all members of the human family after the divergence from chimpanzees, are known primarily from East and Central Africa. Sahelanthropus chadensis, discovered in Chad in 2001 and dated to approximately 7 million years ago, is the oldest candidate for hominin status, though its classification is disputed, and recent analysis of its limb bones have raised a few questions about whether it was genuinely bipedal, that is, walking upon 2 legs. Orvin tugenensis from Kenya at approximately 6 million years ago, and Ardipithecus cadabra, doing my best with the Latinized pronunciations here, at approximately 5.8 million years ago, complete the early picture of creatures that we can describe only in, frankly, frustratingly incomplete terms. Probably walking upright,
at least some of the time, with brains not substantially larger than a chimpanzee's, living in woodland environments where the distinction between tree-dwelling and ground-living was not yet as a sharp categorical difference, at least not as sharp as it would become when things would even out a little bit in the evolutionary branches. The Australopithecines, the genus Australopithecus and its relatives, that is, represent the next major chapter, spanning roughly from 4 million to 2 million years ago and appearing across a wide range of East Asia and South African environments. Australopithecus afarensis, the species to which these famous Lucy skeleton belongs, if you've heard of that big archaeological find, is best known for being the top member of this group. Lucy, as it's called, discovered in Ethiopia in 1974 by Donald Johansson's team, was a small female who stood about 1.1 meters tall, walked upright on the ground, and had a brain roughly the size of a modern chimpanzee. She lived approximately 3.2 million years ago. The combination of fully bipedal locomotion with an ape-sized brain, which Lucy and her species demonstrated, was one of the most important discoveries in the history of paleoanthropology. Because, for one reason, it completely demolished the prevailing assumption at the time that large brain size had driven the evolution of upright walking. Just a quick aside from my understanding, it's not about the size of the brain, but rather the complexity of it. The bumps on the brain are more important than the actual size, in any case. Now, the reverse was true. Our ancestors were walking on 2 legs long before their brains began to expand dramatically. The hands were freed before they had much new to do with their freedom. Why bipedalism evolved at all? Well, that's a question that has generated an extraordinary volume of debate and a corresponding variety of proposed answers. The most widely accepted current view is that bipedal locomotion was more energetically efficient than that knuckle walking for covering long distances on the ground, and that as East African environments became more open too, as the dense forest contracted and gave way to woodland and savanna mosaic during climate shifts during the late Miocene and Pliocene, creatures that could move efficiently on the ground over a larger distance had quite a few more advantages in accessing food patches spread across a larger territory. But this explanation, however plausible as it sounds, is probably not quite there. It's a little incomplete. Bipedalism also frees the hands for carrying food, tools, and infants. It elevates the eyes above the grass. It makes heat regulation more efficient in open environments by reducing body surfaces exposed to direct solar radiation. And the evolution of bipedalism was almost certainly driven by multiple simultaneous advantages. The specific weighing of those advantages in any particular environment, that's where the variation is. But what matters for our story? Well, basically, is that by 4 million years ago, give or take, of course, the human lineage had committed to upright walking in a way that was irreversible. You cannot turn the clock back anatomically on that. Once you're walking, you don't really go back, don't you? And this commitment was the single most consequential physical development in hominin evolution. The Australopithecine period was not uniform, however. Multiple species coexisted in Africa at various points, occupying different ecological niches, displaying different physical characteristics. The robust Australopithecines, the Paranthropus boisei in East Africa, Paranthropus robustus in South Africa, developed massive jaws and grinding teeth that suggest a diet dominated by hard and fibrous plant material, and they appear to have been doing relatively well as a lineage for over 1,000,000 years before eventually going extinct. All good things have to come to an end, I suppose. Their coexistence with the ancestors of the Homo lineage tells us that hominin evolution was not a single progressive march toward modern humanity, but a branching and experimenting one, often simultaneously diversifying process in which many different adaptive solutions were tried, and ultimately most of them failed. Well, the robust Australopithecines are the most striking example of a hominin lineage that was genuinely successful by evolutionary standards, and that, well, nevertheless went extinct, left no descendants. They are a reminder that the path to Homo sapiens was not inevitable. It involved contingency and competition and extinctions, and that a great many intelligent, capable, bipedal creatures came into existence and disappeared without contributing really anything to our lineage at all. The most intimate physical trace of the Australopithecine world is not a bone, but a set of footprints. At Laetoli in Tanzania, preserved in a layer of volcanic ash that fell approximately 3.66 million years ago and was subsequently covered by further deposits until its discovery in 1976, the footprints of 2 or 3 Australopithecus afarensis individuals are preserved in pretty extraordinary detail. They were walking upright, side by side, in a trackway that extends for approximately 27 meters. The footprints are anatomically modern in their form, a rounded heel and arch, a divergent big toe in line with the other toes rather than pointing sideways as in a chimpanzee. Look up some chimpanzee toes if you don't believe me. These are certainly the feet of a biped, not one walking on, what's the opposite, a quadruped? I believe that's the term. Now, the stride pattern is essentially human. 2 members of a species that would not be recognized as human by any other observer walked through a freshly fallen volcanic ash on a morning 3.66 million years ago, and the wet ash preserved their steps until we came along in 1976 and found them. There's nothing quite like the Laetoli footprints in the paleoanthropological record for making the distance between us and our ancestors feel suddenly, unexpectedly small. We're moving on. Sometime around 2.6 million years ago, something new appeared in the African landscape: deliberately shaped stone. The earliest stone tools, belonging to what archaeologists called the Older One industry, are not really impressive objects by the standards of later tool-making traditions. They consist primarily of cores, cobbles from which flakes have been struck, and the flakes themselves sharp-edged pieces of stone whose cutting edge was the primary functional product of the knapping process. That's knapping with a K-N. An Older One flake tool, held in the hand and drawn across a tendon or a hide, would have been a pretty effective cutting instrument. Really the most effective you could get at the time. Producing one required the napper to understand the fracture mechanics of the stone, to select the appropriate raw materials, and to strike at the correct angle with the correct force to detach a flake of usable size and sharpness. It takes a little while to figure it out. It wasn't simple, but it was also not, well, by the standards of what came later, sophisticated, but we can't all judge it by that. The species associated with the earliest Older One tools is a matter of debate too. Homo habilis, handyman, named by Louis Leakey and his colleagues in 1964 from fossils found at Olduvai Gorge in Tanzania, was the original candidate, and it remains the most prominent member of the early Homo genus in popular accounts. Homo habilis had a brain somewhat larger than the Australopithecines, approximately 600 cubic centimeters, compared to the Australopithecine range of 400 to 550. The body also had proportions that were still somewhat ape-like in length, at least in the arms relative to the legs. Whether it made older one tools, or whether the tools were made by a related species such as Homo rudolfensis, or even by late Australopithecines, that's not quite established yet. What is established is that from approximately 2.6 million years ago, hominins in Africa were deliberately modifying stone to create cutting edges, and that this behavior represents a qualitative shift in the relationship between the human lineage and its material environment. The significance of stone tool manufacture goes beyond the tools themselves. Making an older one tool requires quite a bit of planning. Selecting appropriate stone before you need it, carrying it to where it will be used, holding a mental model for the intended product through the process of manufacture. It requires the transmission of a learned skill across generations, since naive production of sharp stone flakes is not intuitive, and the knowledge of how to do it efficiently must be learned from observation and then practice. So it implies some form of social learning. There had to be some kind of mechanism by which the knowledge of a skilled napper is communicated to the less experienced individuals. This does not require language in any developed sense. You could do it in a silent form. Chimpanzees transmit tool use behaviors through observation without anything resembling human language. But it does require a social structure in which skilled individuals can be observed by learners over sufficient time to acquire the relevant knowledge. The emergence of stone tool-making was a social event as much as a technological one. The older one tools appear at sites across Africa by approximately 1.8 million years ago, also in Asia and the Caucasus, carried by the first hominins to leave Africa. The timing and route of this first dispersal is one of the most actively studied questions in paleoanthropology to this day. The site of Dmanisi in Georgia, the country Georgia, not the state, by the way, where remarkable fossils and older one-style tools have been found in sediments dated to approximately 1.85 million years ago, represents the earliest well-documented hominin presence outside Africa. And the Dmanisi hominins are significant for reasons beyond their age. They include individuals of varying size and skull shape that, if found separately, might have been classified as different species, but found together, they suggest that a single highly variable population was present at this Eurasian outpost. One of the Dmanisi individuals was an old male who had lost all but one of his teeth long before death, meaning he had survived dependent on others for food that he could not chew for himself, for months even, possibly years. This is some of the earliest evidence for the social care of the infirm in the hominin record. Someone fed him. They had to. In a world without cooking to soften food, without agriculture to produce easily digestible staples, keeping an old man alive who couldn't really look after himself required deliberate effort from his companions. But if there is a single species that best represents that long middle chapter of human prehistory before the Neanderthals, it is, of course, Homo erectus, a creature that appeared in Africa about 1.9 million years ago, spread across Africa, Asia, and possibly Europe over the following million years, and persisted in some populations until as recently as 117,000 years ago on the island of Java. It's in Indonesia, by the way. So who was Homo erectus? Well, in terms of its geographic range, its temporal persistence,
and the diversity of environments it successfully inhabited, it was the most successful hominin before Homo sapiens, arguably more successful in terms of sheer duration. Think of it as the prototype, the very successful prototype of modern humanity. It is also the species most commonly described in popular accounts with language of startling condescension. You have words like, I don't know, primitive, archaic, caveman, this kind of thing. And that obscures the genuine sophistication of what was, by any reasonable assessment, a highly capable creature within its own environment. The physical characteristics of Homo erectus mark a significant departure from earlier hominins. The body proportions were essentially modern: long legs relative to arms, a narrow pelvis, a broad-shouldered torso, suggesting a creature fully adapted to long-distance walking and running in open environments. The brain was substantially larger than the early Homo species, ranging from approximately 750 to 1250 cubic centimeters across different populations and time periods, overlapping at the upper end with modern human brain sizes of 1200 to 1600 cubic centimeters. The skull retained archaic features: heavy brow ridges, a sloping forehead, a prominent cranial ridge at the back of the skull. But in terms of the bodily form, the earliest Homo erectus specimens, from around 1.8 to 1.9 million years ago, look quite a bit like us. From the neck down, and they look to their Australopithecine predecessors. The tool-making of Homo erectus is associated with the Archeolian industry, a technological tradition that appears in Africa approximately 1.76 million years ago, and is characterized above all by the hand axe, a large bifacially worked stone tool shaped on both faces to a symmetrical, roughly teardrop or perhaps an oval form. The Archeolian axe is one of the most discussed objects in the history of archaeology, partly because its function is not entirely clear. It might have been used for butchering, maybe digging, woodworking. It might have been used as a sort of catch-all for everything, and partly because of the remarkable fact that the basic hand axe form was maintained with relatively little change across vast geographic distances and enormous spans of time. I mean, think about it. The tool is what it is. You go to the hardware store nowadays, Bunnings Warehouse in Australia, or perhaps Home Depot for you Americans. You look at a hand axe that you get from the shop, and you look at a prehistoric hand axe. It's in function and form pretty much the same thing. It's just we make them a little bit stronger and from different materials these days. Well, of course, this hand axe that had been found in the Archeolian culture, and those found in Europe and India, they're all separated by hundreds of thousands of years, but they look strikingly similar. This has been interpreted as evidence of cultural conservatism, as evidence that the form was constrained by functional requirements that didn't really allow for much variation, and as evidence that the hand axe had become so deeply embedded in Homo erectus's cognitive and behavioral repertoire that variation was suppressed by learning processes. Maybe. Who knows? The debate continues. But that's what it's the main consensus for now. Then there is the perhaps most consequential event in behavioral development in pre-Neanderthal hominin history, the control of fire. That is something that is a little bit more difficult to pin down in terms of its origins. The earliest compelling evidence for the controlled use of fire come from sites in Africa dated to approximately 1 million years ago. Wonderwork Cave in South Africa,
where burned bone and plant ash have been found in sediments of that age. Earlier possible evidence exists at sites like Chesawanja in Kenya, that's from about 1.4 million years ago, and Swartkrans in South Africa, 1 to 1.5 million years. But the distinction between fire deliberately maintained by hominins and fire produced by natural causes such as lightning strikes is not always so easy to establish from the archaeological record. What is clear is that by approximately 1 million years ago, fire was part of the repertoire of African hominins, and by 500,000 years ago, it was sufficiently widespread that hearths appear regularly in archaeological sites across Africa, Europe, and Asia. The consequences of fire control were transformative in ways that go beyond warmth and predator deterrence. Cooking dramatically increases the caloric yield of starchy plant foods and makes protein in meat and eggs more digestible, effectively giving the consumer more energy from the same amount of food. The biological anthropologist Richard Wrangham has argued, rather controversially but influentially, that the adoption of cooking by early Homo drove the brain size increase and body form changes visible in Homo erectus, because the extra calories available from cooked food provided the metabolic surplus needed to support a larger and more energetically expansive brain. Sounds good. Now, of course, this is not a democracy within science, as we say. The argument remains debated. But the general principle that fire and cooking fundamentally altered the energetics of hominin life and thereby created new evolutionary possibilities is pretty much accepted by 99% of people. A little weird if you don't accept that. Well, fire also extended the active hours of the day beyond sunset, and that creates a bit of time for social interaction, communication, and the transmission of knowledge that would otherwise be lost to darkness. The evolutionary and social consequences of the campfire are difficult to overstate, which is why we made an entire video about fire and early man's relationship with it. Now you'll find it in the prehistory section on the playlists. The geographic persistence of Homo erectus deserves a moment's specific attention because it is one of the most remarkable facts in hominin evolutionary history. We are accustomed to thinking of Homo sapiens as the uniquely widespread hominin, the species that colonized every continent, conquered the world, basically. But Homo erectus, which survived for approximately 1.8 million years as a species, occupied an enormous geographic range, all the way from Africa to the Caucasus to China and even the Indonesian archipelago, in climates ranging from subtropical to temperate to cool conditions in northern China. The Peking man fossils, Homo erectus specimens found near Beijing in the 1920s and 30s, and since partly lost during the chaos of the Second World War, unfortunately, came from a population that was living in northern China approximately 300,000 to 500,000 years ago, accumulating fire ash to depths, suggesting repeated occupation of the same cave over long periods, and apparently hunting deer and large animals in a climate considerably colder than the tropical environments in which the lineage had originated in Africa. The adaptability of Homo erectus, its capacity to modify its behavior, in its diet, and probably social organization in response to different conditions, was genuinely quite extraordinary. A necessary corrective to any assumption that behavioral flexibility is uniquely modern. Well, let's move on from Homo erectus. The Cima de los Huesos, pit of bones in the Atapuerca hills of northern Spain, is one of the most remarkable archaeological sites in the world, and the fossils recovered from it over decades of painstaking excavation represent the largest and most complete collection of pre-Neanderthal hominin bones anywhere on Earth. The site consists of a deep shaft in a cave system, at the bottom of which the skeletal remains of at least 28 individuals have been found, along with the bones of bears and other carnivores, and, significantly, the most important thing, a single beautifully made red quartzite hand axe, the only stone artifact among the thousands of bones. Pretty cool, huh? The hand axe, dubbed Excalibur by the excavators for the romantic quality of its isolation among the dead, is made from stone that does not occur naturally in that region. It must have been brought from some distance. It was the only manufactured object in the pit. Whatever its significance in the ritual or symbolic thinking of the people who put it there, it was not clearly an ordinary object. This one was special. The individuals from Cima de los Huesos lived approximately 400,000 years ago and are classified as Homo heidelbergensis, the species name given to a group of archaic hominins from Europe and Africa that represent the likely common ancestor of both Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens. Homo heidelbergensis had a brain in the range of about 1100 to 1400 cubic centimeters, substantially overlapping with modern human brain sizes, combined with a skull that retained archaic features including large brow ridges and a low receding forehead. They were large-bodied, robust, and by the evidence of the Atapuerca fossils, living in organized social groups with some capacity for what appears to be ritual or symbolic behavior. The deposition of the bodies in the pit, not scattered by carnivores or left where they fell, but specifically placed in a deep shaft, suggests that at a minimum, the group was doing something deliberate with the dead, even if we cannot reconstruct exactly what they were doing. Now, the murder victim, the one that we mentioned in the introduction, Skull 17, as he's called, is particularly significant because it implies not just violence, but a specific kind of premeditated violence. The repeated striking from behind with the same object suggests an intentional killing, rather than an accident or the result of a fight which injuries accumulate randomly. This is not the first evidence of inter-hominin violence in the fossil record. Earlier cases probate interpersonal violence and have been identified with the Australopithecine fossils in different places, but it is among the most clearly documented, and the context is important. The community that deposited bodies in the Cima de los Huesos was the same community from which the killer and the killed came. The murder happened within a social group sophisticated enough to treat its dead with deliberate care, and whose members were capable of both organized killing and organized mourning. The cognitive capabilities of Homo heidelbergensis are a matter of active research and considerable interest. The brain size alone does not really tell us much. Brain organization matters as much as brain volume, and we cannot directly assess the organization of a 400,000-year-old brain. It's a little bit sticky at this point. But the archaeological record associated with Heidelbergensis-grade hominins in Europe and Africa provides indirect evidence of increasingly sophisticated behavior. Wooden spears, the Schöningen spears found in Germany dated to approximately 300,000 years ago, are the oldest well-preserved wooden hunting weapons in the world, and they were made by hominins of the Heidelbergensis grade. 8 spears in total were found, alongside the butchered animal remains of over 20 horses, at what appeared to have been deliberate hunting sites at the edge of a lake where horses came to drink. These are not opportunistic scavengers, but rather organized hunters coordinating to kill large and dangerous prey. the cognitive and social demands of coordinating big hunting expeditions, planning communication, divisions of roles, the management of risk, that's pretty substantial. And the Schöningen horses are evidence that those demands were being met. The Boxgrove site in West Sussex, England, dated to approximately 480,000 years ago, provides a similarly detailed window into the Heidelbergensis behavior. At Boxgrove, the butchered remains of large animals, including rhinoceros, horse, giant deer, are found alongside beautifully made Acheulean hand axes, in a context that suggests systematic butchery of carcasses acquired through hunting rather than scavenging. Cut marks on the bones appear before gnawing marks from carnivores, indicating that hominins had primary access to the carcass. They were there first. A hominin shin bone from Boxgrove, the best preserved pre-Neanderthal bone from Britain, shows carnivore gnawing marks suggesting that an individual's remains were partially consumed after death, which tells us about the risks of the environment rather than the funeral practices. The Boxgrove hominins were living in a landscape shared with lions, hyenas, wolves, all sorts of nasty animals, in a climate that oscillated between temperate phases and cold periods, hunting large animals and being hunted by large carnivores in a world that required constant competence to survive. One of the most important developments in the study of pre-Neanderthal humanity, in the past 20 years at least, has been the emergence of ancient DNA analysis as a tool for understanding relationships between hominin populations. The first ancient genome sequencing of Neanderthals, completed by Svante Pääbo's team at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, published in 2010, revealed that Neanderthals and modern humans had interbred, that approximately 1 to 4% of the DNA of non-African modern humans derives from Neanderthal ancestors. Now, this was quite significant, but even more remarkable came the discovery from a tiny finger bone found in the Denisova cave in the Altai Mountains of Siberia. The Denisovans were identified not from fossils, but this time from DNA. The finger bone from Denisova cave, dated to approximately 50,000 years ago, produced a genome that was clearly distinct from both Neanderthals and modern humans, a separate lineage that had diverged from the Neanderthal lineage approximately 400,000 years ago, deep in the pre-Neanderthal period we are discussing. Subsequent discoveries, a few additional teeth and bone fragments, and a remarkable hybrid individual whose mother was a Neanderthal and father a Denisovan, have confirmed that Denisovans as a real and distinct hominin populations existed, and Denisovan DNA has been found in modern human populations across Asia and into Melanesia in the Pacific. Now that shows that modern humans did interbreed with Denisovans when they migrated through Asia. The existence of the Denisovans, identified from a fragment of bone no larger than a fingertip, talk about a needle in a haystack finding that, huh? Transformed our understanding of the complexity of pre-Neanderthal and Neanderthal-era hominin diversity. Before the Denisovan discovery, the standard model of late Pleistocene hominin diversity proposed 2 main lineages in Eurasia: Neanderthals in the west, modern humans eventually replacing them. The Denisovans revealed that there was at least a 3rd lineage in eastern Eurasia, coexisting with Neanderthals in the west and apparently interacting with both Neanderthals and modern humans at various points. Further ancient DNA analysis has suggested additional layers of complexity. There appears to have been at least one further, as yet unidentified archaic human population that contributed DNA to modern Africans, and the history of interactions between different hominin lineages in the period of, between 600,000 and 50 1,000 years ago, is a story of repeated contact, interbreeding, and genetic exchange, one that simple replacement models of earlier paleoanthropology had completely missed. That's a great thing about science, it always changes. The genetic evidence has also illuminated the pre-Neanderthal period more directly. By analyzing the rate of genetic divergence between Neanderthal and modern human lineages, geneticists have estimated that these lineages separated between 500,000 and 800,000 years ago, placing the divergence point squarely in the era of Homo heidelbergensis, and helping confirm the interpretation of heidelbergensis as the common ancestor of both subsequent lineages. What this means is that the population we met at the Pit of Bones, those 400,000-year-old individuals from Atapuerca, were already members of a lineage that was diverging toward what would become the Neanderthals, while their African contemporaries were members of a separate population diverging toward what would become modern humans. For 400,000 years, two sister lineages were developing in parallel on separate continents, from the same archaic ancestor, before their descendants would eventually meet again in the Near East, and briefly and consequentially interbreed. But the question that most people want answered about pre-Neanderthal hominins is the one that's most difficult to answer. And that's a pretty general question. What were they like? Not in terms of their fossil morphology or their stone tool assemblages, but in terms of their inner lives, the social structures, the emotional experiences, capacity for thought and communication and self-awareness, things like that. Now that question is genuinely hard, because the aspects of mental life that most interest us leave no direct traces in the archaeological or fossil record. You can't really excavate a feeling, can't you? We cannot radiocarbon date a thought either, but what we can do is reason carefully from indirect evidence. We got things like behavior ecology, anatomy, comparative biology. We can use those things and get toward a provisional conclusion that must always be held with the appropriate uncertainty. Bring out that salt again to give you a pinch of. The social structures of pre-Neanderthal hominins were almost certainly organized around small mobile groups, bands of perhaps 20 to 50 individuals who foraged together, cooperated, and maintained social relationships of the kind that all social primates maintain. The evidence for this comes partly from the comparison with living great apes and hunter-gatherer societies, partly from the scale of sites and the density of evidence for occupation, and partly from specific patterns of tool use and resource exploitation. Sites associated with Heidelbergensis grade hominins show evidence of repeated occupation of the same locations over long periods, suggesting territorial patterns similar to those of modern hunter-gatherer groups. The investment in a location, returning to the same waterhole, the same shelter, a good hunting ground, implies a spatial knowledge of the landscape, and that's something you got to build up over time, transmitted between generations, a kind of cognitive geography. The question of language is perhaps the most contested one in all of paleoanthropology, and is particularly fraught in the pre-Neanderthal period. The anatomical prerequisites for modern speech, the descended larynx, the hyoid bone structure, and neutral control of breathing, necessarily for articulate speech, are present in Homo heidelbergensis fossils in forms that suggest some capacity for vocal communication and more sophisticated than that of other apes. But the degree to which this capacity constituted language, if we're going to use that term in a spoken sense, or in any meaningful sense, is impossible to determine from anatomy alone. The FOXP2 gene, which is involved in the neural control of fine motor movements, including those of speech, has the same modern human variant in Neanderthals and presumably in Homo heidelbergensis, which their common ancestor would have possessed. This is suggestive of the evolutionary context in which language-related neural architecture was being selected for, but it doesn't really tell us what was being said. Just hints, I'm afraid. If that, you're lucky if you get them. The behavioral evidence for pre-Neanderthal cognitive sophistication is, in some cases, quite striking. The oldest known ochre processing, grinding of red iron oxide into pigment, which in the last video I kept pronouncing as ochre, and everybody told me off for it, so here I am correcting myself, comes from the Wonderwork Cave in South Africa, and other sites dated to over 1 million years ago, associated with Homo erectus grade hominins. Ochre is not food. It doesn't have an obvious utilitarian function, and it requires deliberate effort to process. Its use is generally interpreted as evidence of symbolic or decorative behavior, the marking of bodies, objects, or surfaces with color, which implies a capacity for symbolic representation that most researchers believe was absent or minimal in earlier hominins, and that developed gradually through the period we are discussing. The oldest known engraving, a zigzag pattern incised on the shell from the Trinil site in Java, associated with Homo erectus and dated to approximately 500,000 years ago, pushes the evidence for geometric marking back further than most researchers had expected. The evidence for the care of the sick and injured, while paleoanthropologists sometimes call the care for the helpless, is one of the most humanly resonant aspects of pre-Neanderthal behavior, and it appears earlier in the record than is often appreciated. The toothless old man from Dmanisi, who had survived months without teeth, is one example. At the Cima de los Huesos, there is a young individual with a severe cranial deformity. Hang on. Let me take this one slow. Craniosynostosis. Excuse me. The premature fusion of skull sutures. That would have caused significant cognitive impairment and physical limitation. He would have needed help too. This individual survived to at least 5 or 6 years of age, in a world where the cognitively impaired and physically limited are easy targets for both predators and social exclusion. Someone had kept this kid alive, fed the kid, protected it. The child contributed nothing to the group's survival. The group contributed substantially to the child's. This is not a behavior explained by individual selection. It is a behavior that requires social bonds of a kind that we recognize as specifically human. But one of the most important lessons of pre-Neanderthal paleoanthropology is that the history of human evolution is consistently more complex, surprising, and less linear than any model proposed at any given moment has managed to predict. The most dramatic demonstration of this principle in recent decades was the discovery on the Indonesian island of Flores in 2003 of the skeletal remains of a hominin species that nobody had anticipated, and, still in important respects we're trying to fully understand it. The species, formerly designated Homo floresiensis and nicknamed the Hobbit in popular accounts for reasons that will be immediately obvious, was approximately 1 meter tall, had a brain roughly the size of a grapefruit, around 380 cubic centimeters, comparable to a chimpanzee, by the way, and appears to have been making stone tools and possibly using fire on the island of Flores until as recently as 50,000 years ago. The Hobbit's existence raised immediate and still partially unresolved questions about its origins, cognitive capabilities, and the mechanisms that produced it. The leading hypothesis is that Homo floresiensis is a dwarfed descendant of Homo erectus, that a population of Homo erectus that reached Flores, probably during a period of lower sea levels where you had land bridges and all that, subsequently underwent island dwarfism, the well-documented evolutionary process by which large mammals on islands tend to evolve towards smaller body size over generations, because smaller bodies require fewer calories on resource-limited habitats. And if you've watched our video on mammoths, by the way, you'll know about that little island of mammoth holdouts that were quite a bit smaller. It happens with all species. The alternative hypothesis that Homo floresiensis descended from a more primitive hominin than Homo erectus, possibly an Australopithecine great ancestor that reached Southeast Asia at a very early date, has fewer adherents, but has not been definitively eliminated. What is not contested is that Homo floresiensis, whatever its ancestry, was making stone tools and possibly cooperating in the hunting of dwarf elephants on a remote island in the Indonesian archipelago, until shortly before modern humans arrived in the region. The Hobbit is the most dramatic example of a broader principle. The hominin family tree of the period before Neanderthals was not a simple progression of grades moving steadily toward modern human form, but rather a genuinely diverse radiation of species, occupying different environments and pursuing different adaptive strategies, some of which led to forms that violate every expectation formed by linear models of progress. The small-brained, small-bodied islanders of Flores coexisted in time on neighboring islands with Homo sapiens. The Homo erectus survived in Java until 117,000 years ago, overlapping in time with both Neanderthals and early modern humans. The Denisovans were present in Siberia, simultaneously with Neanderthals in Europe, and possibly even Homo erectus populations in China. The pre-Neanderthal wall was not a rehearsal for modern humanity. It was rather a world densely populated with different kinds of people, and most of them left no descendants. The most recently discovered hominin species, Homo naledi, found in a South African cave system called the Rising Star Cave in 2013 and 17, adds another layer of surprise. Homo naledi had a mixture of primitive and modern features that defied easy classification. A tiny brain of approximately 465 to 610 cubic centimeters, combined with feet and legs adapted for upright walking, hands with curved fingers, suggesting some tree climbing, and a face more modern in some features than expected for its brain size. Dating of the fossils produced an astonishing result. Homo naledi was alive between 236 and 335,000 years ago, contemporary with early Homo sapiens in Africa, contemporary with Neanderthals in Europe, and contemporary with Denisovans in Asia. A species with a brain roughly one-third the size of a modern human's was alive at the same time as early modern humans in the same continent, and the context in which its bones were found, deep in a cave system accessible only through passages so narrow that the excavators had to be specifically selected for small body size, suggests deliberate deposition of the dead, which would represent mortuary behavior in a species whose brain size most researchers would not have associated with behavior like that. The modern human lineage, i.e., direct ancestors of Homo sapiens, spend most of the pre-Neanderthal and Neanderthal periods in Africa. They spent their time developing, diversifying, and gradually accumulating the behavioral repertoire that would distinguish them anatomically and behaviorally from modern humans and all previous hominins. The transition to anatomically modern humans, defined primarily by skull shape, the rounded high-domed cranium and flat face of a modern Homo sapien, appears in the African fossil record at approximately 300,000 years ago. with the Jebel Irhoud fossils from Morocco currently the oldest well-dated examples. But anatomically modern humans and, well, behaviorally modern humans did not arrive together. And the relationship between them is still quite a debatable topic, of course, in paleoanthropology. The behavioral characteristics associated with fully modern humans, the production of symbolic objects, body ornaments, of abstract art, of long-distance trade in raw materials, complex projectile weapons, things like that. They all appear in the African archaeological record in rather scattered and episodic forms from about 300,000 years ago, gradually becoming more consistent and widespread through the period from 160 to 70,000 years ago, and then erupting with apparent suddenness across the record associated with the out-of-Africa dispersal system that brought modern humans to Europe and Asia approximately 70,000 years ago. The apparent suddenness of this behavior has led some researchers to propose a cognitive revolution, a neurological change perhaps involving a reorganization of language circuits that transformed human cognitive capacity in a relatively brief period. Maybe, but others also argue that the behavioral evidence was always more sporadic than this model requires, and that the explosion of symbolic behavior reflects demographic and social changes, larger and better connected populations, things like that, rather than just this click of the fingers neurological transformation. Well, I say click of the fingers, but a click that appears over several tens of thousands of years, things like that. What the long African prehistory of Homo sapiens demonstrates, however long the behavioral transition is explained, is that the lineage that produced modern humans was shaped by millions of years of the evolutionary processes that we've been discussing throughout today's talk. The upright walking of the Australopithecus developed 4 million years ago. The stone tool-making of the Homo habilis or related species began 2.6 million years ago. The fire control that Homo erectus was practicing 1 million years ago. The organized hunting and social complexity of the Homo heidelbergensis displayed at Boxgrove in Schoningen and the Cima de los Huesos. The care of the injured and helpless, the ochre pigment, the geometric engravings. It's all these things, all these developments that belong to the long accumulation of capacity that eventually produced a species capable of art, language, agriculture, and space travel. Who knows what we're capable next? All the other lovely things that Homo sapiens have done with their evolutionary legacy they inherited. We didn't invent ourselves. We were built, slowly, contingently, by 4 million years of ancestors, ones that we've almost entirely forgotten. So, what do you think? That pre-Neanderthal world, it does have a legacy. In the most literal sense, biological, of course, lives within the very body that you are listening to this talk in right now, the very vehicle that your mind and soul inhabits. The genes that determine our upright posture, our large brains, capacity for fine motor control, all those little things, they were shaped by the evolutionary processes of the period we've been discussing. We did not get here by accident, I suppose. There was many steps that had to be taken. The product of millions of years of different reproductive successes in environments that no longer exist, solving problems that are no longer our problems, under pressures whose nature we can only partially reconstruct. So, all of this is fundamental to understanding our own self-knowledge. Perhaps we can go into the mirror, take a good look at ourselves, and say, well, So this is what I've become. Anyway, thank you all for listening. I had a good time. More prehistory videos to come soon, because I find them particularly fascinating. And if you're still listening, I assume you do as well, unless you're listening out of pure spite, which you'd be surprised. Anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you next time. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. Farewell for now.
Everyone loves a good meal, but some people take it a little bit too far. Cannibalism, the practice of humans consuming other humans, is perhaps one of the most haunting and taboo topics in history. But as shocking as it sounds, careful scientific research shows us that cannibalism was indeed part of our human story in prehistoric times. So today we're going to talk about it, a tale that spans nearly 1.5 million years of human evolution, a story not gleaned from written records or legend, but rather from archaeology, the silent testimony of bones and tools. That's what we're relying on. It's a world very different to our own, yet inhabited by people recognizably human, and I think we can confront them together and repiece this uncomfortable chapter of our collective past. Hello everyone and welcome. Firstly, let's just thank our top-tier patrons and supporters keeping everything ad-free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you cannot do that, give a like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, let's get into it. Now, quick caveat. First of all, it's important to say that cannibalism did not end in prehistoric times. In fact, we have it coming all the way up to the modern era, which is quite unfortunate. And perhaps that is a story for another time. But our focus today is going to be on the prehistoric era, going back to as early as we can find through archaeological record. So what exactly do we mean by cannibalism in a prehistoric context? Well, of course, we've already went through the definition. It's humans eating other human beings. But that can take many forms, and it also can have many motivations. Anthropologists often distinguish between endo-cannibalism, that is, eating members of one's own social group, sometimes as a funerary or sacred rite, and exo-cannibalism, eating outsiders or enemies, often as a result of warfare or aggression. In the archaeological record, however, it's hard to directly read people's motives. We have to infer them from context. What we can identify are physical traces on human remains that indicate that they were treated in the same way as animal carcasses, typically when they are processed for consumption. So how exactly does an archaeologist recognize cannibalism? The key evidence comes from taphonomy, which is the study of what happens to bones after death. When prehistoric peoples butchered animals for food, they left a characteristic signature on the bones. You can tell they've got cut marks from stone knives where flesh was sliced away, percussion damage where bones were cracked open, usually to extract nutritious marrow or brain, and sometimes burning or pot polishing on bones if they were roasted or boiled. If human bones show the same patterns, the cut marks in anatomically logical places for dismemberment and defleshing, smashed long bones with marrow and cavities exposed, signs of cookings, or even human tooth marks from chewing, can't get more obvious than that, then cannibalism is certainly a strong interpretation. But here's the important thing. Archaeologists must rule out other processes that can mimic these marks. Think about it. Carnivores gnawing or trampling, things like that. But modern analytical techniques, including microscopic analysis and comparisons with experimental butchery, have become pretty adept at telling these apart. But we should also note that not all treatment of bodies involves cutting or dismemberment as cannibalism. Some cultures might cut or deflesh their dead as part of mortuary rituals, secondary burial practices, and that doesn't mean that they consume the flesh. Therefore, a scientist has to approach each discovery carefully. You must ask, were these bodies processed to be eaten, or for some other purpose? It often takes a convergence of evidence, the patterns of cut marks, the breakage consistent with meat removal, and sometimes the presence of human remains in cooking contexts. That's what we need to confidently say that cannibalism occurred. And when that evidence does appear, we are confronted with the reality that prehistoric people on occasion used human bodies as a food resource, or perhaps as part of a symbolic ritual that included the consumption of flesh. So, with those quick definitions in mind, let's proceed to the archaeological record itself. Of course, this is as of 2026, so depending on where you're watching this, archaeology might change, as it's one of those areas of science that are racing forward at Mach speed. Let's take a chronological approach and look at the key discoveries across the globe. To find the earliest hints of cannibalism, we're going to go back about 1.5 million years, deep into the early Paleolithic period. In northern Kenya, paleoanthropologists recently identified what may be the oldest evidence of cannibalism among our ancestral human relatives. The find was a fragment of a fossilized shin bone, a tibia from a hominin, possibly an early form of Homo erectus, or another early human species. Astonishingly, this 1.45 million-year-old bone bears clear cut marks that indicate it was deliberately butchered with stone tools. The cuts are oriented in the same direction, as if someone held the leg and sliced off the flesh in successive strokes. This suggests that a human ancestor was carving meat from the leg bone much as one would butcher an animal. What species were these butchers and their unlikely victims? Well, researchers can't say for sure, I'm afraid. At that time in East Africa, the species could have been Homo erectus, but it might also have been a smaller-brained hominin like the Homo habilis or even the robust Paranthropus, the Australopithecine, as they call it. If it was another species eating another, say Homo erectus eating Paranthropus, some purists wouldn't call it cannibalism, which technically implies eating one's own species, but rather anthropophagy, eating another hominin. However, in practical terms, these were closely related human ancestors, and evidently someone ended up as dinner. The researchers who made the discovery have pointed out that such an ancient date, the act was likely born of simple hunger. Unlike later humans, these distant ancestors probably attached no ritual significance to the act. They were hungry omnivores who, on occasions, had to eat the bodies of their own kind. It was just opportunistic. In a landscape full of predators and scarce resources, a hominin carcass might have been just seen as another source of food. Slightly later in time, about 800,000 years ago, we find more extensive evidence of cannibalism in Europe. One of the most famous sites is Gran Dolina, a cave in the Sierra de Atapuerca of northern Spain. Here, archaeologists uncovered a large assemblage of bones dating to around 800,000 years before present, give or take, I assume, attributed to a species called Homo antecessor, considered a possible common ancestor of modern humans and Neanderthals, or at least a close relative on that lineage. The remains of at least 6 individuals, male and female, adults and children, were recovered in a single layer known as the aurora stratum. These human fossils were intermixed with animal bones and stone tools, all in a rather haphazard pile, with no special arrangement, as you might expect from deliberate burials. Taphonomic analysis showed that the human bones, just like animal bones, had been intensively processed. They exhibit numerous cut marks from flint knives, indicating systematic skinning and carving of flesh. The long bones were broken, many displaying the telltale green bone spiral fractures and percussion pits from being hammered open while fresh, presumably to extract marrow. Some bones even show a peculiar peeling or bending break, which happens when you twist and tear apart a fresh limb, a method sometimes seen when butchering large game. But what's especially telling is that the treatment of human remains was virtually identical to that of deer and other other animals found at the site. The early humans at Grandolina were butchering and consuming members of their own species as thoroughly as they were other prey. As a matter of fact, cut mark studies revealed that about 30% of all bones in that cave layer, including fauna, bear butcher marks. A significant number of the stone tools had residue and use wear consistent with processing carcasses. In other words, cannibalism at Grandolina was not a one-time aberration. It seems to be repeated behavior. One of the vertebrae discovered belonging to a child around 2 to 5 years old even had cut marks indicative of decapitation, implying that the head was removed, possibly to access the brain or simply as part of dismemberment. Researchers like Dr. Palmyra Saliday, a co-director of the excavations, have noted that every part of the body was treated like prey, and nothing indicates a special ritual or funeral practice. It appears that the Homo antecessor groups at Grandolina engaged in cannibalism as a means of subsistence. They were literally hunting and killing and eating other human beings. But why would they do this? There's a few different theories. Some suggest it could be nutritional cannibalism in times of food stress and competition. Eating rivals, even of the same species, would provide protein and eliminate competition for resources. Others have proposed territorial reasons. Perhaps newcomers or neighboring groups were killed and consumed as a form of extreme aggression, a kind of warning to others. But this touches on what might be an early form of warfare, or at least violent conflict among hominin groups. Whatever the reason, the Grandolina evidence firmly establishes that by the early Pleistocene in Europe, cannibalism was well within the behavioral repertoire of our human ancestors. These findings were so robust that scientists described the pattern as the oldest definitive example of prehistoric cannibalism known, and for many years Grandolina held the title for the earliest known cannibalism, until the Kenyan shin bone discovery pushed the timeline further back, albeit with a little less clarity on species. But before we go on, it's worth pausing to consider how shocking this evidence was when first uncovered in the 90s. I mean, it's not your normal exciting archaeological find. Anthropologists had long debated whether early humans might have eaten each other, but they just didn't have any proof. When Grandolina was discovered, well, the entire conversation changed. The fossils were so well preserved that even human bite marks were reportedly identified on some bones, an unmistakable sign that flesh was being chewed off by human teeth. The presence of bite marks is something that no secondary burial or animal scavenging scenario would possibly create. Thus, from this remote cave in Spain, we can learn that cannibalism is not a recent aberration, but rather a practice with deep roots in our evolutionary history. And of course, I'm sure we'll find another cave or pit somewhere out there. Well, let's jump ahead a little bit to the Middle Paleolithic, roughly 100,000 to 40,000 years ago, and we encounter a different kind of human, the Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalensis. Neanderthals lived across Europe and parts of Asia, and they were our closest human relative, occupying the landscape before modern Homo sapiens spread into those regions. For a long time, Neanderthals were stereotyped as brutish and primitive. But it's a little more complicated than that. Modern research shows that they made tools, controlled fire, possibly cared for their sick, and even buried their dead in some cases. Yet intriguingly, some Neanderthal sites provide compelling evidence that they too practiced cannibalism, just under certain circumstances. One of the earliest discoveries hinting at Neanderthal cannibalism came from a site in Croatia called Krapina. Over 100 years ago, excavated between 1899 and 1905, scientists uncovered an astounding assemblage of Neanderthal bones in a rock shelter at Krapina. The collection included remains of dozens of individuals, but almost all of the bones were highly fragmented and broken. Early on, the lead archaeologist, Dragutin Gorjanovic-Kramberger, noticed odd features: long bones split lengthwise, skulls smashed, and human remains mixed in with animal bones and stone tools. He hypothesized that cannibalism might be the cause. Perhaps Neanderthals butchered each other, explaining the broken skulls and the absence of any complete bones. He pointed out how no intact skull was found. Every cranium was in pieces, which he thought could be deliberate cracking open to get the brain tissue. Additionally, the pattern of breakage, broken femurs, tibias, etc., resembled what one would do to extract marrow. For decades, it was a controversial idea. Later researchers proposed other explanations. Maybe the breakage was due to the cave collapsing, or other natural processes. Maybe Neanderthals even defleshed their dead as a mortuary practice, and that doesn't imply eating them. One anthropologist in the 1980s suggested that the Krapina remains could have been secondary burials. The bodies might have decayed elsewhere, and then the bones were brought in and ritually broken or processed in some non-dietary way. There were even suggestions that rodent or carnivore activity after burial could have damaged the bones. However, more recent and detailed analysis of the Krapina material have bolstered the case for cannibalism. Cut marks consistent with butchery have been identified on several pieces, and careful study of breakage patterns supports that the bones were snapped while fresh, rather than old, dry bones breaking under pressure. Moreover, the burning on some bones indicates they were likely roasted or heated, not simply burned in a ceremonial fire. While some uncertainty remains, many anthropologists now accept that Krapina is at least a likely cause of Neanderthal cannibalism. And if so, it would mean that Neanderthals over 120,000 years ago might have occasionally nibbled on their own kind. Maybe for survival, possibly for some other reason. The sheer number of individuals at Krapina, about 70 or more Neanderthals by the way, suggests something beyond a single starvation event. Was Krapina a site where victims of violence were processed, or a long-term accumulation of intermittent cannibalistic episodes? Maybe we'll never know the full story about that, but Krapina certainly opened the door to considering Neanderthals as potential cannibals. Even more decisive evidence comes from other Neanderthal sites in Europe, discovered and analyzed with more modern methods. For example, the cave of Mola-Gersi in the Ardèche region of France preserves a chilling scene from around 100,000 years ago. Excavations there in the 1990s yielded the remains of at least 6 Neanderthal individuals, including adults, adolescents, and children. These bones told a very clear story: plenty of butchery marks, with cut marks indicating skinning, dismemberment at joints and defleshing of muscles. Long bones cracked open, and many fragments had the kind of impact notches one gets from hammerstone blows. The Neanderthal bones at Mola-Gersi were directly compared to the bones of deer found in that same layer. And guess what? They matched the treatment. The scientists concluded that the Neanderthals had processed their dead companions in the same way that they processed deer carcasses, and had left no doubt that cannibalism took place. Importantly, the context suggests it was likely nutritional cannibalism. There's no evidence of special burial or ritual. Instead, it appears these individuals were butchered and consumed, and then the remains were left in the cave. This site, reported in a prominent scientific journal, was widely accepted as proof of Neanderthal cannibalism, and helped overturn the notion that such behavior was just modern, or only found in extreme survival situations. Another striking case was found in El Cidrón, a cave in northern Spain, dated to about 49,000 years ago. This was late in Neanderthal times. Here, scientists found the jumbled bones of at least 12 Neanderthal individuals, ranging from young children to adults. The bones bore numerous cut marks and fracture patterns, indicating they were broken while fresh. Some had evidence of chewing, with actual Neanderthal teeth marks visible, suggesting flesh was gnawed off. Isotopic analysis and genetic work indicated that these individuals were likely members of the same kin group. So what happened? The evidence paints a grisly picture. Possibly these Neanderthals were killed and eaten by other Neanderthals. Whether it was an act of intergroup violence or an extreme case of starvation cannibalism among a family group is debated. One theory is that this was survival cannibalism. Maybe the group died during a harsh winter or food crisis, and the survivors consumed the others. Another theory suggests competition or warfare. An enemy Neanderthal group could have massacred and cannibalized the bodies, which might sound shocking, but that would eliminate the group and perhaps even be a way to ritually absorb their strength or simply nourish the victors, whatever their thought patterns were. Supporting the nutritional angle, chemical analysis at El Cidrón did not indicate that those people were malnourished before death, meaning it might not have been famine that drove them, lending weight to the conflict scenario. Regardless, El Cidrón adds to the pattern. By Neanderthal times, cannibalism occurred in various corners of Europe. But we can't go past Neanderthal cannibalism without highlighting Goyet Cave in Belgium. This site provided the first clear evidence of Neanderthal cannibalism in northern Europe. In a study published in 2016, researchers examined 99 Neanderthal bone fragments from the Goyet, dating roughly 45,000 years ago, and found that about a third of them had the trademark cut marks and percussion damage. The pattern was unambiguous. These Neanderthals had been butchered for meat and marrow. Additionally, several bones had been used as tools themselves. For instance, a Neanderthal femur and shin bone with wear marks, indicating they were used as hammers or scrapers in stone tool production. These are called retouchers. So imagine the scene. After consuming the flesh, the Neanderthals took the sturdy bones of their kin and repurposed them to sharpen their own stone knives. Well, I suppose we can say that's a pragmatic approach to the remains. Nothing went to waste. At Goyet, as at other sites, the human bones were treated much like the bones of animals such as horses or reindeer. Marrow extraction was clearly a goal, as evidenced by the crushed and splintered state of the long bones. The fact that we see this behavior across multiple Neanderthal sites from Spain to France to Belgium and possibly Croatia indicates that cannibalism was not an exceedingly rare or one-off event among Neanderthals. It happened in different times and different places, likely for somewhat different reasons each time, but there's no evidence that Neanderthals engaged in cannibalism as a standardized cultural practice, like a ritual they routinely performed. Rather, these were probably responses to particular pressures or situations, starvation episodes, or eliminating and consuming defeated rivals. Perhaps a ritualistic act in isolated instances, but that's a little harder to prove. But it's important to remember that Neanderthals also did something apparently opposite to cannibalism. In certain cases, they buried their dead. such as La Chapelle-aux-Seine in France, or Shanidar in Iraq. This shows their behavior toward the dead was not uniform. They had a range that included reverent burial and occasionally consumption. Which one would you like? Well, human behavior, even in prehistory, was complex, and it was all dependent on the context. Neanderthals, much like modern humans, could treat one deceased individual with care and another as dinner. It all depends on the circumstance. By around 40,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, had spread throughout Europe and Asia, gradually replacing the Neanderthals. The Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40,000 to 10,000 years ago, was a time of remarkable cultural fluorescence. We see cave paintings, sophisticated tools, personal ornaments, and more elaborate burial practices are among the more modern humans of the era. Did cannibalism just vanish with the arrival of the Homo sapien? No, of course not. The evidence shows that Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers also engaged in cannibalism at times. But intriguingly, there are cases where it seems to take on a more symbolic or ritualistic character. One of the most fascinating sites is Gough's Cave in Somerset, England. The remains here date to about 14,700 years ago, near the end of the Ice Age, and they provide an exceptionally detailed record of cannibalistic practices among a group of Magdalenians, late Upper Paleolithic people. The discoveries at Gough's Cave include bones from several humans, men, women, and children as young as about 3. These bones were a forensic treasure trove. Human chew marks on many of them, extensive cut marks from the stone tools, the smashed bones, and even the carefully modified skulls. Once again, all of our trademark signs. The evidence indicates that these people were butchering and consuming their dead. But here's what's striking about it. This one's a bit different because it's how meticulous the process was. The long bones and ribs at Gough's Cave were cracked open and scraped clean, suggesting marrow and grease were extracted. There are cut marks that even show the tongue and cheeks were removed. Muscle fillets were sliced off, and even the tough facial tissues were cut away. But then, we get a bit of a twist. 3 skulls were shaped into cups. That's right. Essentially, after defleshing, the people at Gough's Cave systematically removed the lower jaws, peeled away the facial bones, and then trimmed the edges of the cranial vaults to create bowl-like vessels from the top of the skull. These skull cups are among the earliest known directly dated examples in the world. They were so carefully made that it's clear that the intention was not simply to get at brain matter, which, as researchers noted, could have just been done by smashing the skull. Instead, they took their time, and they turned the skulls into usable containers. But what might they have used the human skull cups for? Anthropologically, we know that many cultures have used skull cups in ritual contexts, for drinking fluids, sometimes blood or alcohol in ceremonies, or as holy relics. At Gough's Cave, we can't really be sure, but the careful manufacture suggests a ceremonial aspect. Indeed, the presence of these items, along with one especially interesting artifact, a human forearm bone engraved with a series of zigzag carvings, hints that cannibalism here was intertwined with ritual. The engraved human bone, discovered and analyzed by Dr. Silvia Bello and colleagues, is the oldest known engraved human bone. Microscopic analysis showed that this bone was first defleshed and likely had flesh gnawn off, and then it was deliberately engraved with a pattern of zigzag lines. Finally, the bone was broken open for marrow. The sequence, however, is crucial. They didn't engrave a clean, unused bone. They engraved it during the butchery process, after removing muscle, but before splitting for marrow. And this strongly implies that engraving was part of the whole ritual of processing the body, perhaps as a way to honor symbolically mark the individual being eaten. Moreover, Goff's cave yielded plenty of animal food remains, horses, red deer, etc., and that suggests that these people were not starving. There was ample animal meat around. Thus, the cannibalism wasn't purely about survival or desperation. The logical conclusion is that it had a cultural motive, possibly a funerary ritual, sometimes called mortuary cannibalism, wherein consuming the dead of one's group was a way to honor them or keep them with the group in some spiritual way. Some anthropologists have termed such practices endo-cannibalistic funerary rites. It's a good band name, actually. Well, this is known from recent historical accounts in places like Papua New Guinea or the Amazon, where a family might consume parts of a deceased relative out of respect or to absorb their spirit. It is plausible that the Magdalenians at Goff's cave had some belief system that made cannibalism a part of how they dealt with the dead. Supporting the idea that this was customary rather than an isolated act, similar skull cup finds have been documented at two other Magdalenian sites in Europe, Isturiz and La Placarde in France, and that indicates a broader pattern. The presence of these parallel finds suggests that late Ice Age cultures in Western Europe may have had widespread rituals involving cannibalism. These were sophisticated people in many respects, at least for the time. They produced art, they had organized hunting strategies, and clearly they had symbolic behaviors surrounding death. But of course, not all Upper Paleolithic cannibalism need to be ritualistic. There are examples that look more like survival-driven cases. For instance, at the site of Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic, famous for carvings and art, a few human bones with cut marks have been found, but the interpretation is pretty cautious. In another case, a Belgian cave called Goyet, the same site that had the Neanderthal cannibal evidence, interestingly, there are also Upper Paleolithic modern human remains with similar cut marks and breakage. The treatment in those cases could have been nutritional as well, perhaps driven by harsh cold spells or scarce resources in the Ice Age. We also have evidence that cannibalism could occur in extremely inhospitable environments as a desperate measure. Think of caves high in the Alps, or remote icy regions. If a band of Ice Age humans got trapped or faced starvation, they might turn to eating those who died first. I mean, we've all seen that movie with the plane crash, right? I can't remember what it was. It was that movie with the plane crash and they started eating each other. Yeah, you know what I mean. Maybe you do. Well, anyway, while direct evidence from such scenarios has hard to pinpoint, cut-marked human bones found in open sites or caves is sometimes interpreted as likely survival cannibalism. One such site at Predmosti, also in Czechia, by the way, where a mass of mammoth hunter skeletons was found. Some researchers speculated cannibalism, but the evidence is not as clear-cut as Goff's cave. What the Upper Paleolithic shows us is a bit of a spectrum, you see. Cannibalism as a ceremony, and cannibalism as a survival strategy. Early modern humans were entirely capable of both, and this should dispel any lingering notion that, quote, advanced humans didn't do such things. They did, and they sometimes attach deep meaning to it. Well, as we move out of the Paleolithic and into the Neolithic period, it's the era of early farming beginning around 10,000 years ago in some areas, human societies changed dramatically. People settled into villages, domesticated plants and animals, and formed larger communities than the old small bands of hunter-gatherers. But you might wonder, did cannibalism disappear as we advanced civilization? The archaeological record suggests that it did not. In fact, some of our most dramatic evidence for cannibalism comes from Neolithic sites. However, the contexts often seem to involve mass violence or intense ritual rather than everyday dietary practice. One of the most sensational finds comes from the early Neolithic of Europe, a site called Herxheim, in what is now in southwestern Germany. Herxheim was a village or ritual center of the linear pottery culture, dating to about 7,000 years ago, or roughly 5,000 BCE. Excavations there uncovered several long pits filled with disarticulated jumbles of human bones, thousands of pieces, representing possibly more than 1,000 individuals. The sheer scale was baffling. Men, women, children, infants, all deposited within a short span of time. The deposit seemed to have been created in maybe just a few decades at the end of the site's occupation. When anthropologists analyzed the bones, they found a pattern of breakage and marking that left little doubt of cannibalistic processing. Bones at Herxheim show precision cuts and chops. For example, many skulls were deliberately struck and split in a nearly identical manner, often cleaved along the midline. Some skulls have cut marks indicating scalping or skinning of the head and removal of the tongue. Long bones and ribs exhibit cut marks for defleshing and are smashed for marrow. Many bones also have what looks like the classic bite marks and scraping in the marrow cavities, suggesting that even the last little bits of nutrition were gleaned. It appears bodies were systematically butchered soon after death. The fractures are perimortem, meaning that they happened when the bones were still fresh, not long after dying. There is also evidence of burning on certain bones, consistent with roasting flesh or perhaps cooking. And here's another detail. Herxheim also yielded skull cups, much like Goff's cave did a millennia earlier, and hints of flesh being roasted on spits. In fact, one analysis argued that bodies might have been spit-roasted whole over fires, given burn patterns. However, isotropic analysis of teeth showed Isotropic analysis of teeth showed that many of the individuals were not local to Herxheim. They came from varied regions. Now, what does that suggest? Well, Herxheim might have been a central place where people, perhaps war captives or ritual sacrifices, were brought from afar and then killed and eaten. There are a few hypotheses for exactly what transpired. One idea is that Herxheim was a ritual center for a death cult or a sacrificial ceremony. People from various communities could have gathered there for ceremonies that involved human sacrifices and cannibalistic feasting. Perhaps during a time of crisis, famine, disease, some kind of social upheaval, they resorted to large-scale human offerings to appease gods or seek renewal. The repetitive, standardized processing of heads and bodies might imply a kind of, let's say, a ceremonial protocol. Another theory suggests intertribal warfare on a massive scale. A victorious group might have systematically massacred members of surrounding communities and brought the bodies or living captives to Herxheim to celebrate by consuming them, an act of dominance and terror. The age and sex distribution of victims at Herxheim corresponds to a normal living population, which is what you'd expect if an entire defeated community was slaughtered, many women and children, along with the men. If it were just famine cannibalism, you might expect mostly weak individuals or a smaller subset, but here we are with a whole community dead. Either way, the archaeologists themselves noted that survival cannibalism is an unlikely explanation for Herxheim, due to the sheer number of people and the organized, repeated nature of how they were processed. It all seems to be intentional and ritualized. Herxheim challenges the imagination. It suggests that early farming societies, usually thought of as peaceful village folk, could descend into episodes of extraordinary violence and ritualistic behavior. It's a reminder that prehistoric civilization had its own dark potential. Another notable Neolithic site is at Fontbrego Cave in southern France from the 5th millennium BCE. Here, archaeologists found a mix of domestic animal bones and human remains in what appeared to be a habitation or pastoral camp. The human remains, from perhaps a dozen individuals, were mixed in with butchered sheep, goat, and wild game, all showing the same cut mark patterns. The original excavators argued that the humans had been butchered and eaten just like the animals had been, essentially that cannibalism had occurred at Fontbrego. Skeptics later argued that it might have been some complicated burial rite, defleshing without eating. But after a bit of debate, many agree that cannibalism is the simpler and more likely explanation, because the treatment of human bones so closely paralleled that of animals. If people were just defleshing for burial, why bother intermixing the process, exactly like the food refuse? It just doesn't make sense, right? Fontbrego might be representing a smaller scale or perhaps occasional cannibalistic event, kind of a special time of the year, who knows? Possibly a family or small group that resorted to cannibalism either ritually or due to hunger. But beyond Europe, evidence of prehistoric cannibalism appears in other early farming contexts too. For example, Neolithic China. Here the straightforward evidence is rarer, but there are some human bone assemblages with cut marks. One Neolithic site in Shandong reportedly showed signs of butchery on human bones, possibly a form of ancestral ritual or punishment cannibalism. In the Near East, most Neolithic societies were transitioning to more formal burial practices. But even there, some sites show secondary burial with defleshing that could border on cannibalistic treatment. Though whether they were eaten or just cleaned, it's hard to tell, I suppose. One compelling case of Neolithic cannibalism comes from Atapuerca's El Mirador cave in Spain, around 5,700 years ago. Interestingly, the same hills gave us the 800,000-year-old Homo antecessor cannibals that we mentioned at the start. In 2025, a study was published detailing human remains from El Mirador that had been skinned, butchered, and cooked, with at least 11 individuals, including children, represented. The context suggests a violent clash between Neolithic herder communities, after which the losers were systematically eaten. Their bones had cut marks, chop marks, burn marks, and even human bite marks. Well, isotopic analysis showed that those individuals were local to the region, so it wasn't outside invaders that got eaten. Rather, it could have been local feuding or an internal conflict. The researchers explicitly concluded this was neither a funerary rite nor famine-driven. It was cannibalism as an act of aggression and annihilation. Essentially, a whole family group was wiped out and consumed. Perhaps the ultimate act of dominance in a conflict. It's certainly a power move. Well, this find is startling because it shows that even in the late Neolithic, warfare could take on a gruesome cannibalistic dimension. It also ties into known instances of later prehistoric massacres, like the mass graves of Talheim in Germany or Schlitz in Austria, where entire communities were killed, though not obviously cannibalized. El Mirador shows cannibalism wasn't absent in these scenarios. It just doesn't always preserve or wasn't always done. Interestingly, El Mirador Cave also had an instance of cannibalism in the Bronze Age around 4,000 years ago, showing that at multiple points in time, the cave was a site of cannibalistic episodes. This recurrence suggests a cultural pattern, or a persistent readiness in these ancient societies to resort to the practice under dire circumstance or ritual mandates. In later prehistoric periods, Chalcolithic, Bronze, and Iron Ages, cannibalism becomes harder to detect in the Old World, because written records start to appear and, while mortuary practices often involve burial and cremation, which leaves less evidence for bones. However, there are passing accounts and some archaeological hints. For example, an ancient Egyptian text, like the pyramid text of the Old Kingdom around 2400 BCE, contained the so-called cannibal hymn, describing a king consuming parts of gods. More a mythic metaphor than real cannibalism, but it shows the concept did exist. Actual episodes of cannibalism in historical times usually are associated with famines. And indeed, there are records of famine cannibalism in various ancient societies as much as modern, though these are out of the strictly prehistoric scope, since they're documented writings, so perhaps a story for another time. Now, so far we've focused on Africa, Asia, and Europe, where early humans and Neanderthals left their mark. But what about other parts of the world? Let's look at the Americas, where human societies arrived later, no earlier than about 15 to 20,000 years ago, after the last ice age. These populations did not develop writing until much later, and in some regions, not at all before European contact. So many cultures remained prehistoric, in the sense of having no written records until the last few centuries. Archaeology is our main tool to understand them, and it is revealed that cannibalism also occurred in the prehistoric Americas. And one of the most debated and illuminating cases comes from the ancestral Pueblan culture of the American Southwest, areas of modern Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. These were farming villagers and cliff dwellers, living around 900 to 1300 CE. Now remember, that is still prehistoric, as they had no written language. For decades, rumors of cannibalism in ancestral Pueblo sites were considered fringe. Early archaeologists hesitated to interpret cut-marked bones as evidence, partly out of respect for the descendant native peoples, and partly because of the legacy of colonial biases branding indigenous people as cannibals without any solid proof. But starting in the 1990s, detailed osteological studies began to strongly indicate that there were indeed a few episodes of cannibalism going on. Perhaps the most famous case is Cowboy Wash, a small settlement in southwestern Colorado dated to around 1150. Archaeologists found the remains of 12 people in and around pit house dwellings. 7 of these skeletons showed unmistakable signs of extreme violence and butchery. Bones cracked open, the cut marks lined the skulls and long bones, and body parts were dismembered. Some bones had been burned in a hearth. The cooking pot still had human bone residues. The scene looked like a massacre and a meal. To clinch the case, a dried human coprolite, which is fossilized human feces, was discovered in one of the hearths. In a remarkable bit of biochemical detective work, scientists analyzed this coprolite and found human muscle protein within it, myoglobin, namely, essentially proving that whoever had defecated had consumed human flesh. Myoglobin is found in muscle tissue, and finding the human-specific variant in feces is a clear marker of cannibalism. This was the first direct biochemical proof of prehistoric cannibalism in the Americas, and it left little doubt about what happened at Cowboy Wash. The interpretation is that the inhabitants of Cowboy Wash fell victim to attackers who killed them, cooked parts of their bodies, and ate them, leaving the village abruptly afterwards. The site was abandoned suddenly, with tools and food stores left behind, likely due to fear or the demise of the community. But why did this happen? One hypothesis ties it to a period of prolonged drought and social turmoil in the 12th century in that region. As resources dwindled, some groups might have resorted to cannibalism, either out of desperation or a terror tactic to scare off competitors. Archaeologist Christy Turner, who extensively studied southwest human bone assemblages, proposed that cannibalism in the region might have been introduced by outsiders, perhaps bands of people from Mesoamerica, where human sacrifice and cannibalism were part of state rituals. We know that from Aztec and other cultures. Essentially, a form of terror warfare to destabilize communities. This outsider theory is controversial, but whether the perpetrators were local or foreign, it's clear that something dire was happening. Turner and others documented possible cannibalism at dozens of sites, often characterized by assemblages of broken and scorched bones, sometimes dubbed processing stations. The phenomenon even entered Pueblo oral tradition. Some native stories refer obliquely to witches or evil ones who ate people during that dark time. Moving further south in the Americas, we encounter the major civilizations like the Aztecs and the Maya. These societies did have writing, so strictly speaking they are historical, but it's worth noting their practices because they illustrate culturally sanctioned cannibalism. The Aztecs in the 15th and 16th centuries famously conducted large-scale human sacrifices atop their pyramids in Tenochtitlan, after which bodies of the victims were often butchered and distributed for ritual meals among the nobility. Spanish conquistadors provided good accounts of these feasts, though they were a little biased and understandably horrified. Their descriptions align with indigenous records, however, and archaeological evidence. The Aztecs believed that eating the flesh of sacrificial victims was a way to honor the gods and possibly absorb the life force of their enemies. Though the Aztecs are beyond prehistoric by definition, the example is quite instructive. It shows how a society can ritualize cannibalism on a grand scale, entwining it with religion and warfare. But if we go further back in Mesoamerica, we find the Maya and others also practice forms of ritual cannibalism. There is archaeological evidence that some captives were sacrificed and defleshed among the classic Maya, circa 250 to 900 CE. For instance, cut marks on human bones at certain temples indicate post-mortem processing. The scale was smaller than Aztecs, but it was certainly present. In the Andean region of South America, the Moche culture, circa 1st to the 7th century CE in Peru, left vivid pottery scenes depicting human sacrifice and possibly cannibalism. Archaeological finds at sites like Huaca de la Luna revealed that war captives were killed and their bodies dismembered. Chemical evidence from bones suggests that parts might have been consumed or used in some manner, blood drinking or flesh eating as a part of a warrior ceremony. Later Andean peoples like the Inca generally did not practice cannibalism as far as the record shows, aside from famine situations, but they had other rituals, such as the Capacocha child sacrifices, which did not involve cannibalism, but different sacrificial rites. Lastly, looking at Oceania and other tribal societies. While not prehistoric in that European explorers eventually documented these practices in writing, many Pacific Island and Australian Aboriginal cultures did not have writings themselves and thus were in a prehistoric stage when cannibalism was observed. For example, Fiji was long known as the Cannibal Isles in the 19th century. Fijian chiefs occasionally consumed parts of enemies as a show of power. In parts of Papua New Guinea, certain groups practiced endo-cannibalism until the mid-20th century. Famously, the four people ritually ate their deceased kin's brains as an act of love and mourning, which tragically led to the spread of prion disease, kuru, a sort of human equivalent of mad cow disease. These practices, recorded by... where am I? I lost where I was reading. There I am. Recorded by anthropologists and missionaries, demonstrate that cannibalism can be embedded in belief systems to honor the dead or to take on vengeance on foes, even in fairly recent times. They likely had roots going back many centuries in those cultures prehistory. For instance, in New Guinea's highlands, archaeology suggests warfare and cannibalism were present well before contact. Some caves have deposits of human bones that seem to have been both butchered and discarded along with food refuse, dating back a couple thousand years. The Carib people of the Caribbean, from which the term cannibal is derived via the Spanish caribales, reportedly practiced ritual cannibalism of enemies at the time of Columbus's voyages, though that has been subject to debate about how much was really true versus the colonial propaganda. Still, skeletal remains from prehistoric Caribbean sites before European contact sometimes show cut marks consistent with cannibalism, lending a bit of credence that the practice had been part of their culture as well, likely a warrior rite. So whenever we have humans living in challenging environments, there's a potential for cannibalism. It was not ubiquitous. Countless ancient communities never left any evidence of cannibalistic behavior, but it was recurrent enough across time and space that we must accept it as one thread in the tapestry of human behavior, as unpleasant as it is. But here's one thing you got to remember, and that's that prehistoric people were not so different from us in their base feelings and needs. They generally cared for their kin. They felt fear and hunger. They loved and they fought. As for cannibalism, when it occurred, it likely evoked strong feelings, perhaps dread among those who partook or witnessed it, or maybe even spiritual awe in a ritual context. I don't think it was ever mundane or trivial. Even the act of cutting and consuming another person would have required a psychological framework or extreme duress to justify. By studying the evidence without any modern prejudice, archaeologists and anthropologists attempt to reconstruct these frameworks. Oh, and as we've discussed, the frameworks definitely range widely, from seeing the consumed person as an honored ancestor or a gift to the gods, or to seeing them as a hated enemy whose very corpse must be obliterated. One theme that emerges is that cannibalism often coincided with times of crisis or transition. Humans facing new environments, perhaps Neanderthals facing competition, farming communities dealing with crowding and conflict, or societies encountering drought and societal collapse. These are moments when norms can break down, or new extreme rituals arise. Now think of that in modern times. The famines we've had in the past 200 years, these are terrible events, the wars and all the rest, cannibalism creeps in. It's just one of those things that, no matter the time or the place, oh, and no matter how civilized one is, with quotation marks around that word, it can always happen. It all comes down to desperation. Anyway, I hope you've walked away learning a few enlightening things. I'm sure you have the assurance that you've learned things seldom discussed in ordinary histories. Well, perhaps a few little facts there. In any case, I hope you've enjoyed. Thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, keeping everything ad-free. And thank you very much for liking and subscribing as well, leaving a little comment with your thoughts. Now we have a list of the supporters. Thank you very much to them. And that's it. Thank you, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Good night, and farewell for now. The world 20,000 years ago. The height of the last ice age. Towering sheets of ice smothered swaths of North America and Eurasia, to the point where the sea levels dropped by over 100 meters. The landscape of those times was unrecognizable, a cold, dry expanse where steppe tundra stretched to every horizon. In Europe, glaciers crept as far south as modern Germany, and in North America, ice blanketed nearly all of Canada. But among this harsh, prehistoric winter were small bands of Homo sapiens, and they fought not only to endure, but to flourish. How exactly did our ancestors, physically adapted for the warmer climates, manage to survive in an era that drove so many other species to extinction? How did humanity get through the Ice Age? That is the topic of the day. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Good to see you. Quick thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the donations. Links are in the description. Keeping everything ad-free, thank you very much. But do us a solid and give us a like, comment, and subscribe because it helps us in the algorithm. Anyway, all that being said and done, let's get right to it. So when we talk about the Ice Age in this context, what we generally mean is the last glacial period of the Pleistocene epoch. And that lasted from 115,000 to 11,700 years ago. Its coldest peak, the last glacial maximum, or maximum rather, or the LGM, occurred approximately 21,000 years ago. During the LGM, remember the last glacial maximum, God, excuse me, I can't say that word properly, global average temperatures were about 4 to 8 degrees colder than today. But the contrast was far greater in the higher latitudes. In northern Europe and Canada, summer temperatures could be 10 to 20 degrees lower than the current averages. Now that's truly, they're truly frigid conditions, aren't they? Enormous ice sheets up to 3 kilometers thick covered large parts of the northern continents, grinding down mountains and scouring the land beneath. The Laurentide ice sheet smothered most of North America north of the Ohio River, while the Fennoscandian ice sheet and the Alpine glaciers expanded over northern Europe and the Alps. So much water was locked in ice that the sea levels fell much below the modern levels, expanding coastlines outward and exposing continental shelves as dry land. Let's look at Britain, for example. That was connected to continental Europe by the dry expanse of Doggerland, and Siberia was joined to Alaska by the vast Bering Land Bridge, also known as Beringia. These land connections would prove pretty important for human migrations, but the lands themselves were cold and windswept, often more like a polar desert than a lush stepping stone. The climate shifts of the Ice Age were not uniform across the globe. In fact, glacial conditions created a patchwork of environments. Close to the ice sheets lay barren tundras and permafrost plains, with only hardy grasses, moss, and lichens. Further south, or north in the case of the southern hemisphere, there were regions of steppe and open woodland, the so-called Mammoth steppe in Eurasia, which stretched from Europe across all of Siberia and into Alaska. This was the largest biome on Earth at the time, a cold but surprisingly productive grassland that supported herds of big herbivores and woolly mammoths. Woolly rhinos, bison, horses, and reindeer were also around. These animals were prey for both human hunters and large carnivores like saber-toothed cats, cave lions, and wolves. In Ice Age Europe, for instance, one might encounter a group of reindeer or wild horses grazing on a frozen pasture, while a pride of Pleistocene lions lurked nearby, a scene akin to a frigid Serengeti. Humans entering this food web had to be both hunters but careful competitors. Nearer to the equator, the picture was different. The tropics did not freeze, but many regions became colder, and especially drier. You see, with so much water locked in ice and overall climate patterns, everything shifted. Monsoons and tropical rains weakened. Deserts expanded. The Sahara, Kalahari, Arabian, and Australian deserts all grew far larger than today, creating formidable barriers of aridity. Rainforest belts shrank and fragmented. For example, the Amazon rainforest was smaller and surrounded by dry grasslands. and West African forests retreated too, leaving pockets separated by the savanna. In Southeast Asia, lower sea levels merged the Indonesian islands with the Asian mainland, forming the subcontinent known as Sunda. But much of this expanded land was a dry savanna rather than the lush rainforest of today. Water was a precious resource in many tropical and subtropical areas, concentrating people and animals around lakes, rivers, and coasts that still had little reliable water and food to be picked. In some fortunate pockets of the globe, local climate conditions provided refugia, relatively hospitable areas where plants, animals, and people could shelter from the worst cold or drought. For example, parts of coastal southern Africa maintained enough rainfall and edible plants to support humans throughout the Ice Age. Similarly, the Levantine corridor, that is the eastern Mediterranean, had a milder climate and served as a haven for humans and other species. In Europe, areas like the southern latitudes, like the Iberian Peninsula, modern Spain and Portugal, Italy, the Balkans, and the Black Sea coast remained unglaciated and somewhat warmer. They acted as refuges where Ice Age people could make a stand and try and eke out a survival for themselves. We know from genetic and archaeological evidence that when the Ice Age began to wane, these refuge areas were the source points from which many humans recolonized harsher lands. But during the glacial maximum, those safe zones must have been crowded and intensely utilized. An oasis of life in a frozen world, but the problem is, there's only so many resources that can go around. Only so much you can fish out the rivers and the lakes. Only so much fresh water, this kind of thing. The challenges that this environment presented to early human survival were enormous. Our species evolved in Africa, a far warmer setting, though there is a little bit of argumentation about the out of Africa theory, but let's just consider it for the sake of argument. Early Homo sapiens had lived in tropics and subtropics, not polar tundras. Biologically, we had and still have relatively little body fat insulation and no fur. Our bodies are built to dissipate heat, not conserve it. Dropping an unclothed human into an Ice Age European biome would spell almost certain death from exposure. I'm Australian, and the first time I saw snow was, well, it was interesting, I can tell you that much. -20 Celsius I was in, and not used to it. I can hardly imagine back in the days of the Ice Age what people would have went through. Well, moreover, food resources were highly seasonal, and when the season did came, they were often sparse. In the cold steppe, edible plants and fruits were limited, especially in winter. Survival often meant relying on meat from big game, which required exceptional hunting skill and cooperation. And even then, large prey were dangerous to pursue. The landscape itself was treacherous. Massive ice sheets carved off deadly icebergs in the seas and blocked passages on land. Violent blizzards scoured the plains, and seasonal thaws could turn frozen ground into impassable mud. For groups trying to move or migrate, geography was a puzzle. For example, in Eurasia, the southern edges of the ice sheets and the high mountain glaciers formed a rough crescent, beyond which lay the uninhabitable heights, effectively corralling humans into certain routes. In the Americas, the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice caps blocked any easy land passage southward during the LGM, isolating small bands of people in Alaska from the rest of the subcontinents. Now, isolation itself, that was a threat. Small groups could die out if they could not meet others to exchange mates and knowledge. So it's no wonder that many large animal species, from giant ground sloths to saber-tooths, ultimately went extinct under these pressures. Though human hunting also played a role in some extinctions, of course. The fact that human beings are relatively fragile tropical primate survived and expanded is a testament to something quite extraordinary. So really humans needed to do what no other large mammal managed to. That is adapt, not over thousands of years of evolution, but within their lifetimes and cultures. Physical evolution alone, i.e. growing thicker hair or new metabolisms, that would have been far too slow to meet the rapidly changing conditions. Instead, cultural evolution and innovation stepped in. In the following sections, we'll talk about, well, how early humans leveraged technology, cooperation, and cognition to overcome these trials. It's all pretty impressive. At least, I think so. You know, humanity's greatest advantage has always been adaptability. In the Ice Age, this meant innovating relentlessly. Archaeology gives us glimpses of a Paleolithic tool set and lifestyle that evolved in tandem with the changing climate. First off, we got the controlled use of fire. Now that predates the last Ice Age. That's for sure. We found plenty of evidence of that. Our ancestors mastered fire perhaps 400,000 years ago or even more. But during the Ice Age, fire was absolutely indispensable. It provided heat, light, protection from predators, and a means to cook food, which not only made more foods edible, but also helped nutrition and calorie intake. Surviving frigid nights on the tundra required maintaining a hearth. Archaeologists have found remains of ancient hearths and campfires, even in some of the coldest locales inhabited by humans. For example, in the high Arctic of Siberia, evidence from sites like Yana above the Arctic Circle show that humans around 30,000 years ago were using fires in extremely cold conditions. They likely burned whatever fuel they could find. Wood was scarce on the open steppe, so they got creative. Ever heard of a bone fire? Well, it might sound odd, but the bones of animals rich in fat and marrow can be burned, and may have been used as a supplement to woody shrubs for fuel. There is evidence from some European sites that people burned mammoth bones, which emit a kind of grease-derived heat. Shelter was the second half of the equation, in terms of warmth at least. Not every group could rely on finding caves, though where they existed, caves provided ready-made insulation and a windbreak, so you're lucky when you do find one. Many famous European sites like Chauvet, Altamira, Lascaux, etc. showed the people sheltered in caves, and these also became canvases for their remarkable cave art. Maybe we'll talk a bit about that later. But in the flat steppe or icy plains, humans built their own shelters. This is where human ingenuity shines. They constructed huts from the available materials, and whether that be wood, animal hides, or even the bones of giant animals. We got one pretty astounding example that comes from Eastern Europe. Settlements like Mezerik in Ukraine, dated to about 17 to 18,000 years ago, contained the remains of circular huts built from mammoth bones. The people of Mezerik collected hundreds of mammoth bones, skulls, jaws, tusks, and leg bones, and they stacked them up into walls, presumably covering the structure with animal hides to make a snug dwelling. Real Fred Flintstone style, I think. Wilma! Oh, I love it. Anyway, these huts were roughly 4 to 5 meters across, which is a pretty decently sized room, and they contained hearths inside. Archaeologists found charred wood and bones from fires, stone tools, and debris from daily life within and around the shelters. The mammoth bone huts at Mezerik and similar sites like Kostenki in Russia or Dolny Vestonice in Moravia were sturdy enough to be used over multiple seasons or even years. In fact, recent research using refined radiocarbon dating showed that one mammoth bone structure was used off and on for several centuries, a sort of home base for successive generations, returned to in the coldest parts of the year. This speaks to a strategic adaptation. These communities identified favorable spots and invested effort to build semi-permanent winter dwellings. And that's a pretty poignant image. A ring of immense bones sheltering a human fire with the icy wind howling outside. And inside, the family huddled together, sharing warmth, a bit of food, and maybe a story. Architecture like that, the oldest known built houses in the world. It shows foresight and cooperation. Building a mammoth bone hut was not a task for one person. It required a group effort, from hunting or scavenging mammoths to hauling their bones and constructing the dwelling. The very existence of these houses tells us that Ice Age humans planned for the long term and worked collectively to modify their environment. But don't get me wrong, it's not like everywhere had mammoth bone huts all over the place. Not everywhere had mammoths, really. In other regions, people were likely building tents or huts from wood or hide, and of course they're not going to survive archaeologically. We see traces of post holes or rock circles from temporary camps, suggesting hide-covered tents akin to those later used by Arctic peoples like the Inuit or subarctic nomads. In any case, using the materials at hand, Ice Age foragers could make snug teepee-like shelters insulated with moss, snow, or earth. Some may have dug into permafrost to create a semi-subterranean home lined with stones, essentially earth lodges to cut the wind. In any case, there was quite a bit of diversity in types of shelters, but the common goal was to create a microclimate of warmth within a freezing world. Combined with fire, these shelters turned the environment from lethal to somewhat livable. But here's another pretty practical adaptation: clothing. For anatomically modern humans, who were mostly hairless, insulating clothing became crucial as they moved into colder climates. The Neanderthals and other archaic humans in Ice Age Europe likely also wore animal skins for warmth, though their clothing may have been simpler, like draped furs. Modern humans, however, seem to have developed more sophisticated tailored clothing during the Upper Paleolithic, so around 40 to 20,000 years ago. The evidence for clothing comes indirectly through tools. The appearance of bone needles and awls implies the sewing of fitted garments. One spectacular find comes from Denisova Cave in Siberia, a site that was inhabited by both Denisovians and later modern humans. Archaeologists discovered a 50,000-year-old sewing needle made from bone there. It has a pointed tip, and even a hole for the thread, just like a modern sewing needle. This remarkable tool shows that well before the coldest phase of the last Ice Age, humans, and possibly Denisovians in this case, had the know-how to stitch together furs or other materials. By the LGM, remember that's last glacial maximum, such technology was more widespread. Bone and ivory needles have been found in sites in China, for example in Liaoning province, from 30 to 23,000 years old, and across European sites of similar age. It tells us that people weren't simply wrapping themselves in loose pelts. They likely sewed multi-piece garments, perhaps tunics, leggings, and shoes to keep out the chill. We can infer what some of these clothes looked like from preservation in later eras or depictions. For instance, the figurines known as Venus statuettes, carved in the European Upper Paleolithic, occasionally show what looked like caps or garments on female form, though stylized, albeit. And some Upper Paleolithic burials preserve beads or ornaments that were once sewn into clothing. The famous burials at Sungir in Russia from around 28,000 years ago included thousands of ivory beads that had been sewn into the deceased's fur garments in patterns. These beads outline where a hood, shirt, or trousers would have been, confirming a tailored outfit. The people of the Ice Age likely wore layered clothing, an inner layer of soft hide or fur turned inward, and an outer layer of thicker hide or even woven fibers were available. And yes, there is evidence of emerging textiles. Pieces of woven flax fiber from around 30,000 years ago have been found in the Caucasus region, suggesting that people might braid or weave plant fibers for items like baskets, mats, or even clothing accessories. In short, our ancestors essentially invented the Ice Age wardrobe. They had parkas, pants, boots, mittens sometimes augmented with fur hats and cloaks. These inventions allowed them to maintain their own body heat, turning themselves into walking tents against the cold. In addition to warmth, clothing and gear provided protection and mobility. Sturdy hide boots would have made trekking over snow and ice much easier, and saved many toes from frostbite, I can imagine. Fur cloaks could double as bedding at night. We also see evidence of other personal gear that helped survival. For example, the use of snowshoes or skis is a later development. Definite skis appear by around 8,000 years ago in Scandinavia. But some have speculated that even Ice Age people might have used basic forms of snowshoes, a frame of bent wood with rawhide webbing to move in deep winter snows, especially in areas like Siberia. Though direct evidence for Paleolithic snowshoes hasn't been found. It stands to reason, though, that creative hunters would devise ways to avoid sinking into snow. They certainly crafted sleds or dragged loads on animal hide toboggans when moving camp. Every piece of material culture, from the needles to the sinew threads, shows the human capacity to innovate solutions. And in a time like the Ice Age, your capacity to do that is directly tied with your capacity to survive. Next up, food. That was non-negotiable. Without adequate calories, humans had perished quickly. Ice Age foragers developed a sense of, a suite rather, of hunting weapons and strategies to secure food from the environment. Stone tool technology progressed markedly during this time. Early in the Ice Age era, circa 100 to 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals and early modern humans used pretty simple Mosterian flake tools and basic spears. But by the height of the Ice Age, our species had invaded more lighter and lethal weaponry. One major development of the Upper Paleolithic was the atlatl, or spear thrower, a carved hook-like shaft that acted as an extension of the arm to throw darts or spears with far greater force and distance. The earliest clear spear throwers appear in the archaeological record around 20,000 years ago in Europe. Using an atlatl, a hunter could hurl a spear over 100 meters with accuracy, transforming the odds when targeting bigger animals. No longer did they need to risk approach within a few paces of a mammoth or bison to stab it. Now they could bombard it from a safer distance, certainly giving you a better chance of getting out of that situation alive. Another probable invention of the late Ice Age was the bow and arrow. Now, while the first concrete evidence of bow technology comes slightly after the Ice Age in some parts of the world, there are tantalizing hints that bow hunting might have begun earlier. Some stone and bow points from Africa and Eurasia around 20 to 30,000 years ago are small and thin, looking suitable for arrowheads rather than spearheads. Whether widespread or not in that glacial period, by the end of the Ice Age, humans certainly had bows in their arsenal, enabling them to shoot game silently from afar. Besides projectile weapons, Ice Age people also used thrusting spears, lances, and knives. These were for close encounters and finishing prey off. They made spears with fire-hardened wooden shafts and stone or bone tips. In frozen environments, even simple tools like hammerstones and butchery knives were vital to process animal carcasses, break bones up for marrow, and scrape hides for cooking. We find these in abundance at kill and butchery sites, for example, at mammoth kill sites in Central Europe dating to around 25,000 years ago, Heaps of butchered mammoth bones have been found alongside flint blades and scrapers. You don't get much better evidence than that. Humans also adapted their strategies and diet to the opportunities and challenges of the Ice Age. In productive steppe regions, big game hunting was a primary food source. Groups of hunters would collaborate and stalk and stampede a herd. They might have employed traps or natural features, for instance, driving reindeer toward an ambush or into corrals made of piled stones, or chasing herds toward concealed colleagues with spears at the ready. Some sites suggest that Ice Age hunters occasionally killed multiple animals at once by driving them into bogs or off cliffs, a practice well documented in later times as buffalo jumps by Native Americans, but perhaps with antecedents in the Pleistocene for horses or bison in Europe. A successful mammoth kill could feed a band for weeks, and every part of that animal was useful. Meat for food, fat for nutrition, and possibly as burning for lamp fuel, bones for tools and building, hide for shelter and clothing, sinews for cordage, and even ivory for making art or weapons. However, large game was not the only food. Flexibility was crucial. Ice Age humans gathered whatever plant foods they could in season. Roots, wild grains, nuts were available, and berries in the summer. They likely dried or smoked meat to preserve it for leaner times. There was evidence of food storage behavior, for instance, in some Upper Paleolithic sites. Archaeologists find pits that might have been used to cache meat or bones, perhaps left in frozen ground to naturally keep fresh, like using the earth as it's basically a freezer. In coastal areas or near rivers, people exploited aquatic resources. They caught fish, collected shellfish, and even sea mammals if possible. In fact, some of the earliest evidence of humans relying on marine foods comes from the late Ice Age. A famous example is in Southeast Asia. On the island of Timor, archaeologists found tens of thousands of fish bones in a cave, along with fish hooks made of shell dated to around 23,000 years ago. Some of those fish were deep-sea species, implying Ice Age mariners capable of offshore fishing. Now, that's pretty impressive, don't you think? Similarly, in Japan's Ryukyu Islands, or Okinawa, shell hooks from 23,000 years ago have been discovered. These findings reveal that even during the last glacial maximum, humans in certain regions were expert fishers and seafarers, supplementing their diet with rich protein from the ocean. In the African and Indian tropics, where megafauna were sparse compared to Eurasia, humans likely leaned more on small game, fish and plant foods. We find many small stone blades called microliths in these regions, suggesting composite tools like snares or arrows for hunting small animals or birds. The omnivorous and opportunistic diet of our species, eating everything from mammoth steaks to shellfish and root vegetables, that was a key survival trait. When one food source waned, humans had to turn to another. And it's this adaptability in diet that helped prevent complete starvation when the environment shifted suddenly, as it often did in the Pleistocene with rapid climate oscillations. Of course, though, all this technology would have been for nothing if it wasn't without social adaptation. Humans are uniquely social creatures. Well, at least most people are. And Ice Age communities leverage this to survive. One obvious aspect is cooperative hunting, which we have touched on. Taking down large prey was usually a team effort, and, it involved shared risk and division of labor, coordination, and so on. A lone hunter could rarely kill a mammoth, but a coordinated group could. The spoils were then shared among the group, an early form of economic cooperation. But beyond the immediate band, which might have been 20 to 50 individuals, survival often depended on connections with neighboring bands. No group could live in total isolation indefinitely. They needed to exchange mates to avoid inbreeding, share knowledge of where resources could be found, and sometimes trade materials like, high-quality stone tools for perhaps needles or ornamental shells, something like this. Archaeological finds support the existence of long-distance social networks during the last ice age. For example, certain types of flint or obsidian that make superior tools have been discovered hundreds of kilometers away from their source, indicating that people either traveled great distances or engaged in trade and gift exchange through intermediate groups. One case is the presence of Mediterranean seashells in sites deep in continental Europe, far from the ocean, dating to around 30,000 years ago. These shells, likely valued as ornaments, must have been pressed hand to hand across communities, showing a chain of communication and exchange over large regions. Such networks would have been lifelines in hard times. If one group was hit by a local famine, they might seek help or refuge with another. Shared cultural practices, perhaps common languages or rituals, would facilitate these interactions. Social learning was another facet. By interacting, groups could exchange not just goods but ideas. If one clan discovered a better method for tanning hides or a new kind of trap, neighboring groups might adopt it. There is evidence in the archaeological record of rapid spread of certain technologies, which could be explained by people learning from each other across distances. The proliferation of particular tool styles, let's say a new type of spear point, something like that, over a continent, suggests the flow of information via social contacts. We also see deliberate gatherings that likely had social and cultural significance. In parts of Europe, during slightly warmer interludes of the Ice Age, large groups would seasonally gather at specific sites, perhaps drawn by abundant resources like migrating reindeer herds or salmon runs in the river, things like this. At such meeting places, they might have held feasts, exchanged spouses, performed ceremonies, and reinforced alliances. A possible example is the site at Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic from 30,000 years ago, which appears to have been a sizable encampment with elaborate burials, including, by the way, a ritual burial of 2 young men and a woman, interred together with grave goods and red ochre. Abundant art objects were there too, like the famous Venus Dolní Věstonice figurine, and evidence of large-scale mammoth hunting and processing. One interpretation is that this site could have been an aggregation hub, where many multiple bands met periodically. In such congregation events, information would be shared widely, news of changing climate, movements of herds, availability of flint sources, etc. It could all be disseminated at places like this, giving participants a better chance to adapt in the coming year. Language and cognitive flexibility also underpin these adaptations. By the last Ice Age, humans certainly had fully developed language. Some scholars think complex language might have been in place by around 100,000 years ago or more. Language allowed planning, things like teaching as well, and the preservation of memories. But it also enabled the creation of mythologies and collective identities that could be extended beyond the immediate kin. You see, if 2 distant bands believed they shared an ancestor or spiritual connection, they might treat each other better, rather than as just pure competitors. The Ice Age likely saw the birth of human oral traditions, stories, songs, and rituals that carried practical knowledge and social bonding. One fascinating piece of evidence for communal and ritual activity during harsh times is the phenomenon of cave art. Deep in caves in Western Europe, starting around 40,000 years ago, and continuing through the LGM, especially flourishing again after 21,000, up to about 12,000 years ago. People created stunning paintings and engravings of animals, symbols, and even human handprints. But what does that have to do with survival? Good question. Possibly a great deal, in terms of psychological and social terms. These cave sanctuaries were not living quarters. They were often deep, pitch-dark chambers far from entrances. Entering them was a deliberate effort. Researchers hypothesized that cave art was part of spiritual or ritual life, perhaps ceremonies to ensure good luck in hunting or initiation rites, or a way to share narratives and cosmology. The fact that humans developed precious time and resources to create art in the middle of an ice age suggests that symbolic thought and community ritual were essential parts of life and not luxuries. Such activities could strengthen group cohesion, reduce stress by providing a sense of control or connection to the supernatural, and facilitate knowledge transfer. For instance, teaching novices about animals and hunting practices through painted images. And here's something interesting. Footprints of children have been found in decorated caves like Rofignac and others, indicating that whole families participated, and even the kids might have played a role in the ceremonies. Now one can imagine during fierce winters gathering around a fire in a cave with all those little painted images of the bison and horses, how the ancestors might have enacted stories, taught the young, and reinforced the idea that, I don't know, maybe hardships have a meaning and their group had the favor of the spirits or something like that. It's a kind of cultural adaptation. It gives emotional solace, it reinforces norms, and it motivates a group effort. It keeps morale high. And that's harder to quantify than calories or tools, harder to find evidence of it, but I think we can say that it was a likely pillar of our survival. Humans who believed in each other and in a hopeful narrative, they could persevere better through hardships. But finally, let's not overlook compassion and care within social groups. Another way humanity survived was by banding together and caring for their sick or injured. Archaeologists have found evidence of early or infirm individuals in the Ice Age sites who lived long enough that they must have been cared for by others, since alone they wouldn't be able to manage to procure food. For instance, a famous earlier example, a bit before the last Ice Age, is a Neanderthal from Shanidar, Iraq, who was severely disabled, yet lived many years. Now, presumably, this is because others fed and sheltered him. In our own species remains, we likewise sometimes see healed injuries. This indicates a social safety net of sorts. A lone individual in the Ice Age could rarely survive, but a caring group, well, they could keep nearly everyone alive through collective effort. Now we have discussed the general strategies, so let's take a bit of a tour around the Ice Age world and see how things played out in different regions. Humanity's survival story is certainly a patchwork of local tales. So let's look at how each environment posed unique problems and ultimately elicited tailored solutions. Let's start in Africa. This was where humans are believed to have first evolved, and it remained a crucial refuge for Homo sapiens throughout the Ice Age. Even as glaciers spread in the north, Africa never froze over. In fact, much of sub-Saharan Africa remained comparatively warmer. However, Africa's challenge was fluctuating rainfall. During the glacial peaks, Africa experienced spells of extreme aridity. The Sahara Desert expanded dramatically, at times almost doubling its current area, effectively cutting off North Africa from sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps along the Nile corridor. Similarly, deserts and semi-deserts in East and Southern Africa grew, shrinking arable and habitable land. Yet research suggests that a significant portion of Africa, estimates ranging from about 30 to over 50% of the continent, stayed pretty stable in ecological terms, at least enough to support human life even at the glacial maximum. These refugia were often areas with reliable water. Major river valleys like the Nile, Niger, Zambezi, islands that trapped moisture, and coastal regions where the ocean moderated climates or provided marine foods. One example is the coastal area of South Africa. Archaeological findings indicate that humans were present at sites along the southern Cape throughout the last ice age. Caves such as Pinnacle Point and Blombos, though famous for even earlier Middle Stone Age occupation, likely continued to be used in later periods as well. The southern coast had the advantage of relatively stable rainfall and an abundance of marine resources. Even in dry glacial times, the cold Benguela current along the southern Atlantic would have sustained rich kelp forests and marine life, giving coastal foragers shellfish, fish, and seal meat to eat. Coastal refuges might have been lifesavers when inland areas were too dry to traverse. Now, the tool culture of the late Pleistocene Africa featured a lot of microlithic technology. Tiny stone blades or geometric flakes were produced in large quantities. These microliths were likely hafted onto shafts or wooden handles as composite tools. They could serve as barbs for arrows or harpoons, or as cutting edges in light, portable tools. The prevalence of microliths suggests a flexible approach to hunting rather than focusing on huge game. Sub-Saharan African foragers may have targeted a wider variety of small to medium animals, snared birds or fish, and gathered wild plant foods. Ethnographic analogy with later African hunter-gatherers might provide a few clues. Sand foragers knew dozens of edible plant species and employed poison-tipped arrows to fell antelope with patience and tracking. It is plausible, too, that Ice Age Africans had similarly deep knowledge of their environment. But interestingly, Africa also serves as a source of a kind of genetic resilience. Genetic studies show that African populations maintained higher diversity throughout the Ice Age compared to those that left Africa, and this implies that they were less bottlenecked. Indeed, African humanity, though challenged, never dropped to as low as a population as humans in Europe or Asia might have at certain points, so there is that. When the Ice Age ended, Africa likely saw a population expansion, and some of these populations would later contribute to repopulating other areas or adding to the genetic mix as migrations occurred post-glacially. Well, now let's get away from Africa. Let's look at Europe. During the Ice Age, it often serves as a classic image. Think of the fur-clad hunters stalking the reindeer across the plains, all that sort of thing. It was one of the most rigorously tested theaters of human survival, simply because northern Europe was as harsh as any place that humans have lived. The northern half of the continent was frequently uninhabitable, buried under ice or too cold for year-round occupation. But southern and central Europe had pockets of more temperate conditions, and this is where humanity held out. During the last glacial maximum, many parts of Europe saw humans retreat into refugial zones, mainly in the south. The Franco-Cantabrian region, northern Spain and southern France, is a famous refuge. Protected by the Pyrenees to the north and with the moderating Atlantic influence, this area remained relatively rich in game and edible plants. Not coincidentally, it's in this very region that we find an efflorescence of cave art, Lascaux, Altamira, etc., and artifacts during and after the LGM. The Magdalenian culture, circa 17 to 12,000 years ago, thrived here as the climate warmed slightly, giving rise to beautifully carved tools, decorative objects, and lots of evidence of reindeer and horse hunting. Another like the refuge was the plains of Ukraine and Russia just south of the ice sheet. Though it was extremely cold there, groups like those at Mezrich in Ukraine survived by exploiting the game-rich steppe near the ice's edge. The Italian peninsula and the Balkans also harbored people through the glacial peak. These warmer peninsulas allowed forests to survive in pockets, which provided firewood, nuts, and game like wild boar and deer, alongside open country animals. Life in Ice Age Europe meant following the animals to some extent. In the warmer months, herds of reindeer, horses, and bison would migrate north into the tundra for grazing, and humans would follow these migrations to hunt them, much as Arctic people followed caribou migrations in recent centuries. When the winter set in, both animals and humans often moved south or to lower elevations to avoid the worst cold. So European hunter-gatherers likely had seasonal rounds, regular patterns of moving between favored locations with the seasons. A dramatic example of survival and activity in glacial Europe is a story told by Chauvet Cave in France. Discovered in 1994, Chauvet contains paintings as old as 32,000 years, but also later evidence of use around 26,000 years ago, close to the LGM. Among its secrets, Chauvet preserved a set of human footprints deep inside. Analysis showed that they were left by a young boy around 8 to 10 years old, walking barefoot through the cave mud, carrying a torch. Torches, traces of charcoal fell alongside his prints, as we know that, and at one point apparently accompanied by a large canid, either a wolf or possibly one of the earliest domesticated dogs, as paw prints were found alongside the child's steps. Now this suggests a scenario. One cold night in Ice Age France, a small group of ventures nearly a kilometer into a pitch-black cave for a ritual or exploration. The child walks trustingly next to a wolf or dog, and, well, the boy stops to brush or blow on his torch, sprinkling charcoal, and then continues on. Finally, they exit, leaving that cave to silence for millennia, until modern archaeologists arrive and make up a bit of a narrative story out of their own interest. Evidence like that shows how even during harsh times, human curiosity and culture did not falter. The footprints also hint at domestication of dogs by the Ice Age's end. Having a canine companion in those days could greatly boost survival. Still does in this day. Dogs can help with everything: hunting, carrying loads, and serve as sentinels against wild predators, not to mention good companions. Genetic and archaeological research suggests that dogs may have been domesticated by roughly 20 to 15,000 years ago, possibly first in Siberia or somewhere in North Eurasia. By around 15,000 years ago, we have clear burials of dogs with humans. For example, a dog buried alongside humans at Bonn Oberkassel in Germany, dated 14,000 years ago, complete with care given to the dog in life. So as the Ice Age neared its end after about 15,000 years ago, Europe's human populations rebounded with expanding rapidity northward. But during the glacial maximum, they were squeezed into the south. Genetic studies of ancient DNA from European fossils reveal a founding population of European hunter-gatherers managed to persist through the LGM instead of going extinct. But later, as conditions improved, there were also significant repopulation events. People from those southwestern refuges like Spain spread north, and also people from southeastern Europe and Anatolia moved in. Thus, even within Europe, there was a mixing and mobility once the ice relinquished its grip. Next, we move to Asia, and that's quite vast and had pretty varied conditions. Western Asia, i.e. the Near East, was in some ways an extension of Europe's story. Parts of the Middle East, like the Levant, provided relatively milder climates where humans could survive and even flourish. Moving eastward and northward, we encountered the giant grasslands of Central Asia and Siberia, the heart of the Mammoth steppe. These regions, though brutally cold in winter, supported abundant game and a surprising number of human cultures over the millennia. Then there's South Asia, the Indian subcontinent, and East Asia, China and beyond, which, while not glaciated, were affected by colder temperatures and reduced rainfall. And unique among the regions is the Tibetan Plateau, a high-altitude, cold desert. One might assume it was empty during the glacial times, but new evidence tells us that humans managed even there. In Siberia and Central Asia, archaeological finds indicate that humans were present at astonishingly high latitudes, even during cold phases. For example, the Yana rhinoceros horn site in Arctic Siberia at 71 degrees north latitude has human artifacts dated to about 27,000 years, right in the run-up to the LGM. Now this site, located on the Yana River, yielded stone tools, mammoth and rhinoceros bones with cut marks, and even personal ornaments like beads and pendants made of animal teeth and ivory. The very name comes from a spear foreshaft carved from a woolly rhinoceros horn found there. The people at Yana were hunting big game like rhinos and mammoths in an extremely cold environment, where winter darkness lasts for months. So how did they survive? It's likely they had to build substantial shelters, possibly insulated pit houses or hide yurts, had tailored fur clothing. One would imagine multiple layers of reindeer fur and wolverine fur. And by the way, wolverine fur is prized even today for parka trim because the frost doesn't accumulate on it. And mastered food storage, perhaps freeze-storing meat underground in the permafrost. The rich animal resources of the mammoth steppe provided calories needed. Herbivore herds were the lifeblood. It's interesting to note that some genetic evidence suggests that these Arctic groups were pioneers that didn't necessarily stay continuously. Some have retreated south during the LGM proper, and then recolonized. Hang on a second. Sorry, excuse me. Someone's trying to call me. I do apologize. Where was I? Let's start again. It's interesting to note that some genetic evidence suggests that these Arctic groups were pioneers that didn't necessarily stay continuously. Some may have retreated south during the LGM proper and then recolonized the far north after. The environment at the height of the glaciation in far northern Siberia might have forced even hardy groups like the Yana folks to withdraw temporarily to slightly less hostile climates in the south, and then come north again when things eased off a little. Moving down to the steppelands of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and northern China, here the Ice Age meant cold, dry grasslands, but not impassable wastelands. Human finds are abundant. One famous culture in Siberia around 18 to 20,000 years ago is the Malta culture near Lake Baikal. At Malta site in Russia, remains of huts believed to be covered in animal hides, numerous tools and art objects, including the Malta Venus figurines and a beautifully carved bird, were found associated with the child's burial. A boy around 4 years old whose skeleton was covered with beads. That boy's genome was sequenced, revealing he lived about 24,000 years ago, and had genetic affinities to both West Eurasian peoples and the ancestors of Native Americans. What this tells us is that Siberia was a crossroads. People from west and east mixed there despite the harsh climate. The Malta findings also indicate that people had resources to spare for art and ornamentation. They made pendants of ivory and mother of pearl from freshwater mollusks, indicating trade or travel. The nearest source of those shells was quite far away. They also crafted intricate projectile points and possibly used sleds or other equipment to deal with snow, though we infer the latter. The Malta were able to hunt mammoths and undoubtedly clothed themselves in fur from head to toe. The burial with decorative beads suggests a belief system or respect for individuals that goes beyond mere day-to-day survival. Again, just another emphasis that even in adversity, humans maintained a cultural depth. In East Asia, China and its environs, the situation varied by latitude. Northern China had lowest plains that were cold and dry. Peking man's old haunts of Zhoukoudian near Beijing would later be occupied by Homo sapiens as well, enduring the glacial climates. Meanwhile, southern China and Southeast Asia were cooler than now, but still fairly lush in places. Yet the reduced rainfall might have made some areas more savanna-like. Human populations persisted, though their archaeology is less well known than that in Europe for the period. At least hopefully we can discover some things quickly about that, see what the next decade or two holds for Chinese archaeology. We do know that by the later part of the Ice Age, people in China were making advanced blade tools, pottery. In fact, the earliest pottery in the world comes from around 20,000 years ago in China, sites at Xianrendong Cave, likely for cooking and storage. And possibly they had domesticated the dog independently. There are ancient dog remains in East Asia too. Southeast Asia's large islands like Sundaland, Indonesia/Malaysia combined with the mainland, had hunter-gatherers who likely focused on shorelines and rainforests for food. Even during the last glacial maximum, pockets of rainforests in Sundaland survived, acting as refuges for both animals and humans, especially in Sumatra and Borneo. But a particularly surprising chapter is Tibet. The Tibetan plateau, averaging 4,000 plus meters in elevation, is extremely cold, and was even more so in the late Ice Age. For a long time, archaeologists thought humans couldn't have effectively colonized Tibet until after the Ice Age, when warmer conditions and technology like domesticated yaks had become available. However, recent discoveries have challenged that assumption. Charcoal from hearths and stone tools have been found in the southern Tibetan plateau, Yarlung-Tsangpo River Valley region, that is, that date to the last glacial maximum around 23,000 to 24,000 years ago. This suggests that humans did venture onto the plateau and managed to survive there in what would have been the coldest, at least one of the coldest inhabited places on Earth. Perhaps they stuck to valleys that were slightly lower elevation and thus milder, and likely depended on hunting Himalayan fauna and gathering what seasonal plants they could find. At any rate, by the end of the Ice Age, humans were certainly established on the plateau. Just another testament to their reach. Let's look over to North America now. During the last Ice Age, North America and Asia were intermittently connected by the Bering Land Bridge, forming a region called Beringia. Beringia was at times a vast steppe tundra plain teeming with life. You had mammoths, you had caribou, bison, and wolves, and more animals roamed this land corridor. But yeah, the big four were those main ones. It wasn't entirely ice-free, but large areas of it remained unglaciated because snowfall was actually pretty low. Cold air holds little moisture, so interior Beringia was cold and dry, with glaciers mainly confined to surrounding mountains. Humans definitely inhabited Beringia. The archaeological record in Siberia shows continuous presence, approaching what would have been the land's bridge's western edge. In Alaska and Yukon, the eastern Beringian site, we have evidence of humans, and by perhaps 14 to 15,000 years ago or slightly earlier. However, a tantalizing new piece of evidence implies people may have been in southern parts of North America even during the LGM. Fossilized human footprints at White Sands, New Mexico, have been dated to around 23,000 years ago, smack bang in the middle of the last glacial maximum. If that dating is accurate, it means some pioneering groups managed to skirt the edges of the ice sheets and reach the Americas much earlier than long thought. These footprints, left in silty mud by what appear to be teenagers and children, paint a picture of a community going about daily tasks on the shores of a now vanished Ice Age lake. They walked in soft mud, among giant ground sloths and mammoths. Prints of those animals were also found intermingled, maybe fetching water or tracking prey, and their footfalls dried and remained as ghosts of their presence for a millennia. Pretty astounding to think that as glaciers loomed in the north, a group of humans was already successfully living in the American Southwest, finding pockets of habitability there. But more traditionally, It's believed that most human migrations into the Americas happened around or just before the glacial maximum, when warming began to open up more corridors. By about 15,000, 13,000 years ago, sites appear throughout the Americas, from the Pacific Northwest to Chile. So how did these early Americans survive? Much like their counterparts in Siberia, they exploited the rich bounty of the Pleistocene megafauna. The first widely recognized culture in North America is called the Clovis culture, dating to around 13,000 years ago. Known for their distinctive spear points, Clovis people and other contemporary groups hunted mammoths, mastodons, giant bison, and other large animals. Sites like the Murray Springs and Lange Ferguson kill sites show mammoth skeletons with stone points embedded, butcher marks on their bones, and campsites where meat was processed. In the Great Plains and beyond, these hunter-gatherers spread wildly. It appears that when the ice receded, humans were almost immediately at the heels of the retreating glaciers, moving into new territory and multiplying. Some theories suggest that humans, as they spread through the Americas, encountered animals that were not used to human hunters, and were thus relatively easier to hunt, at least for a while. But this contributed to the wave of extinctions of megafauna by about 10 to 11,000 years ago. But during that initial period, those animals fed and clothed many generations of people. Now, one cannot forget that crossing Beringia and moving south might have required some coastal seafaring as well. The kelp highway hypothesis suggests that people could have taken boats along the Pacific coast, living off rich marine life. Kelp forests yield fish, shellfish, seals, etc., which could have been a viable strategy even during glacial times, as long as there was an ice-free coastline. Some early sites in the Americas, like on the Channel Islands of California 13,000 years ago, show a marine adaptation originated earlier in Asia, something that likely also helped people reach places like Australia and the Ryukyu Islands earlier on. Though direct evidence of Ice Age boats is lacking, there were likely wood or skin that didn't preserve. Indirect evidence strongly suggests that humans built watercraft, perhaps simple canoes or skin boats, by at least 40,000 years ago for Australia, and continued improving them. Fire, the double-edged gift of Mother Nature. Dangerous and destructive, sure, but ultimately transformative and essential for human progress. And when we talk about prehistory, there is a question, and that is, when did our ancestors first discover how to control fire? That's what we're going to talk about today. It's a bit of archaeology, a bit of speculation, and try and mix it in with a bit of common sense. So first, before we begin, let me just welcome you quickly. Hello everyone. Thank you to everyone supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, merch store, and the occasional donation. Links are in description. And do the whole like, comment, and subscribe thing if you feel like doing it. Alright, all out of the way. Let's begin. So first, put yourself 1,000,000 years back and think about a lightning strike on a dry savanna which ignites a wildfire. The early humans watch from as safe a distance as possible. The predators flee, and the land turns black. Now at some point, our primitive ancestors dared to approach those flames, perhaps capturing a burning branch or embers. Now this moment, the taming of fire, would become a true turning point in human evolution, and it would ultimately mark the dawn of a new era. The significance of fire for human evolution really cannot be overstated. Controlled fire provided warmth in cold climates. It provided light after dark, protection from predators, and the revolutionary practice of cooking food. all of which likely had profound effects on our biology and culture. Now, we mentioned cooking, and indeed the cooking hypothesis, notably championed by primatologist Richard Wrangham from 2009, suggests that cooking allowed early humans to extract more calories and nutrients from their food, and thus fueling the evolution of larger brains and smaller digestive tracts. Now, fire would also play its part in this. It would have extended social activity into the evening, as small groups gathered around campfires, perhaps giving rise to storytelling and tighter social bonds. Now, that helps the brain too, for sure. But when did this critical mastery of fire first occur? The answer requires examining a bit of prehistoric evidence. I know it's very hard, right? We've got to remember there are no written records from the Stone Age, of course. The Flintstones does not count, for those wondering. We've got to rely on subtle clues in archaeology. Layers of ancient ash, charred bones and plant remains, heat-altered stones and sediments. The faint traces of fires long, long ago. Not quite a wild goose chase, but we're getting pretty close to it. Now, discovering when humans first tamed fire, it's a bit of a detective job. Scientists have to engage in careful, critical thinking, and that is the reason for this introductory caveat. Not every patch of burned dirt is a campfire, and not every charred bone was cooked by humans. Natural wildfires can also leave similar traces, that's for sure. Thus, researchers have to scrutinize each potential fire remain to determine if it was burned in a controlled human context, or simply one of those lightning strikes, starting up a wildfire. Over the past few decades, evidence has steadily pushed the date of the earliest controlled fires further and further back in time. But there's still debate and caution in the scientific community. And, well, this video is probably going to be completely pointless in 10 years' time, when the evidence is all changing. But as for 2026, we're just going to do the best we can. We have to look at the most credible discoveries, and with a bias toward primary archaeological findings, but also consider alternate viewpoints. By weaving together all these findings, from an ancient African cave to open-air sites in Europe and Asia, we try to get a comprehensive picture of how our distant ancestors first discovered fire. Now, crucially, quote, discovering fire, end quote, was not a singular moment that was achieved by a single genius, as legends like the Greek Prometheus myth might imply. Not knocking the Greek myths, but we're talking about archaeology here in a strict sense. Instead, it appears to have been a gradual and possible repeated process across different times and places. You see, early humans likely first encountered fire as a natural phenomenon, and only later learned to control it and eventually create it at will, which is an entirely different thing, and it's one of those skills that modern humans have allowed to degenerate. I don't think, I don't know, some people know the sort of way to start a fire at will, but the practical way of doing it is different from how you think of it in your head. In any case, we're going to try to make a chronological approach to exploring the key stages. That is, the early encounters with natural fire, the patchy evidence for the first tentative fire use in the early Pleistocene era, and the stronger evidence of habitual fire in the middle Pleistocene, by roughly about 400,000 years ago. And finally, of course, the mastery of fire-making techniques by Neanderthals and modern humans. Now, with all that being said, and strong caveats for prehistory videos based not on written evidence but archaeology all said and done, let's get into our earliest encounters. Long before humans learned to kindle their own fires, they would have witnessed natural fires, volcanic activity, or brush fires under the hot African sun. Now, just quickly as well, we do start with Africa, just as a course of, perhaps not good manners, but just a course of the way that these discoveries have been found. The out of Africa theory at the moment is somewhat contested, so we'll make a different video on that. In any case, these natural wildfires were part of the environment in which early hominins evolved. Anthropologist John Gowlett has described how our ancestors first interacted with fire and were likely doing so in opportunistic ways. After a wildfire, early humans could scavenge the freshly burned landscape. The flames would drive away predators and competitors, while leaving behind singed carcasses and roasted tubers. Evidence from modern ecology shows that some animals today take advantage of wildfires. For example, certain birds of prey swoop in to catch small animals fleeing. And by analogy, early Homo or late Australopithecus, individuals on the African savanna might have followed wildfires for easy hunting or foraging. Of course, the wild game are a little bit distracted by the giant raging hellscape behind them. It's very easy to put a spear into one of them after that. Now, the meat of animals killed or cooked by fire, and the charred roots or nuts left in the embers, would have been easier to chew, and more nutritious than raw foods. These benefits suggest that even before humans controlled fire, they likely appreciated its usefulness. Paleoanthropologists have speculated that repeated exposure to the aftermath of natural fires could have taught early humans that cooked food is a little bit better tasting and a bit more sustaining for them. So, the next logical step was to preserve and transport fire. For instance, a group might have carried a burning branch or chunk of smoldering wood from a wildfire back to their camp, keeping the embers alive. While we have no direct archaeological or evidence of this fire-borrowing behavior, it's a reasonable scenario. At least we have to use a bit of our imagination within the confines of common sense. Intriguingly, some early hunter-gatherer societies in a more recent history were known to maintain a perpetual fire, keeping embers alight because they lacked the means to spark a new flame easily. Now, early humans could have done something similar, using slow-burning materials, perhaps green wood or dried dung to keep coals glowing through the night. In a way, the earliest fire tenders might have emerged long before anyone knew how to strike a spark on their own. It is important to note that no animals besides humans truly control fire. Our closest living relatives, chimpanzees, do not cook or carry fire, at least as of the time of this video. Who knows what advances the chimpanzees will make over the next few years? Time can only tell. But here's the thing. They do show this curiosity toward fire. There are anecdotal observations of wild chimpanzees calmly moving after a passing bushfire, indicating that they comprehended that the fire will follow a predictable path. But they never fed the fire or used it. Now, this highlights that the controlled use of fire is a uniquely human skill, we can put it that way. At some unknown point in the deep past, our ancestors made the cognitive leap from fearing fire to taming it. The discovery of how to manage fire would require not only bravery and ingenuity, but also social cooperation. Someone must watch the flames and gather fuel to keep it going. Thus, taming the fire was likely as much as a cultural breakthrough as a technological one. So, for hundreds of thousands of years, fire was probably something to be feared and occasionally exploited when nature brought about the right conditions. These experiences would have gradually taught early humans the properties of fire, that it provides heat and light, that it hardens wood and clay, that it can be kept alive with fuel, and that it can utterly transform food and materials. Such knowledge, accumulated over generations, could eventually lead to purposeful fire use. But to find out when our ancestors truly crossed the threshold of controlling fire, we have to turn to archaeological record for concrete traces of ancient hearths and flames. And guess what? That's where we turn to next. Well, hunting for the evidence of fire in sites that are over 1 million years old is understandably quite a challenging task. We don't need to be scientists to know that, nor math magicians. Much of the material is extremely ancient and often burned or fragmentary, but I suppose that's the point. Moreover, distinguishing a prehistoric campfire from the results of a brush fire or other natural burning is pretty difficult, especially in open environments where traces can be scattered. Despite these challenges, though, scientists have identified several key sites in Africa that offer tantalizing clues to very early fire use by our human ancestors. Here, we focus on these early sites, roughly 1.5 to 1 million years ago, which may mark humanity's first steps towards mastering fire, or at least in a clumsy way. Now, first, let's start with Swartkrans Cave in South Africa. One of the first pieces of evidence suggesting early fire control was found at Swartkrans, a limestone cave rich in fossils of early hominins. In the 1980s, archaeologist C.K. Bob Brain, and colleague Andrew Sillen discovered over 270 charred bone fragments in a layer of Swartkrans dating to about 1 to 1.5 million years ago. These burned bones were mixed with stone tools made by early humans, likely Homo erectus or Homo ergaster, and animal bones with cut marks from butchery. The distribution of the burned bones through several sediment layers suggests that fires recurred in the cave over time, rather than a one-off event. Now, importantly, analysis of the bone chemistry showed that they had been heated to about 400 to 700 degrees Celsius, temperatures consistent with a controlled wood fire, and much higher than what grassland bushfire would typically achieve inside a cave. These findings, first reported in 1988, made Swartkrans one of the earliest sites proposed for human-controlled fire. You see how we can kind of look at evidence and figure it out from these little clues. Fascinating, isn't it? I think so. As Brain and Sillen argued, it seems unlikely that so many bones, concentrated in certain areas of the cave, were burned by wildfires. Instead, they concluded that early humans were bringing fire into the cave. One striking detail: among the burned bones was a single hominin bone from the robust Paranthropus robustus, the Australopithecine, as it's also called. Now, this raised eyebrows. Could it mean that early humans cooked or scavenged their evolutionary cousins? Imagine Homo sapiens perhaps eating Homo erectus, viewing them as animals or something like that. Who knows? Well, the discoverers cautioned that it was probably accidental, not evidence of cannibalism. And indeed, P. robustus, remember that's Paranthropus robustus, may have fallen victim to a natural or predatory fire. I think we'll probably never know the full story. But overall, the Swartkrans burned bones suggest that by about 1 million years ago, early humans in South Africa had at least sporadic use of fire, likely for cooking meat or disposing of carcasses. Next, we go to East Africa, where some of the earliest Homo erectus fossils are found. Researchers have also looked for signs of ancient fire use here. Back in the 1970s and 80s, teams working at Kubi Fora in northern Kenya, at Chesawanja in Kenya, also reported that they believed they had found traces of ancient hearths and sediments, about 1.5 million years old, that is. At Kubafora, a patch of reddish baked soil was initially interpreted as possibly a fire-hardened clay hearth. Similarly, At Chesawanja, scientists found reddened clay lumps that appeared to be thermally altered, suggesting burning around 1.4 million years ago. However, these early claims have been widely debated and doubted in the scientific community. Natural processes, such as the spontaneous heating of organic-rich sediments in the sun, well, that can also produce reddening and the hardening that mimics fire effects. I mean, look at the red center of Australia. You want to know about that? So, for decades, the Kubifora evidence remained quite contentious. Though recently, a new study brought Kubifora back into the spotlight. In 2019, the archaeologists Sarah Klubik and colleagues applied advanced techniques like FTIR spectroscopy, a method of detecting chemical changes from heating, to the Kubifora sediments and stone tools. They reported finding microscopic signs of thermal alteration on stone artifacts and bones, consistent with the within situ burning around 1.5 million years ago. Now, this suggests that the early Homo erectus occupants of Kubifora did indeed use fire on site, perhaps building small campfires. Although researchers do still remain cautious, this isn't a eureka moment, but it's still something. The burning evidence is patchy, and some scholars still argue it could be the result of natural fires. So in short, Kubifora provides possible evidence of fire use at 1.5 to 1.6 million years, but it's not yet universally accepted as proof of controlled fire. These findings do exemplify the healthy skepticism in science. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, as usual. Of course, the debate's going to continue for quite some time. Hopefully we'll figure it out soon. Good luck to all of you out there in Africa. Now, staying within Africa, of course, we are in Ethiopia now. Another early site often mentioned is Gadeb in this country, at least in our modern conception of countries and nation-states, where a layer of stones was reported to show signs of heating. You've got cracked surfaces, discoloring, kind of things, and in context of perhaps as old as 1.3 million years. Now, this too has been considered problematic evidence by many researchers. Without tools or clear human-related activity directly associated, it's pretty difficult to be sure that those heat-altered stones actually mean a controlled fire, rather than just a brush fire. Thus, Gadeb remains suggestive, but inconclusive. In weighing these early African sites, many experts until recently leaned towards skepticism. But in 2011, a comprehensive review by Will Roebrooks and Paula Vila examined the known evidence and concluded that convincing proof of habitual fire use was absent before about 400,000 years ago. According to their analysis, early humans in Africa and the first humans to leave Africa into Eurasia might have survived for hundreds of thousands of years without regular fire use. This conservative view essentially suggests that fire control might have been a late acquisition in human evolution, an idea that challenges hypotheses like Wrangham's, which would put fire much earlier, as we spoke about before. However, the very next year, 2012, brought a discovery that shifted the balance of evidence and extended the timeline of fire use deeper into the past. In 2012, a team of archaeologists and microanalysts led by Francisco Berna announced the discovery of unmistakable fire residues in Wonderwork Cave, South Africa, in layers of about 1 million years old, give or take a few years, perhaps. Wonderwork is a massive cave site that was inhabited on and off by humans for 1 million years, or at least around that. Deep inside the cave, about 30 meters from the entrance, Berner and colleagues identified microscopic particles of wood ash and charred bone embedded in the sediment. The ash lenses were thin and powdery, indicating burned grass or leaves, and they were mingled with stone tools of the archaeological tradition. Hand axes, made by early humans mainly. Because these deposits lay well inside the cave, it is very unlikely they resulted from natural wildfires, which would not typically creep into a cave depths, because you have things like oxygen and all that sort of thing. Fires just don't go into that with the dampness. Now, the context strongly implies that humans were burning plant material and bones right there in Wonderwork Cave 1,000,000 years ago. This find is considered the earliest secure evidence of human-controlled fire to date. The sediment analysis even suggested fires were small and ephemeral, perhaps little campfires used briefly and then left to burn out, which fits the idea of early, inexperienced fire use. Wonderwork Cave's importance lies in its clear context. Humans were present. We have their tools. We don't get much better evidence than that. And something was being burned by them, deliberately, not by a lightning strike out in the open. After Wonderwork's study was published, the scientific consensus began shifting to accept that Homo erectus, or at least a closely related ancestor, was indeed using fire in Africa around 1,000,000 years ago. Now, hold your horses, that doesn't necessarily mean they could spark fire from scratch, but it does mean that they could keep a fire going and utilize it, at least at certain sites. Now, these sites collectively indicate that the same hominins were using fire in Africa by around 1,000,000 years ago, but possibly earlier. The strongest, least ambiguous case is Wonderwork Cave at 1,000,000 years, which presently stands as a milestone, the first incontrovertible campfire. Prior instances like Swartgrans and Cubifora are pretty interesting, and they're probably genuine, but researchers continue to seek additional proof, for example, more extensive burnt material or repeated patterns. As of now, the period between roughly 1.5 million and 1 million years ago is a plausible window for the initial discovery of fire control. It is quite possible that Homo erectus, a species emerging around 1.8 to 1.7 million years ago, was the first fire controller. Given that all these early sites are associated with the Acheulean tool makers, thought to be either Homo erectus or Homo ergaster. So after 1,000,000 years ago, evidence for fire becomes more widespread and stronger, though it still appears intermittently at first. By the Middle Pleistocene, approximately 800 to 300 years before the present, we start to see clear signs that human ancestors not only used fire occasionally, but were making it a habitual part of their lives across Africa and into a few other regions. This period corresponds to Homo heidelbergensis, the common ancestor of Neanderthals and modern humans, and early Homo sapiens. It is also the era where humans expanded into cooler climates in Europe and Asia, where fire would have been extremely beneficial, if not completely necessary for survival. So, let's have a look at some of the key findings from this time frame. So first we go to a place in modern-day Israel, about from around 790,000 years ago, a place called Gesher Benot Yaakov. The groundbreaking discovery was made at this open-air site in the Jordan Valley. Now, often Gesher Benot Yaakov is abbreviated as GBY, which a bit easier. It was a lakeside encampment of Homo erectus, or a related group, around 790,000 years ago. Archaeologists Nema Goren Inbar and colleagues excavated multiple occupation layers there and found abundant evidence of burning in nearly every one of them. Tiny charcoal fragments, charred seeds, wood pieces, and scorched flint tools were scattered through the site in discrete clusters. The fact that burned material was found in several successive layers suggests that fire use was not a one-time fluke. It happened repeatedly at the same location. The distribution of burnt flint bits in particular was not random, appearing in concentrated spots a few meters in diameter, which the researchers interpret as ancient hearth locations. Significantly, the types of wood and plants burned at Gesher Benot Yakov included at least 3 edible plant species. We got wild olive, wild barley grains, and wild grape seeds or vines. What does that mean? Well, it seems to imply that these people were deliberately cooking plant foods, possibly roasting nuts or grains, even fruits, which is a remarkable glimpse into their diet and behavior. The presence of charred flint tools is also telling. They may have been discarded into fires or used in roasting meat, and thus the tools themselves got burned. After careful analysis, the team concluded that the inhabitants of GBY had mastered the controlled use of fire nearly 800,000 years back. Pretty impressive, I think. Wildfires alone, however, couldn't explain such patterned burning of diverse materials. This discovery in 2004 provided some of the earliest convincing evidence outside of Africa and reinforced the notion that by 790,000 years ago, hominins, in this case in the Levant, were indeed regularly using fire. Alright, so sticking in modern-day Israel-Palestine area, we go to a place called Evron Quarry. Now, in addition to Gesher Benot Yakov, recent research has revealed another site of similar age with evidence of fire, even when no visible traces like charcoal were present. And this was only a few years ago too. It was in 2022. A team from the Weizmann Institute applied cutting-edge AI-assisted spectral analysis to stone tools and animal bones from Evron Quarry, a site in northern Israel dating between 800,000 and a million years ago. There you go. Looks like not all AI is evil, huh? Well, they detected subtle chemical changes indicative of heating high temperatures. Some tools had even heated to over 600 degrees. Now, they also found that a fossilized elephant tusk was there too, and it bore microscopic structural alterations consistent with burning. This is remarkable, because to the naked eye, Evron Quarry showed no charcoal or ash. Ordinarily, one would assume that there was just no fire used. The new techniques essentially uncovered hidden fire evidence that traditional methods had missed. The researchers were cautious, but suggested that this pushes evidence for controlled fire in a region to near 800,000 or more years ago. Evron Quarry thus joins Gesher Benot Yakov as one of the earliest known sites of fire use in Asia. And it shows, once again, how improved detection methods might reveal fire at other early sites where we haven't recognized it before. So do remember, this technology has just come in. So who knows? Who knows what we're going to find next? Like I said, this video is probably going to be outdated in, I don't know, 3 years' time. Who knows how quickly it's all going to move. Oh, exciting times. Exciting. Anyway. Next one we have in China, we move to East Asia. One classic site often cited in discussions of ancient fire is Zhoukou near Beijing, famously the home of Peking man or Homo erectus pekinensis. Excavations in the 1920s and 30s at Zhoukou cave uncovered what appeared to be ash layers, burned animal bones, and charcoal in association with Homo erectus fossils, dated roughly to 500 to 600,000 years old. Well, for these decades, this was proof of the Peking man, how he camped around fires, this kind of thing. You have this image of the atypical caveman in your mind. However, modern re-examination has cast a bit of doubt on the old interpretation. Some scientists argued that what was identified as ash could have actually been natural mineral deposits, bat guano accumulations that chemically resemble ash, for example. In recent years, analysis have supported the presence of burned material in at least some layers at Zhougoudian, but not as unequivocally as once thought. According to a 2014 study, level 4 of Zhougoudian, about 300,000 years old by the thermoluminescence dating, did contain what looks like the remains of an in situ hearth, including burned sediments and charred bone fragments. So it seems that Zhougoudian's hominins did use fire, though the evidence is more modest than originally believed. If Homo erectus in northern China had fire by 400 to 5,000 years ago, it aligns with the pattern that by about the middle Pleistocene, the use of fire had become more routine in many human populations. Well, next let's have a look at Europe. Early humans like Homo heidelbergensis reached Europe by around 1.2 million years ago. But interestingly, convincing traces of fire in Europe they didn't really appear until much later. And this has led some scholars to suggest that the first Europeans managed without fire for hundreds of millennia, at least in the milder climates. However, by approximately 400,000 years ago, clear evidence of controlled fire emerges across Europe. Several archaeological sites between 400 and 300,000 years show hearths or burned bones and tools. For example, Beecher's Pit in England, about 400,000 years old, that is. Archaeologists found concentrated charcoal, charred flint flakes, and reddened sediments, indicating that small hearths were built on a flat area. The evidence suggests repeated use of fire in what was perhaps a seasonal campsite. Burned animal bones were also present, implying cooking or disposal. Next we have Schöningen in Germany, 300,000 years old. Famous for the wooden spears preserved there, Schöningen also yielded patches of burned soil and wood. While debated, some researchers interpret these as traces of campfires used by hunters who carved those spears. The Schöningen spears themselves, being sharpened wooden tips, might have been slightly charred to harden them, a technique known from the indigenous peoples. But studies have not found clear evidence of deliberate charring on those particular specimens. Whether or not the spearmakers used fire to harden the wood, they certainly would have benefited from fire for other purposes in the cold climate of Ice Age Germany. Next, we have Ménez-Drégan in France. This cave site contains what appears to be half structures with reddened soil and charcoal, alongside stone tools. Timelines, we're talking about 465 to 380,000 years ago. It does provide evidence that fire was repeatedly used by groups along the Atlantic coast of Europe in this period. Next we have Terra Amata in France from around 300,000 years ago, an open-air site with what were once claimed to be ancient huts, but, well, once again, a bit of revision on that one. Terra Amata had areas of charcoal and burned soil, though the interpretation remains a bit controversial, so keep your eyes peeled for news about Terra Amata. Next we have Torralba and Ambrona in Spain, and Bilzingsleben in Germany. Took me a few times to get it, but I got it. Other sites too have also various evidence of fire around 400,000 years ago or later, reinforcing that by this time fire was indeed part of the hunter-gatherer toolkit across the old world. By roughly 300 to 400,000 years ago, we can say with quite a bit of confidence that humans, whether the late Heidelbergensis or the early Neanderthals, had become habitual fire users. In fact, some researchers link this development to a major cultural shift often termed the onset of the Mousterian way of life, associated with the Neanderthals or the late Acheulean in Africa. Controlled fire may have enabled humans to thrive in cooler climates, cook a wide range of foods. and even craft better tools. For instance, heating birch bark to make pitch glue for hafting spears, complex process that Neanderthals mastered by about, 200,000 years ago. It implicitly requires fire, so it's worth mentioning. And indeed, analysis of stone tools showed that by 160,000 years ago in Africa, the Pinnacle Point, South Africa, this sort of area, humans were deliberately heat-treating flint to improve its flaking quality. A sophisticated use of fire in technology once more. Now, before moving on to the later phases, there is one particularly illustrative example from the Middle Pleistocene, and that is Kesem Cave in modern-day Israel. This site is dated between 420 to 200,000 years ago in this area, and it provides a snapshot of how integrated fire had become in daily life by around 300,000 years ago. In the center of Kesem Cave, archaeologists uncovered a large central hearth, a thick deposit of wood ash several meters wide, mixed with charcoal bits, heated soil, and burned bones. Careful analysis of this layer showed it built up from many episodes of burning, one on top of the other, indicating repeated long-term use of the same fireplace. Around this central hearth, the cave floor was littered with stone tools and bones. But increasingly, there was spatial organization. Certain areas around the fire were rich in flint knives likely used for butchering meat, while other areas, a bit farther away, had different tools for other activities. This suggests a structured use of living space, a campfire circle surrounded by tool and work areas, which implies both social and cognitive advances. Burned animal bones at Kesem showed that these people were routinely cooking meat by the fires. The excavators, Professor R.V. Gopher, Rand Barkai, and colleagues, argue that Kesem Cave reflects early modern behavior, a central hearth functioning as a social focal point for cooking, warmth, light, gathering, you know what I mean, maintaining all of this over generations. They even suggested that this regularized fire use correlates with the emergence of new human species, possibly early Homo sapiens, or a very close relative at least in the Levant. Around 400,000 years ago, that is. Now, whether or not a new species is involved, that's probably not important. Well, it is important, but it's not the whole picture. What we do know from Kesem Cave is that it tells us that by 300 to 400,000 years ago, humans were not only using fire, but they were doing it in this highly organized way. Basically, the campfire had become an established part of life. Think of it like the living room, I suppose. Just one that's on the move. So, the Middle Pleistocene presents a turning point from occasional or regional fire use to a near universal adoption. It was just something that everyone did, like how these days everybody wears clothes, well, at least outside the house. You know what I mean. Universal human customs. So after about 400,000 years ago, we rarely find sites occupied by humans that lack evidence of fire. And in fact, one of the things that we look for is, well, if there's fire there, well, there you go. That's the smoking gun or the smoking ground, I suppose. We know that this is a human settlement. The archaeological record from this time forward routinely shows hearths, charcoal flecks, burned bones, and heated stone artifacts. It suggests that the knowledge of fire had become widespread among different human lineages, both the ancestors of modern humans and the ancestors of Neanderthals. Fire was no longer a novelty. It was a necessity. But you have to ask, were these humans making fire, or simply kindling and transporting it as needed from natural sources? And that's another question all on its own. That is, the question of when humans learn to actually spark up their own flame. It's a little harder to pin down. Think about things like friction drills or striking flint against pyrite to produce sparks. In archaeological terms, tools expressly for fire making are pretty elusive, even in the early record. We don't see the obvious fire kits like the fire drill sets or flint and steel until much later prehistoric times. It's quite plausible that for hundreds of thousands of years, humans maintained fires by nurturing embers and carrying torches, only occasional needing to acquire new fire from natural causes. But by the time we get to Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens, there certainly is growing evidence that they could ignite fire themselves when needed. And that's really the final step of truly mastering fire. But our video is about discovering fire, so we have to start from there. But yes, we will talk about the final frontier now. So by the late Pleistocene, roughly the last 100 to 200,000 years, the use of fire was pretty ubiquitous among all human groups that we know of. Now this is including the Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe and the Near East, and early Homo sapiens both in Africa and expanding across the globe. Hearths become common at habitation sites, and signs of fire use range from cooking to heating materials for more complex technologies. So let's look at a few interesting pieces of evidence that show how deeply fire knowledge ran in these later humans, including evidence that they could make fire on demand. Neanderthals, who lived roughly from 400,000 to 40,000 years ago in Europe and Western Asia, they certainly used fire quite frequently. Many Neanderthal cave sites contain ash layers and charcoal, such as Tabun Cave in Israel, where numerous burnt flint tools from 350,000 years ago have certainly been documented. In Europe, virtually every well-preserved Neanderthal occupation, for around 200,000 years onward, has been, has one or more hearths, that is. For example, Bolomor Cave in Spain has multiple hearth levels between 230 and 100,000 years ago, indicating repeated fires over tens of thousands of years. Archaeologists even find traces of what Neanderthals cooked. At Bolomor and other sites, remains of roasted seeds and bones from small game, i.e. turtles, rabbits, things like that, suggest a pretty diverse menu being prepared with fire. One especially fascinating discovery about Neanderthals is their apparent use of chemical aids to fire making. At the site of Pec del Lazelle, I think that's how we say it, in France, around 50,000 years old, researchers found chunks of manganese dioxide in Neanderthal contexts. Initially, this was all assumed that they collected these black mineral oxides for use as pigments, perhaps to draw or decorate, since black crayons, they do call them that, of manganese are known in caves. But in 2016, a study by Peter Hayes and colleagues showed something quite surprising. Adding powdered manganese dioxide to wood can actually lower the ignition temperature and help wood catch with a spark more easily. The team argued that Neanderthals were deliberately gathering manganese dioxide not for art, but to use as a sort of primitive fire lighter powder, which is really, really clever. In laboratory tests, the manganese dioxide powder made it easier to start a fire with sparks on wood tinder that was cold. Now, this implies Neanderthals had the know-how to combine materials and possibly strike flints or iron pyrite to generate sparks. So in other words, they weren't just keeping wildfires alive, they were actively making fire. Now, while this interpretation, we must say, is still debated, it does reveal the advanced cognition of the Neanderthals. Not just used as an insult anymore, we have to give them a little bit more credit. They recognized that a non-fuel mineral could help create fire. which is a rather abstract understanding of chemistry and combustion, whether they knew it or not. Now, even if some Neanderthals didn't use chemicals, we know that they often had the tools to spark fires. Many late Neanderthal sites yield flint implements with peculiar use-wear patterns, and sometimes iron pyrite pieces, suggesting a fire-striking kit. By around 50,000 years ago, then, humanity, Neanderthals included, of course, had likely achieved pyrotechnology in the full sense, the ability to start a blaze at will, and use it for various purposes. Early anatomically modern humans, like Homo sapiens, appearing by at least 300,000 years ago in Africa, of course also used fire continually. In Africa, hearths are known in early human sites such as Classius River Cave in South Africa, around 120,000 years ago, and Blombos Cave, around 100,000 years ago, often containing burnt shellfish remains and ochre. By around 100,000 years ago, modern humans were manipulating fire in rather sophisticated manners. For instance, heating ochre to produce rock pigments and heat-treating stone to improve tool production. A notable technological feat is the production of birch bark pitch adhesive by the European Neanderthals and early Homo sapiens. This process, which dates back to at least 200,000 years ago, involves slowly burning birch bark in low oxygen conditions to distill tar, essentially an early chemistry experiment that requires controlled use of fire and, earthen structures to smother the flame. The presence of such adhesives on stone tools discovered at sites in Italy and Germany is a strong indirect indicator that those humans had the ability to maintain and manipulate fire expertly. By the Upper Paleolithic, around 40,000 years ago and later, when modern humans spread worldwide, firemaking was a universally mastered skill. We find actual fire-making tools in the archaeological record from the later Stone Age and Bronze Age. For example, wooden fire drills and fire hearths have been found preserved in waterlogged sites, and metal fire steels appear once metallurgy is developed. A recent discovery in China even unearthed a 7,000-year-old fire-making tool set, including a wooden fireboard with drill marks, used with a stick to start friction fires, this kind of thing. But long before such explicit kits show up, our ancestors certainly had all the requisite knowledge. Thus, for Neanderthals and modern humans, the question is not if they had fire. We know they did, but it's rather how they got it first, and how they used it once they figured it out. They probably burned themselves quite a bit in the process, I suppose. We know that old saying about playing with fire, of course. But in both cases, the answer is, in every single way imaginable. They cooked their food, they warmed their camps, they warded off dangerous animals at night with flames and smoke, and they hardened wooden tools and eventually fired clay ceramics. Indeed, the first pottery by 20,000 years ago was essentially shaped clay baked in fire. And, well, of course, they culturally integrated fire, with evidence of hearth-centered social areas, ritual burnings, and so forth. Fire became a central element of the human story, to the point that the control of fire is often cited by anthropologists as a defining hallmark of what is considered behaviorally modern humanity. So, you probably came into this video sort of coaxed in by the question when you read it out in your mind and sort of asked yourself that same query. I hope you didn't expect a simple answer. Because, well, it's not that simple. And I tell you, it's all going to change over the next few years. We can only talk about what we know now. But if you want something, I suppose we can offer a decently nuanced answer. Humans likely
first captured and controlled fire somewhere in the early to middle Pleistocene, probably between 1.5 million to 1 million years ago. Now, I know that's a fair gap between that 500,000 years, but that's all you're getting, okay? The oldest widely accepted evidence of controlled fire comes from Wonderwork Cave in South Africa, about 1 million years ago. Now, remember, that's controlled fire. This is that cave where we had the ash and burned bone deep in the cave, showing that early humans were indeed tending the flames. And there are strong hints, too, that fire use may have begun even earlier. We talked about sites like Swartkrans in South Africa, Kubifora in Kenya. They suggest that Homo erectus was experimenting with fire as far back as 1.5 million years ago. Now, while these earlier cases are still debated, as we did mention, they certainly fit in with the intriguing hypothesis that cooking and fire use began early enough to influence human evolution, i.e., contributing to Homo erectus's anatomical changes. By around 800,000 years ago, we see clear proof of fire at Gesher Benot Yaakov, indicating that by then the practice had spread beyond Africa. And after 400,000 years ago, evidence for habitual fire use becomes so commonplace in many parts of the Old World, suggesting that learning to manage fire might have been a gradual yet eventually widespread breakthrough of the Middle Pleistocene. Finally, by 50 to 100,000 years ago, both Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens had not only fully integrated fire into daily life, but could likely ignite fire on demand using tools and acquired knowledge. In essence, the discovery of fire was a protracted process. Initial awe and opportunism led to rudimentary control, then regular usage, and ultimately the invention of methods to create fire at will. From an anthropological perspective, mastering fire was a watershed moment in making us more recognizably human. It provided warmth and those Ice Age nights, light in the darkness, protection from predators, and the ability to cook, which in turn may have reduced diseases by killing pathogens, and allowed our ancestors to eat a broader range of foods from tough roots to nutrient-rich meats. Cooked food yields more energy, you see, which some researchers argue helped fuel the expansion of our brain size over evolutionary time. Archaeological findings, such as the organized hearth at Kesem Cave, also suggest that fire fostered social cohesion. The campfire became that natural gathering place, perhaps the site of shared meals and communication, possibly even the incubator of language and storytelling. While those social aspects are harder to prove, they are consistent with how every culture in recorded history has used fire. Always the centerpiece of the community. Now, it's also telling that nearly every culture has myths or stories about the origin of fire, which is perhaps a topic for another video. Fire myths from around the world. If you want to see that one, let me know in the comments. It's a good way to increase the engagement, isn't it? Well, whether the fire is stolen from the gods by Prometheus or discovered by trickster figures, it indicates how fundamental and legendary that moment was in the collective memory of humanity. The archaeological record lets us push beyond myth and deeper into time, revealing that our distant ancestors faced the same primal challenge. How exactly do you transform fire from a fearsome natural force into a household tool? Likely that didn't happen overnight, or due to one clever individual. But once the skill was learned, well, you never forget it. So just in closing, think about even our current fascination with fire. And, you'll know that if you go to a bonfire event or something like that, or if there is a fire at any party you go to, immediately the first thing you do is walk over to the fire and you look at it. There's something very primal in our brains that we love a good fire.
whether it's playing with some matches, which this channel does not endorse that. For any kids listening, don't do that. Or just having a big old bonfire at the end of the year, or whatever festival you have in your country. The fascination with fire is not going away. And just as well. In any case, be careful out there if you're playing with fire. And with that, we get to the end of our video. Thank you very much. It has been quite a interesting one. We don't do many prehistory videos, but I think we should do more. Yeah, we'll do more. Why not? In any case, thank you so much for listening. Here is our list of patrons, keeping everything ad-free for you, both on YouTube and the YouTube and the Patreon. That's it. So thank you very much to them. In any case, roll the credits, and good night, everyone. See you next time. The prehistoric world. Wild and untamed. No farms, no grocery stores. Just a wide-open landscape, but one that teems with all the animals and plants you could ever ask for. The survival of the prehistoric man hinges on knowing what you can eat and how to get it. So what did prehistoric people eat? Well, you might be thinking of cave dwellers, gnawing on mammoth bones around a campfire, or gathering berries. Maybe there's a little bit of truth to it, maybe. But as usual, the reality is a bit more complex, but a lot more fascinating. So today we are going to talk about exactly that. What did prehistoric people eat? Now, we can't step into the shoes of our prehistoric ancestors because they didn't have any. But what we can do is look at archaeology. And luckily for us, there's plenty to talk about in terms of that research. So over the next hour, let's figure it out slowly. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Thank you to everybody supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation, keeping everything ad-free. And before we begin, do a like and subscribe to help push us out in the algorithm more. That all being said and done, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, for more than 95% of the existence of our species, humans lived as hunter-gatherers. Pretty unrecognizable to our modern lifestyles, but certainly something we can replicate. Well, what it means was that all food was obtained from wild resources. We're talking hunting animals, fishing, gathering wild plants. It was a way of life that demanded deep understanding of the environment around them. Prehistoric Homo sapiens roamed in small bands, you see, and they had to move around with seasons and also animal migrations. What they ate depended on largely where and when they lived. In the grassland savannas of Africa, for example, early humans hunted antelope and zebra and collected edible roots and berries. In colder Ice Age Europe, however, groups tracked herds of reindeer and wild horses across the frozen steppe. Near coastal areas and rivers, people could catch fish and collect shellfish. Pretty much everywhere, they took advantage of whatever nature could offer up. But here's the crucial thing. Prehistoric people were omnivores, which basically means they could eat both plant and animal foods. This flexibility was a huge evolutionary advantage. Now, we're speaking, of course, in generalities when we talk about omnivorous societies. There are, of course, some societies, but let's just think about Inuits, for example, who pretty much eat 95% meat, especially in our modern day. It's a little bit different, but those societies, of course, would have no access to plant foods. In any case, caveats notwithstanding. Flexibility was a huge evolutionary advantage. The more different kinds of food types you could get, the more nutrients you get, and then the needle of evolution gets pushed into second gear. While earlier human relatives and some early Homo sapiens certainly specialized at time in big game hunting, our species was not tied to one narrow diet. Once again, it's all about what Mother Nature can yield up. What is there at the time? You get what you're given, essentially. When large prey was scarce or dangerous to hunt, and it often was, people could shift to smaller game or increase their gathering of plants. Archaeologists find evidence that as human populations slowly grew and spread out over the earth, our ancestors broadened their diet over time to include a greater variety. This broad-spectrum adaptation is clearly visible in the remains left at campsites. Not just bones of large animals, but also shells of tortoises, fish bones, bird bones, nuts, seeds, and more. It's all about being opportunistic, and opportunistic eaters they certainly were. By doing this, prehistoric humans managed to thrive in ecosystems from tropical rainforests all the way up to Arctic tundras. Understanding the ancient diet, it's a bit of detective work. Of course, any prehistory videos, we have to wrestle with the fact that, first of all, we have to find the things in terms of archaeological digs. But then we have to interpret them. And the real problems come with the interpretations. But fortunately for us, when we talk about things like diet, there's very clear evidence. We just mentioned the bones, the nuts, the seeds, and all of the rest. Of course, there's a few different things we have to think about, like the methods of hunting and all the rest, but we'll get to that a little bit later. In any case, there's no need to say that there's no written records from the Stone Age. We all know that. So it's all about the archaeological clues. Animal bones with cut marks from stone tools tell us what animals were hunted and butchered. And the cut marks is really what makes the difference. It's one thing to find animal bones, because animals, of course, die of natural causes like any other living being on this planet. But when we find cut marks, well, that's obvious evidence that thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there would have been a human being there, or something close to our human ancestor, butchering that animal. It tells quite a vivid story, just through those tiny little marks on the bone. Well, of course, charred plant remains, like seeds and nutshells found in ancient hearths, also reveal that plant foods were eaten, often accidentally preserved by burning. Pollen and phytoliths, that is, microscopic plant particles stuck in cave sediments, can indicate local edible plant life. And even residues on stone tools or calcified plaque on prehistoric human teeth, believe it or not, can contain starch grains or chemical signatures. And that's another way of offering direct evidence of foods consumed. Luckily for us, we've got all that modern scientific analysis to guide us through that. It gives insight to the long-term balance of meat versus plants in the diet. So, using all these methods, researchers have been reconstructing a picture of our ancestors' menu, piece by piece. One of the most important food sources for prehistoric peoples was, of course, meat. Hunting provided high-calorie nourishment in the form of animal proteins and fats, which were critical for survival, especially in the colder climates or the more lean seasons. Early Homo sapiens were skilled hunters of a wide variety of creatures. Let's look at Africa first. Our species likely hunted medium to large herbivores such as antelopes, gazelles, wild cattle, and even juvenile elephants. Going after the adult ones was a little bit more ambitious. We know this from fossil animal bones at sites like the Glaciers River in South Africa. where cut-marked bones show animals were butchered with stone tools. Once again, the best evidence we have of human interventions in animal deaths. In Ice Age Europe, Cro-Magnon people, that is the early modern humans, pursued great herds of the Ice Age, the reindeers, the horses, the bison, and yes, the mammoths. At a 45,000-year-old site in what is now Germany, for instance, chemical isotopic evidence from human bones suggests a heavy reliance on large game like reindeer, woolly rhinoceroses, and wild horses. A diet not unlike that of the Neanderthals who lived in Europe before and alongside Homo sapiens. These big animals proved not only meat, but provided not only meat, but also fat, i.e. marrow inside the bones, brain, organ meats, this kind of thing, which would have been highly valued. And of course, organs are a lot more nutrient-dense than they get credit for. Extremely good for you. Eating heart, liver, kidney, this kind of thing. It's nature's multivitamin, if we could put it that way. In fact, prehistoric hunters commonly cracked open the long bones of animals to scoop out the marrow, as seen from characteristic fracture patterns on bones at many sites. Sometimes they even pulverized broken bones and boiled them in water to extract the bone grease, essentially rendering fat to get every last calorie out of an animal. Hunting methods were diverse too, and they evolved over time. Early on, humans likely employed persistence hunting, that is, chasing prey until it was exhausted, or ambush tactics with spears. By the Upper Paleolithic, around 40,000 years ago and later, technological innovations like spear throwers and eventually bows allowed more effective killing of game at a distance. Sometimes prehistoric hunters specialized in particular prey when it was abundant. For example, in some parts of Ice Age Europe, seasonal camps show mass hunting of reindeer during migrations. In what is now Russia and the Ukraine, archaeologists have found remains of mammoth bone dwellings, evidence that people not only hunted dozens of mammoths but even built shelters out of their bones. It's really something to see. Look it up. I mean, you're not going to get a more sturdy foundation than the bones of a mammoth, aren't you? Perhaps not foundation, but you know what I mean. On the other hand, in areas where large game was rare or overhunted, humans showed adaptability by targeting smaller animals. Archaeological deposits from the Mediterranean around 20,000 years ago illustrate this shift. Earlier levels contain lots of slow-moving animals like land tortoises and shellfish, but later levels show an increase in faster, small game, things like rabbits and hares, this kind of thing. Now, what does this suggest? Effectively, it shows that populations grew, and, well, as they did, easy prey became less plentiful. People broadened their menu to include more of these smaller and quick breeding animals. Hunting a rabbit or a flock of wild birds, well, that doesn't really give you as much meat as a deer, perhaps. But it could be done more regularly. And, well, I suppose they're a little bit less threatening than a animal with antlers. So besides terrestrial animals, prehistoric folk did not overlook other animal foods. They caught birds when possible, perhaps trapping them or collecting eggs from nests. In some European cave sites, bones of waterfowl and game birds have turned up. Plenty of them, too, indicating our ancestors had a pretty varied palate. But even more surprising, there is evidence that Paleolithic humans sometimes consumed other humans, which is, well, far be it from me to judge people's dietary choices, though it was likely quite rare, and often quite ritualized. Cut-marked and broken human bones at a site like Gough's Cave in England from around 15,000, 14,000 years ago show signs of cannibalism, including human skulls that were cleaned and shaped into cup-like containers. Researchers believe this may have been part of a mortuary ritual rather than an ordinary dietary practice. In any case, such grim findings remind us that food in prehistoric times could encompass almost anything organic in desperate times or symbolic contexts. But do remember, overall, regular meals came from the animal kingdom's other species, and not our own. Desperate times, desperate measures, I suppose. But let's look beyond the hunt on land. Prehistoric people also turned to rivers, lakes, and oceans as rich food sources. Seafood and fish were an important supplement to the diet wherever water bodies were accessible. In fact, one of the earliest broadenings of the human diet occurred on the coast. An astonishing discovery in South Africa revealed that as early as 164,000 years ago, some of the first Homo sapiens expanded their diet to include marine foods. At Pinnacle Point, on the southern African coast, archaeologists found ancient sea snail and mussel shells in caves, indicating that these early humans foraged shellfish from tidal rocks and roasted them over fire. Now, this is the oldest known seafood dinner. It appears that harsh environmental conditions during an ice age may have brought about a drought and pushed people to the shore, where shellfish provided a reliable year-round food. And you've got to remember, too, the animals go to drink near the rivers as well, so being by bodies of water, well, you got the fish in the river and the animals coming to the river. Everybody wins, except the animals, of course. Well, along with shellfish, these coastal dwellers likely caught fish in shallow waters and collected edible seaweed and salt from evaporated pools. The inclusion of marine resources marks a significant innovation in human subsistence. And think about it too. The brain needs omega-3. It's the main thing that keeps the brain running, as far as I know. So having a lot more fish, well, that is going to push evolutionary development as well. In any case, the inclusion of marine resources marks a significant innovation in subsistence too. You see, shellfish might have been one of the last additions to the human diet before domesticated plants and animals were introduced, and it could have helped sustain communities when terrestrial foods were a little bit more scarce. Fishing technology in the Stone Age ranged from simple to surprisingly advanced. Early humans probably started by catching fish with their bare hands, spears, and simple barbed hooks made of bone or wood. By the Upper Paleolithic, however, people were making dedicated fishing tools. An exciting find from a cave on the island of Timor in Southeast Asia showed that humans were deep-sea fishing by around 42,000 years ago. In this cave, called Jerimalai Cave, resources uncovered fish hooks carved from shell and nearly 39,000 fish bones. That's a lot, by the way. The fish remains included open ocean species like tuna, indicating these people were capable of offshore boating and sophisticated angling techniques. But just imagine for a moment the ingenuity required. Crafting a strong hook from a seashell, attaching it to a line made of plant fiber, and setting off in a dugout canoe or raft to catch fast-swimming tuna. This evidence suggests maritime skills far earlier than once assumed, don't you think? Our ancestors were certainly seafarers and skilled anglers tens of millennia before recorded history. Coastal groups, no doubt, also trapped fish in shallow tide pools, or used nets and baskets to scoop up schools in rivers. It's no wonder that evolutionary compulsion to go fishing is still there for quite a lot of people. There's something about it. I don't know, something relaxing. Anyway, even without boats,
People living near lakes and rivers made excellent use of aquatic resources. At the Ohalo II site in Israel, dated to about 23,000 years ago, which sat on a lake shore, archaeologists found not only abundant plant remains, as we will talk about a little bit later, but also bones of fish and waterfowl in the camp debris. This shows that the late Paleolithic people had a broad diet including freshwater fish and birds, likely catching fish with spears or perhaps basket traps. In northern Europe's Mesolithic period, after the last ice age but before farming, many sites reveal massive shell middens, essentially ancient trash heaps filled with millions of oyster, clam, and mussel shells, along with, of course, all the fish bones. Now, these shell middens, found from Scandinavia to the Americas to all the way to Japan, testify that post-glacial people heavily exploited coastal shellfish and, well, just normal fish as staple foods. Of course, seafood's not just fish and mollusks. In warmer regions, people gathered crabs, lobsters, and turtles from the water. Seabirds and their eggs were fair game on rocky islands. In some areas, even marine mammals could be hunted. For instance, native peoples in the Arctic, much later in prehistory, by the way, specialized in catching seals and small whales. While such maritime hunting reached its peak in relatively recent prehistoric times, etc. by the Arctic cultures, the roots of eating from the sea go deep into the human story. By the end of the Paleolithic, humans on many coasts were adept at both fishing and shellfishing. This blue diet, as it is called, provided protein, oils, and important nutrients like iodine, likely improving health and, well, as we mentioned before, probably brain function. In any case, it's quite intriguing to think that the surf and turf diet we enjoy today has such ancient origins. You should at least have fish, I think, twice a week. Salmon is my favorite because you can get it filleted so it doesn't have any bones. I hate the bones. I don't want to have to be careful while I'm eating, you know what I mean? Yeah, anyway. Of course, hunting and fishing might capture the imagination, but gathering plant foods was just as important, if not more so. You see, wild plants provided carbohydrates, fiber, vitamins, and minerals that meat alone could not supply. Sometimes it's about the micronutrients as well, you know. Handful of blueberries before the gym, remember that? Bit of a tip from me. Of course, our ancestors were certainly foraging experts, able to identify and exploit a vast range of edible plants. Fruits, berries, leafy greens, nuts, seeds, root vegetables, and more. Now, in tropical Africa, early humans could pick wild fruits and berries nearly all year around. In more seasonal climates, people knew when and where to find nutritious plant foods, whether it was digging up wild yams and other root vegetables, collecting acorns and walnuts in the autumn, or just gathering the wild greens in the spring. One challenge is that plant remains decompose far more easily than bones. I mean, they're biodegradable, right? Especially when you're looking at tens of thousands of years. So the archaeological record of plant foods is pretty sparse. But don't worry, that doesn't mean that we don't have anything. We've got some pretty remarkable discoveries that have shown the importance of plants in the prehistoric diet. For example, grinding stones found in caves in Mozambique provided a startling revelation. As early as 100,000 years ago, humans were harvesting and consuming wild grass seeds. Researchers identified residues of sorghum grass on these ancient stone tools, indicating that Middle Stone Age people collected grains and likely pounded them into flour or meal. This pushes back the timeline of humans eating grains by tens of thousands of years, challenging the old assumption that Paleolithic people never ate them at all. Well, that idea's out the window now, isn't it?
And indeed, far from being strictly carnivorous, our Stone Age ancestors seem to have included a variety of starch-rich plants in their diet, when they were available, that is. Direct evidence of plant consumption also comes from the microscopic analysis of ancient teeth. A famous study examined dental calculus, that is, hardened plaque that we mentioned, on the teeth of Neanderthals and early modern humans. Trapped in that fossilized tartar were tiny starch grains and phytoliths from plants, proving that these individuals ate things like wild barley, legumes, and root vegetables, some of which had been cooked. You can tell that from the chemical profiles of these plants changing after being cooked. Well, if even Neanderthals were boiling or roasting starchy plants like roots or grains, then certainly Homo sapiens were doing it as well. It's not a huge jump of the imagination to make that conclusion. In fact, a discovery at the Clasus River Cave in South Africa confirmed that early modern humans were roasting root vegetables over fires 120,000 years ago. Fragments of charred plant tissue in ancient hearths show that these people regularly cooked starchy wild root vegetables, which would have been akin to wild yams or potatoes of the time, just quite unrecognizable to our modern varieties. According to the scientists, these early humans were ecological geniuses for their ability to find and process such carbohydrates year-round. They likely balanced these carb-rich foods with proteins and fats from shellfish, fish, small and large fauna, achieving a remarkably diverse diet as early as the Middle Stone Age. Later in the Paleolithic, especially by around 20 to 15,000 years ago, the gathering of plant foods reached new heights of intensity and innovation. Let's go back to Ohalo II in Israel, the 23,000-year-old campsite preserved by the Sea of Galilee. Archaeologists uncovered a virtual time capsule of a hunter-gatherer pantry of sorts. Thanks to exceptional preservation, they found tens of thousands of charred seeds and plant remains. Analysis revealed that wild grass seeds, including ancestral varieties of wheat and barley, were staple foods. The people of Ohalo II gathered an astonishing variety of wild cereals and small-grained grasses, as well as nuts and fruits such as acorns, almonds, pistachios, olives, figs, grapes, and wild raspberries. There is evidence, too, that they ground some of these seeds into flour using grinding stones, and then possibly baked flatbread or cakes on the hot stones of their hearth. Now, indeed, a recent discovery from a slightly later site in Jordan found the oldest remains of bread, a charred, cracker-like flatbread made by hunter-gatherers around 14,400 years ago. Long before formal agriculture, that's for sure. All this tells us that late Paleolithic people were highly knowledgeable about edible plants and invested significant efforts into gathering and processing them. They even collected so-called secondary foods, plants that are more labor-intensive to harvest or yield less energy. At Ohalo, too, for instance, many tiny wild grass seeds, far smaller than wheat grains, were found. These seeds were so small that enormous numbers had to be gathered to be husked gathered and husked to be worthwhile. But people seem to have been doing it anyway. Somehow it's worth the trouble. Likely because other resources were seasonally scarce. Once again, the old rule is you get what you're given. This broad-spectrum plant use was a key precursor to the agricultural revolution that would come a millennium later, a topic for another time. We should not forget, though, that other gathered foods seldom leave traces. Prehistoric people surely ate a variety of leafy greens, shoots, and mushrooms, whenever they could find them. They also had a sweet tooth. Honey was probably a prized treat, though it leaves no direct record. We have indirect clues, though.
such as an 8,000-year-old cave painting in Spain showing a person climbing a ladder to raid a wild beehive. Quite brave, but proof that by Mesolithic times humans were actively seeking honey. It's easy to imagine that long before that, opportunistic foragers took honey from hives whenever they could endure the stings. Honey provided pure sugar energy and was likely an important food for some groups. Many modern hunter-gatherers, like the Hadza of Tanzania, and I do believe that is pronounced, I was told by a Kenyan, by the way, but Tanzania, whatever, consider honey a favorite food. Additionally, people probably ate insects and grubs, and often overlooked part of the prehistoric diet, that is. In environments like African savannas or tropical forests, insects such as termites, caterpillars, and grasshoppers are abundant. And, well, I know you eat with your eyes first, but in terms of nutrition, they're quite rich in protein and fat. It just depends how brave you are. While direct archaeological evidence is scarce, it is plausible that Paleolithic children and adults alike gathered insect larvae or roasted grasshoppers as snacks. Ethnographic studies show many foraging cultures relish insect foods. So our ancestors likely did the same when the opportunity arose. And hey, let's not look down on it. There's plenty of cultures around the world who still eat insects. Don't knock it till you try it. Crickets are not bad, although I've not been brave enough to try tarantulas yet. We shall see what the future holds. Interestingly, scientists have even found chemical traces of medicinal herbs in prehistoric remains. For example, Neanderthal teeth from 50,000 years ago contained residues of plants like chamomile and yarrow, which have minimal nutritional value, sure, but could have been used to self-medicate or add flavor. Early Homo sapiens surely possessed a bit of knowledge about healing plants in their environment. They must have. It just comes with the territory. The controlled use of fire, which predates Homo sapiens but was fully mastered by them, revolutionized diet in the prehistoric world. We did a video about it too. I think I put it out before this one. It should have been. Anyway, cooking was arguably one of humanity's most important inventions regarding food, if we're going to put it into the category of inventions or innovations, whatever you want to take it. By applying heat to food, prehistoric people made tough roots and raw meats far more digestible. You ever tried to eat a raw potato? Not pleasant. They also killed dangerous parasites and bacteria, and unlocked additional calories. The anthropologist Richard Wrangham has even suggested that cooking substantially boosted their calories that humans could obtain, supporting the growth of larger brains and better brain function. Whether or not cooking literally made us human, it certainly expanded the menu. Foods that are toxic or inedible raw can become edible after cooking. For instance, many of the wild root vegetables and beans contain toxins or indigestible starches that heat can neutralize. The discoveries at the Classius River of cooked starches at 120,000 years ago demonstrate that early Homo sapiens were adept at using fire to detoxify and soften plant foods. Likewise, charred bone fragments from countless sites show that roasting meat over an open flame was commonplace. So, what were the methods of cooking in prehistory? Roasting over direct fire or coals was probably the earliest, and the simplest. It just makes sense that that's where it would start. Skewering meat on sticks or laying pieces on hot embers. Campfire cooking would have imparted a smoky flavor and made meat a bit easier to chew. Underground pit cooking is another ancient technique. You basically dig a pit, line it with hot stones and coals, wrap the food in leaves, and cover it to bake slowly. This method is great for root vegetables and large chunks of meat that would leave few traces, aside from arrangements of fire-cracked rocks in the ground. Archaeologists have identified what appear to be earth oven features in some Upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic sites, suggesting this was, well, it was in use quite a bit. Boiling food in water was a little bit trickier until pottery came around, which only appeared near the end of the Paleolithic. But it wasn't impossible. You see, people could boil water by dropping hot rocks into a wooden bowl, animal hide, or even a pit, a technique known as stone boiling. A little bit tricky, but it works. Just don't pick up the stones with your hands. Rookie mistake. Though we lack direct evidence of stone boiling from the Paleolithic era, early modern humans likely figured it out by the time they had durable containers. The very presence of cooked food, residues in dental plaque or on tools, tells us that by the time of the late prehistoric humans, a lot of their food was processed in some way. They were not eating everything raw. Cooking not only improves nutrition, but also taste. And it may have had social effects too. The campfire meal was a daily gathering ritual, strengthening the social bonds. We can imagine an evening in a Paleolithic campsite, a fire crackling, the hunters and the gatherers of the day returning with their haul. Someone roasts meat on a spit, perhaps, while others wrap root vegetables in leaves and bake them in the ashes. A woven basket of wild nuts and fruits is passed around. Scenes like that, minus perhaps the romantic simplicity, forgive me for that, were played out on countless times in human history. Importantly, cooking would allow mixtures of ingredients too, essentially the first recipes. For example, evidence from residues suggests that people sometimes combined plants together. There are hints that Neanderthals, for example, cooked a kind of porridge of wild grains and water lily root vegetables. While we don't know any specific recipes from the Stone Age, obviously, it's likely that prehistoric people experimented with different food combinations, seasonings, like adding wild herbs, and methods like roasting, smoking, and drying, just trying to make the food a little bit more palatable and last a bit longer. But the overarching theme of the prehistoric diet is indeed diversity. There wasn't a single universal menu. People just adapted to the local environment. So let's consider a few different biomes, different environmental settings, and how early humans managed to scratch a living out of each of them. Let's start with the Arctic tundra. In the frigid north, like, Siberia or Beringia during the Ice Age, plant foods were scarce for much of the year. Human groups here depended heavily on fatty meat. They hunted megafauna like mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and reindeer, and later on species such as caribou, bison, and seals. The high protein and fat content of these animals provided essential calories in cold conditions. For example, at the Yana site in Arctic Siberia around 30,000 years ago, archaeologists found evidence of mammoth and rhinoceros hunting. Hunters in these regions likely prized the fattest parts of animals, hump fat, marrow, organs, because in extremely cold climates, humans need quite a bit of calories. Now, here's the thing, the cold does hit you pretty hard, and especially if you're shivering, the act of shivering burns a lot of calories. It's one of the reasons why, the cold really gets you more than anything else. And there's a reason why you sleep better in the cold, I think, too. Anyway. They may have also cached meat by freezing it in permafrost under snow. Bit of a clever use of the natural environment, creating ancient meat lockers. Plant foods, while not plentiful, were not entirely absent. In short summers, people could gather berries or edible shoots. They might have dug up starchy roots during the brief thaws, but overall, Arctic hunter-gatherers had a diet skewed towards meat. Interestingly, isotopic analysis of human remains from the European Ice Age
often shows very high levels of nitrogen, consistent with top-level carnivores. Some individuals appear to have gotten as much protein from meat as do polar foxes or wolves. Now, this tells us just how meat-centric some of their diets were, as I don't think you see many wolves gathering berries to eat. Now, in more temperate zones, like Europe or North America in the late Paleolithic, people enjoyed a mix of big game hunting and broad-spectrum foraging. They hunted red deer, horses, wild cattle, boar, and other medium-sized game. In North America, for example, the earliest hunter-gatherers around 13,000 years ago famously hunted mammoths and mastodons, using large fluted spear points in what is known as the Clovis culture. Archaeologists have found these distinctive points alongside the bones of mammoths at several kill sites, confirming that Paleo-Indians took down these giant beasts. Now, these Paleo-Indians, like their Eurasian counterparts, also hunted bison and deer. Meanwhile, they had access to diverse plant foods in different seasons. In forested areas, nuts could be abundant in autumn. Archaeological sites in Europe from the Mesolithic period show large collections of charred hazelnut shells, indicating nuts were a major food that could even be stored. On open plains, roots and other vegetables could be dug up. Many grassland plants have edible bulbs too. Groups like the Paleolithic inhabitants of what is now California, for instance, relied heavily on acorn processing. That is, grinding acorns into flour after leaching out the bitter tannins. Rivers and lakes in these zones were sources of fish, waterfowl, and freshwater mussels. So a camp in a temperate region, around 15,000 years ago, might have dined on venison stew one day, fish and wild greens the next, and roasted hazelnuts and berries as a snack. The key is flexibility. If herds moved away or a hunting trip failed, there were always plant foods or smaller game to fall back on. The next biome we need to look at is more tropical areas like rainforests. See, for a long time, scientists assumed dense jungles were overwhelming and unwelcoming to early humans. Too many big animals, too many poisonous plants, and, well, little insects that can bite bare feet. But recent evidence has shattered that view. Homo sapiens were living in rainforests like those in Sri Lanka by 45,000 years ago, and thriving on what the jungle provided. In the lush forests, they focused on small game hidden in the canopy. Notable among them is monkeys and tree squirrels. Excavations at Phahien Lena cave in Sri Lanka show an abundance of monkey bones with cut marks, indicating that these primates were systematically hunted. The hunters even crafted specialized bone tools from the monkey bones, possibly as arrow points or spear barbs to target these quick animals in the trees. To catch arboreal prey, early rainforest dwellers likely developed bows or blowguns with poison-tipped darts, and had deep knowledge of animal behavior in thick foliage. Besides meat, tropical foragers took full advantage of plant foods, wild fruits like figs, palm fruits, and berries, edible shoots and palms, and plenty of wild yams or other root vegetables in the forest undergrowth. They might have also gathered bird eggs, snails, and protein-rich insects from the forest floor. Rainforest plants can be tricky. Many have chemical defenses. But the fact that people live there implies they figured out which plants were edible or medicinal. Not only did the humans in this part of Sri Lanka clearly excel at using the resources of the rainforest environment, they also managed to do so without exterminating the local small mammals. All of the monkey and squirrel species they hunted, well, they still live in the region today. That's a testament to their survival. The success of humans in such diverse habitats speaks to our species' ecological versatility from jungles to deserts, the Homo sapiens made almost every environment their own little kitchen. Now, we did touch on coastal diets already, heavy on seafood, but it is worth noting how island populations adapted. When humans reached Australia, by at least 45,000 to 50,000 years ago, they encountered a continent of strange megafauna. Giant kangaroos, huge flightless birds, and wombat-like dipterodons. Evidence suggests that the first Australians hunted some of these large creatures, possibly contributing to their extinction. For example, burned eggshells of a giant bird dating to 45,000 years ago have been found. In that hints that people collected and cooked these massive eggs for food. Over time, as the megafauna vanished, Aboriginal Australians relied on a combination of hunting smaller game like kangaroos, wallabies, and lizards, and intensive plant foraging. They used fire to modify the landscape, a practice called fire stick farming, burning patches of bush to promote fresh plant growth that attracted game and made travel easier. Many desert and outback plants, like wild grass seeds, acacia seeds, and yam-like roots became staples, which they ground into flour, or just ate roasted. On Pacific Islands and in Southeast Asia, early seafarers were not only fishing but also harvesting wild root vegetables, fruits, and coconuts when available. Each island's ecology dictated their diet. For instance, on some smaller islands, without large land animals, people's protein came mostly from fish, shellfish, and seabirds. Whereas on larger islands, they might hunt indigenous mammals or large lizards. The key point is that prehistoric diets varied tremendously by the locale. Wherever humans went, they applied their inventiveness to exploit the local flora and fauna, quickly learning the quirks of each little ecosystem. So as these examples show, prehistoric diets were certainly a dynamic interaction between human ingenuity and the offerings of the environment. If a habitat had large herd animals, people became master hunters. If it was rich in plant life, they became expert foragers. Most often it was a mix of both. Thus, adaptability ensured that by the end of the Paleolithic, roughly 10,000 years ago, our species had successfully spread to every inhabited continent, from the Arctic Circle to the tip of South America. Each group nourished by a unique combination of wild foods. The astonishing fact is that all of this happened without agriculture. It was accomplished through wild resources and good old human knowledge. Around the end of the last ice age, roughly 11 to 10,000 years ago, a fundamental shift in diet and lifestyle began in multiple parts of the world, and this was the advent of agriculture. Some prehistoric people started to cultivate plants and domesticate animals, gradually moving away from pure foraging. Though we say very gradually, old habits die hard. This was called the Neolithic Revolution, and it transformed human diets in ways that are still with us today. But it is important to note that this transition was gradual and quite piecemeal. There was no flick of the switch, no one coming out to the campfire in the evening and say, "Guess what, everybody? Our lives are changed." It doesn't really happen like that. You see, for thousands of years, farming practices coexisted with traditional hunting and gathering, and the diet of early farmers was not entirely alien to their forager ancestors. It was often based on wild foods that were slowly domesticated and produced in greater quantities. But here's the question. Why bother? Why turn to farming at all? Wasn't it fine the way it was before? I mean, people were surviving. People had the lakes, the rivers, the game animals, they had their foraging. So why even bother changing? Well, here's one reason. And it could be climate change. You see, the Ice Age, well, that had to end. Climates became warmer. Things became a lot more stable. And wild game like reindeer and mammoths earlier went extinct and migrated north, perhaps. Meanwhile, certain wild plants like cereals in the Near East grew abundantly in the new climate. Humans had already been harvesting wheat and barley for 1,000 years in the wild at least. Well, thousands of years, rather. Eventually, they began intentionally planting and cultivating these grains. The earliest evidence of plant domestication comes from sites in the Fertile Crescent, around 10,000 to 9,000 BCE, where wild inkhorn wheat, emmer wheat, and barley were grown and gradually bred for better yields. Similarly, in China around 8,000 BCE, people were domesticating rice and millet. In the Americas, squash and maize, that is, corn, by the way, were gradually cultivated from wild ancestors, maize from a grass called teosinte. The diet of these first farmers became centered on these starch-rich cereal grains and root vegetables. Instead of dozens of wild plant species, agriculturalists focused on a few staple crops that could feed more people per unit of land. Domesticating animals also changed the menu. Hunters became herders of goats, sheep, pigs, and cattle, initially in Eurasia, that is, and later animals like chickens and guinea pigs were domesticated elsewhere. This meant a more regular supply of meat when needed, but also few new foods coming in and, things like milk and different dairy products, different processing techniques. The first evidence of dairy use appears after animals were domesticated. Traces of milk fats have been detected on pottery shards from around 7 to 6,000 BCE in Europe and the Near East. Fresh milk would have been indigestible to most adults at first, since adult lactose tolerance was not yet common, but people likely fermented milk into yogurt or cheese, creating a whole new category of foods. Over generations, genetic adaptation for lactose tolerance spread in some populations, indicating milk became an important resource for those early pastoralists. So how did these changes affect health and nutrition? The shift of farming was a double-edged sword. We can say that. You see, on one hand, agriculture could produce more food from a given land area, supporting greater populations. And that's a good thing. A farming family could store grain to survive lean seasons, something hunter-gatherers struggled to do. Not beyond drying meat or storing nuts, that is. Their options were still quite limited. However, here's the thing. The early farmers' diets were often less diverse and less balanced than those of the foragers. Relying heavily on a single staple crop could lead to nutritional deficiencies. For example, diets based mostly on grain might lack certain essential nutrients or protein variety. Archaeologists have observed clear signs in skeletal remains that overall health declined in the early agricultural societies compared to their hunter-gatherer predecessors. Early farmers were shorter in stature, had more dental cavities and enamel wear from the high starch and grit of stone-ground flour, and they showed more evidence of anemia and infectious diseases. One famous bioarchaeological observation described the dawn of agriculture as a true double-edged sword, allowing population growth but at the cost of increased disease load and nutritional stress. The skeletons of late Stone Age farmers frequently show spinal joint degeneration from hard labor, and leg bone changes consistent with a more arduous sedentary life compared to the mobile foragers of earlier times. May we just be reminded that exercise is quite important. Yet farming took hold and spread nearly worldwide, and that was because its advantages were truly undeniable. The weight of the good things was certainly outweighing the bad things. A stable food surplus meant that not everyone had to focus on food acquisition each day. And with all this free time, it allowed for specialization of labor, the growth of villages, and eventually, civilizations. The late prehistoric and early historic peoples saw the invention of entirely new food products and culinary practices. People learned to brew alcohol from grains and fruits. The earliest beer and wine appear over 9,000 years ago. They invented ovens to bake bread, and pottery to stew foods and make soups and porridges. Condiments like salt, which farmers could mine or trade for, started to season diets that were heavy in bland grains. Over time, the farming diet became rich in processed foods: beer, bread, porridge, dairy, etc. And by the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, still part of prehistory in many regions, by the way, written records and art begin to appear. Well, that shows feasts with bread and beer, meat stews, and cultivated fruit. Now, that's a far cry from the simple wild fare of the Paleolithic. But it's also key to recognize that not all human groups adopted agriculture. Some remained foragers into recent times, and a few even to this day. For instance, in parts of sub-Saharan Africa, Australia, Southeast Asia, and the Arctic, hunting and gathering continued well after farming emerged elsewhere, either because the environment did not suit crops, or because the peoples had successful lifestyles anyway without farming, and there was just, well, no need to change. These groups show that the hunter-gatherer diet was not really inferior. In fact, many anthropologists note that foragers often had more leisure time and a more varied diet than the early farmers. Nonetheless, the global trend in prehistory, especially from around 10 to 5,000 years ago, was the gradual spread of agriculture, which forever altered what people ate. So just to close up, you might ask, is there something that we modern people can learn from what the prehistoric people ate? Well, for one, the diversity of the diet is quite notable. Whereas a modern individual might rely on a handful of domesticated staples, wheat, rice, corn, potatoes, etc., prehistoric foragers ate dozens upon dozens of wild species, and that likely gave them a broad spectrum of micronutrients and kept them metabolically flexible. It also meant they were less vulnerable to any one crop failing. But here's another point, and that is that their diet was unprocessed. Aside from cooking or pounding foods, everything was free of modern additives or refined sugars. And that's what's really making us sick in the modern day. But be careful. Don't idealize it too much. The Paleolithic diet is not a gold standard for health, as some paleo diet enthusiasts put it across as. I mean, it's certainly a step up from a lot of modern diets, but I suppose there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to health. Prehistoric people faced periods of scarcity and hunger. Their average lifespans were much shorter than ours, due to many factors including accidents, disease, the lack of modern medicine. And moreover, there was no single Paleolithic diet. If we're talking about Paleolithic in general, it's like, well, Paleolithic where? Because some people were eating, well, I don't know, maybe 95% meat and animal products. I mean, if you're up there in the tundras of the north, your paleo diet all of a sudden becomes a carnivore diet, doesn't it? And if you're living, well, by a riverside and everything, you're fundamentally pescatarian, meaning, based on fish. So once again, no one size fits all. I think we can end our little journey into this with a bit of a sense of admiration for the resourcefulness of our forebears, don't you think? Understanding what they ate, I think, is probably not the most exciting of stories. We don't have these, we're not pulling swords out of the ground or learning about battles and kings and all the rest, We're a little bit too early for that. But the more than we can understand about our human condition, the better. After all, there's no harm in gaining more knowledge. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. We are at the
end of our video for today. Unless you want to go watch another one, you are welcome to. I have been your host. Thank you for joining me. If you want to support on Patreon or the memberships or give a donation, whatever you want to do, links are in the pinned comment and description. And give it a like, subscribe, and comment before you go for the algorithm. Anyway, thank you so much. We will roll the credits now for the top supporters. See you next time. Goodbye.
There are a few checkpoints in the story of human ingenuity, and if there is one thing that stands as a symbol so fundamental that it is almost synonymous with invention itself, it is the wheel. Yet, for all of the wheel's fame, if one were to ask who actually invented it, you would likely be met with an uneasy silence. We simply do not know. The wheel's not like a telephone or a light bulb. The wheel has no singular known inventor. It emerges from the mysteries of prehistory. But it leaves us with a few questions. Who really came up with it? And how did this simple yet revolutionary idea change the world that it rolled through? It's a really good question, if I do say so. And that's what we're here to discuss today. Who invented the wheel? And ultimately, how the wheel affected society. In any case, welcome to the channel, everyone. I'm your host. Thank you to those supporting on Patreon and YouTube memberships, also the merch store and donations, keeping everything ad-free, completely uninterrupted. And also thank you to those who take the second or two to leave a comment, subscribe, and click the like button. Really helps us in the algorithm, and we would really appreciate it. Anyway, let's roll on, shall we? Now, I did speak of that uneasy silence when we asked that question. Well, let's try and break it a little bit. For many years, at least, scholars credited ancient Mesopotamia, around 3500 BCE, as the birthplace of the wheel. And indeed, early pictographs from the Sumerian city of Uruk, around 3300 BCE, show crude wagons, and that hints that wheels were already in use. But hold your horses. Archaeology comes in to say its piece. New findings reveal a lot more of a complex and elusive origin story. Recent archaeological discoveries have upended the traditional view, and if we all know archaeology, it will continue to do so. You see, evidence for wheeled vehicles has emerged in multiple places, and nearly simultaneously during the late Neolithic period. For instance, in a farming village in what is now Poland, archaeologists have uncovered something quite remarkable, an artifact known as the Bronese pot. This clay vessel, dated to around 3400 BCE, bears a simple incised illustration, and it appears to depict a four-wheeled wagon. Now, this is one of the earliest unmistakable images of a wheeled vehicle anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, far east to Ukraine, a wheeled ceramic bull figurine from around 3700 BCE, maybe a child's toy, shows that people had imagined animal-drawn wagons at that early date. Such discoveries certainly fuel a lively debate among scholars. Was the wheel invented in one place and then spread? Or did the need for it just have different cultures come up with it out of necessity? The truth may never fully be known. After all, people weren't writing their names on the wheels. At least we haven't found any yet. Well, experts do lean toward the idea of parallel invention. Wherever the need arises for something, people are generally going to find a solution. This is why in some parts of the world, they didn't really have wheels because, well, there was just no need for them. They were impractical. In any case, maybe we'll talk about that later. Yeah, we're going on about that. But the late Neolithic was a period of rapid innovation across Eurasia, all the way from metallurgy to proto-writing, and it seems that the concept of the wheel was in the air, so to speak, in multiple regions. Archaeologists have found one of the oldest wooden wheels, still actually attached to its axle, by the way, in a Slovenian marsh, and they radiocarbon dated it to around 3100 BCE. Over in northern Germany, a pair of parallel wheel ruts pressed into ancient clay have yielded a similar date. From the middle of the 4th millennium onward, the evidence for wheels becomes widespread across Europe and the Near East. In Mesopotamia, crude depictions of wheeled wagons on clay tablets from Uruk, i.e. the Sumerian civilization, are dated to roughly 3300 to 3200 BCE. And in the second half of that millennium, evidence of wheeled vehicles appeared almost simultaneously in the Caucasus and Eastern Europe, etc., the Maykop and Kukenteni Tepelian cultures. All this evidence points to a broad horizon of innovation, spanning roughly 500 years between 3500 and 3000 BCE, during which the wheel and axle concept emerged in human societies. There was no single workshop, no inventor's blueprint that gave us the wheel. Instead, it seems pretty obvious, like a case of convergent genius. Different communities, facing similar needs and equipped with similar skills, coming up with variations of the same brilliant idea around the same time. The mystery, then, is not whether the wheel was invented, it clearly was, but exactly when, where, and roughly by whom. On those details, prehistory is going to keep its secrets. We have no ancient diary entry to credit a lone inventor. Instead, we have a patchwork of clues. A drawing on a pot, a toy in a grave, an old wheel preserved in a bog, parallel lines in fossilized mud. By carefully piecing these clues together, we have to try to sketch a general answer to a rather elusive question. So, next let's narrow the focus down a little bit to specific regions and cultures, and we'll see how this breakthrough took shape and what uses the earliest wheels were put to. But if we're going to sing the wheel's praises and say how the world was after the wheel, it's probably a good idea to appreciate what the world was like before it. You see, for thousands of years after the advent of agriculture, humans lived, built, and traveled without wheels. Early farming societies managed to transport goods and people using other means. Heavy loads were dragged on sledges or travois, rolled on logs, used as rollers, or simply just carried by human and animal muscle. Waterways were crucial corridors for transport as well. Well, they still are. And this is long before wagons were rattling over land. People were moving bulk goods on rafts and boats along rivers. It is remarkable to consider that even the Great Pyramid of Giza, circa 2500 BCE, was built without wheels. Its massive stone blocks were hauled by sledges and manpower, since Old Kingdom Egyptians had not yet adopted wheeled transport. In fact, many early civilizations achieved monumental projects with ingenious techniques that predate the wheel. So then there's another question. Why exactly did it take so long for this seemingly obvious invention to appear? The delay was not for lack of intelligence. Don't mix it up. Mainly because a wheeled vehicle is a complex solution and it requires several preconditions to be met. Archaeologists have identified a few essential ingredients that make the wheel and axle practical. First of all, draft animals. There must be a strong domesticated animal to pull a wheeled vehicle. Oxen were the primary draft beasts in early Eurasia. Horses came into play later. So without such beasts of burden, a heavy cart offers pretty little advantage, especially over a sledge dragged by humans. Next, we have the carpentry and tools aspect. People need the skill and tools to shape and join wood with precision. Constructing a reliable wheel and axle requires considerable woodworking know-how. You gotta create smooth, round shapes with sturdy joints, and the right tools for cutting and drilling. Next, materials. Wheels also require suitable raw materials, especially large timber. And early wheels were often cut from solid wooden planks or tree trunks. A community in a treeless region would struggle to find enough wood for wheels and axles. Next, we have the environment. That has to allow wheeled travel. On flat, open landscapes like plains or gentle valleys, carts can roll quite easily. But in dense jungles, steep mountains, or wetlands, or sand, that is, wheels bog down without roads. A culture in such terrain would find very little benefit in inventing carts, and therefore just wouldn't bother with them. If any one of these factors is absent, the incentive to invent or adopt the wheel completely diminishes. One telling example is pre-Columbian America. Now, despite their large cities and impressive roads, the civilizations of Mesoamerica and the Andes never employed wheel-based transport. This was not due to lack of imagination. Indeed, as we'll discuss, they did make wheeled toys. Rather, the Americas lacked a few of the preconditions. They had no suitable draft animals, no horses, oxen, or donkeys, until the Europeans showed up and brought them, and much of their terrain was mountainous or forested. In such conditions, sledges, human porters, and pack animals like llamas sufficed for moving goods. For millennia, humans thus got by without the wheel. But as villages grew into towns and trade networks expanded, the limitations of sledges and muscle power began to become a little stressed. So the stage was set, in more than one corner of the world, for a revolutionary breakthrough. All it would take was the right combination of resources, need, and ingenuity for someone to ask, what if we just put it on something that rolls? So, let's see how and where that pivotal leap might have happened. Interestingly, the very first use of the wheel might not have been for transportation at all, but for pottery. The invention of the potter's wheel, a rotating platform on which clay could be spun and shaped, appears to slightly precede or at least coincide with the earliest wheeled carts. In Mesopotamia, potters were using turntables or slow-spinning wheels by the late 4th millennium, around 3500 to 3300 BCE. This simple device allowed for more uniform and faster production of pottery, revolutionizing what had become a fundamental craft. There is evidence that some form of potter's wheel was independently developed in Eastern Europe as well. A fragment of a rotating device found in present-day Ukraine, belonging to the Kukenti-Tripilian culture, has been dated to around the 5th millennium BCE, suggesting that a primitive potter's wheel or turntable was in use there long before wheel-based transport appears. Now, when it comes to wheeled transport, the archaeological record offers a few precious glimpses of those first carts and wagons. We should picture these early vehicles not as elegant chariots, but rather just sturdy farm carts, essentially wooden platforms riding on wooden wheels. Fred Flintstone sort of stuff. The wheels themselves were usually solid discs of wood. Some were made from a single cross-section of a tree trunk, while others were built from planks fitted together and clamped with wooden pegs. A hole in the center of the wheel would accept an axle, and that axle could then be attached to the cart's frame. One notable early find is the Ljubljana Marshes wheel, discovered in a Slovenian peat bog. This wooden wheel, found intact with its axle, has been dated to around 3100 BCE. Now, it's about 70 centimeters in diameter and made primarily of ash wood with a square-cut hole for the yoke axle, which was fixed in place with wooden wedges. The design here suggests that the wheel and axle rotated together as a unit. The axle turned in the cart's framework when the cart moved, rather than the wheel spinning independently on a fixed axle. Indeed, early wheels seem to have come in two design philosophies. In some cases, the wheels were locked to the axle and everything rotated together, much like the modern train wheels fixed on an axle, whereas in other cases the wheels could spin freely on a stationary axle. Each approach had its own advantage. A free-spinning wheel on a fixed axle reduces friction and makes turning the cart easier, but it requires a more complex hub and lubrication to work smoothly. A wheel and axle that turn together are mechanically simpler to build, but it creates more drag and makes steering a pretty difficult affair. Archaeological evidence indicates that by around 3000 BCE, people had invented both methods. In the Alps and Danube regions of Europe, for example, remains of wagons showed that some had rotating axles and fixed wheels, while others had fixed axles and wheels that turned upon them. Humanity's first wheels, it seems, were not a one-size-fits-all design, but rather a concept, one that could be realized in multiple ways. Now, imagine one of these proto-carts in action, a sturdy wooden platform with perhaps a wicker or plank sliding mounted on two axles, each holding a pair of solid wooden wheels. Is drawn by a team of plodding oxen, hitched to the cart with a wooden yoke. On a dirt track across the plain, this ox cart would have moved slowly but steadily, capable of carrying a much heavier load than people could manage by themselves. A cart like this could haul sacks of grain, jugs of water, stacks of mud bricks, or an entire family's possessions. For early agrarian communities, that was a game changer. Even at a pace of only a few miles an hour, an ox-drawn wagon dramatically increased how far and how much one could transport in a day. In short, the first wheeled vehicles of the late Neolithic ushered in a quiet revolution in mobility and transport capacity. The invention of wheeled carts, though, did not happen in a vacuum. Is likely built on simpler machines from earlier times, and of course plenty of observation, trial and error. Some historians speculate that people who used log rollers to move heavy loads, a practice employed in construction long before wheels, might have conceived the wheel and axle by observing the rolling motion. And indeed, just a little personal aside, when I was renovating a house with my father, which was fantastic, by the way, go renovate a house with your dad, you'll never forget it. We found a gun safe in the back shed, and it was extremely heavy. We had no idea how we were going to get it from the back shed all the way up to the front where the trailer was, so we could take it away, and for different reasons, we couldn't bring the trailer up. Anyway, so we came up with an idea of getting a few of the PVC pipes we were using for plumbing, putting them underneath. Now, I would push from behind, push the safe, when it was laid down, and it would roll along the pipes, and my dad would go and pick up one of the pipes, put it in front, and we would just keep switching the back pipes to the front, and it became quite simple. This is pretty much the way that people were working things out back in the prehistoric days. Trial and error, and then thinking afterwards, hey, that worked. In any case, it's just a modern real-world example. Now back to where we were. Others point to the potter's wheel as an inspiration. Once you have a platform that spins, it's a small imaginative leap to envision it turned sideways and placed under a load. Now, whatever the cognitive steps,
By roughly 3000 BCE, the wheel was a reality in several parts of the Old World, and it set the stage for its spread and refinement. So let's turn now to a few key regions to see how the wheel was embraced and what evidence remains of those first contraptions. Let's start with Mesopotamia, the land of Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon. It's long been the central player in the story of the wheel's invention. In this fertile region of modern-day Iraq, the wheel finds its first textual and artistic confirmations. By around 3200, during the late Uruk period, scribes were drawing simple pictograms of wheeled vehicles on clay tablets. Among these, scholars have identified plenty of images that look like carts with wheels, essentially diagrams of a platform on either solid rollers or true wheels. Now, this suggests that by the very dawn of writing, the concept of a wheeled cart was known in southern Mesopotamia. In everyday life, the people of ancient Sumer quickly adopted wheeled carts for practical tasks. Four-wheeled wagons drawn by oxen would have trundled along the dirt road between the villages and the fields. Farmers hitched oxen to carts to carry loads of barley or clay or reeds. Builders would use carts to transport mud bricks and timber for their projects. The wheel thus became an early workhorse of the Mesopotamian economy, literally and figuratively. But by the early dynastic period, the 3rd millennium BCE, we find evidence of wagons in multiple contexts, from pictographs and relief carvings to actual wheel fragments in archaeological layers. On the military front, Sumerians deployed wheeled vehicles in warfare as well. The famous standard of Ur, a wooden mosaic panel from about 2500 BCE, portrays a battle scene where solid wheeled war carts roll over enemies on a battlefield. These Sumerian battle carts were heavy four-wheeled vehicles drawn by equids, not true horses, they came a little later, but onagers, wild asses, or domesticated asses, that is, donkeys bred from them. They were pretty much what they had back then. The carts carried armed warriors, and were used something like mobile assault platforms. With their solid wooden wheels and slow ox-like animals, they were certainly a far cry from the swift chariots of later eras, but they were nonetheless a significant innovation in Bronze Age warfare. Technologically, Mesopotamian wheels of the 3rd millennium BCE were made of joined wooden components. Often 3 planks of hardwood like elm or tamarisk were shaped and fitted together, with dowels to form a wheel. And they would also have a hole in the center for the axle, of course. There is even evidence that Sumerian craftsmen rimmed some wheels with metal bands, using copper or bronze to prolong their life. An early attempt at a tire, I suppose. Axles were usually wooden as well, turning within sockets on the cart frame, and grease, animal fat or plant oil, was applied to reduce friction, that is. The environment of Mesopotamia was well suited to wheeled transport. The terrain consisted of flat, open plains where carts could roll easily, and importantly, Mesopotamia had domesticated oxen and donkeys that could serve as draft animals, and it had plenty of wood in the riverine forests and palm groves of the Euphrates and Tigris to build their wheels and carts. Not surprisingly, then, this region embraced the wheel quite early and wholeheartedly. So for a long time, textbooks were pretty much saying that the wheel was invented in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE. But we already know that that's an oversimplification. Still, Mesopotamia certainly deserves credit as one of the first places on Earth to use the wheel effectively. Sumerian cities like Ur, Uruk, and Eridu became, in a sense, the first hubs of wheel technology. From there, wheeled carts and wagons spread outward. Archaeologists find depictions or remnants of wagons in regions that interacted with Mesopotamia. For example, Elam in present-day Iran and the Levant by the late 3rd millennium BCE.
they had their traces of wheeled transport. Mesopotamian traders may have carried the idea abroad, or neighboring peoples might have simply observed and imitated this useful invention. In any case, the wheel in Mesopotamia not only transformed daily life at home, but it radiated its influence to all surrounding lands. Meanwhile, in Neolithic Europe, the wheel appears to have popped up as a case of parallel invention rather than import. Across the farming cultures of prehistoric Europe, from the Baltic coast down to the Carpathian Mountains, evidence for wheeled vehicles surfaces at roughly the same time as Mesopotamia, and, well, in a few places, perhaps a little bit earlier. We've already mentioned the Broniki spot from Poland, with its incised image of a wagon. That single image, as simple as it is, speaks volumes. It basically means that by the mid-4th millennium BCE, people in what is now southern Poland not only had wagons, but thought them important enough to depict in art. In Eastern Europe, similar traces abound. The Tripoli culture in Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania has yielded small clay models of two-wheeled carts dating to the late 4th millennium BCE. By around 3000 BCE, entire wagons were sometimes included in high-status burials on the Eurasian steppe and forest steppe. For example, in the Carpathian Basin and in the Caucasus region, archaeologists have found graves where the deceased was interred with a wooden wagon or with wheels and axles by their side. Now, this clearly indicates that wagons had become symbols of wealth or prestige, worthy of accompanying chiefs to the next world. Beyond such miniatures, we even have physical imprints of wheels in Europe. At Flintbeck in northern Germany, a pair of parallel linear grooves pressed into an ancient soil layer have been interpreted as tracks of a heavy wagon that rolled over the ground around 3400 to 3200 BCE. By analyzing organic matter in those ruts, scientists determined that they date to roughly the same time as the Slovenian wooden wheel, i.e. 3000 BCE. And that's a remarkable thought. At the same time, a wagon might have been carrying grain to a temple in ancient Uruk. Another wagon was apparently carrying goods across a Neolithic ritual site in what is now Holstein, Germany. Such near-simultaneous appearances suggest that Europe's first wheels were likely an independent development, not merely a borrowed idea. The case for independent invention is bolstered by the context. You see, European Neolithic societies had the necessary ingredients to invent the wheel, that being domesticated cattle, oxen for pulling. They had advanced carpentry, evidenced by the construction of large timber houses and even wooden trackways in bogs, and they had the need. Communities were trading materials like flint, salt, and copper ore over long distances, and a wagon that would have been tremendously useful. It is possible that news of the wheel traveled westward from the Near East via traders or nomads, but many historians are struck by the breadth of early evidence in Europe, from the British Isles to the Russian steppe, and in a time frame so close to that of Sumer. If diffusion did occur, it must have been pretty rapid. Alternatively, the idea might have been conceived multiple times. Imagine, Europe offers a plausible scenario for an independent invention moment. Think about miners in the Carpathians around 3500 BCE, exhausted from lugging baskets of copper ore, deciding to put those baskets on a wooden platform with wheels to make a crude ore cart. Whether or not it happened exactly like that, one thing is certainly clear. By 3000 BCE, wheeled vehicles were in use throughout much of Europe, from Scotland's Orkney Islands, where carved stone balls from about 3000 BCE may represent a conceptual model of a wheel or axle, to the shores of the Black Sea. People were adopting the wheel as part of their toolkit. Neolithic Europe's embrace of the wheel shows a broader point. It was an idea whose time had come. Different societies, disconnected by great distances, all found their way to the concept, because the conditions were just right for it. In Europe, as in Mesopotamia, the wheel fulfilled real needs, and once it appeared, it spread along the arteries of trade and contact. By the Bronze Age, being 2500 to 1500 BCE or thereabouts, ox-drawn wagons were commonplace in European farming communities, helping haul crops, timber, and people. The invention that our distant ancestors on both ends of the continent hit upon independently would soon knit their worlds a little closer together. But far to the east of Mesopotamia, in the vast floodplains of the Indus River, another one of the world's earliest urban civilizations was flourishing by 2500. The Indus Valley Civilization, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, featured sophisticated cities like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, laid out on grid patterns with well-made brick roads. It's one of those forgotten civilizations, but we really should mention it. These cities and their surrounding valleys, or rather villages, provide clear evidence that the wheel had certainly made its way, possibly independently, into South Asia. In Indus cities, archaeologists have found numerous tiny clay wheels and model carts, clear evidence that people had ox-drawn carts in daily life. We can easily imagine the streets of Mohenjo-daro or Harappa bustling with wooden carts creaking under loads of grain, bricks, and cotton, a scene that persisted in the Indus region well into the 20th century, mind you. The basic bollock cart design was simple but effective. Typically a two-wheeled cart pulled by a pair of humped oxen. The region knows them as zebu cattle. The cart's wheels were solid wooden discs mounted on a fixed axle, and the oxen were attached by a yoke. This setup was sturdy enough to carry heavy loads across the flat Indus plains. Notably, that same design, two solid wheels, a wooden axle, and a yoke for oxen, proved to be so practical that it changed very little for millennia. Early in the 1900s, farmers in rural Pakistan or India were using carts fundamentally similar to those of 2500 BCE. Because why not? It's pretty much the same thing. No need to change it, if the conditions haven't changed. All it is just a flat platform to push things along with. So, was the wheel invented in the Indus Valley independently? Or was it imported by a trade from the West? Well, there's another scholarly debate for you. But many of the scholars who do debate it incline toward an indigenous development. The Indus region certainly met the preconditions. It had ample oxen, extensive flatlands, and a need to move larger quantities of materials. The cities consumed huge amounts of bricks, stone, timber, and grain, so yes, there was a lot to move around. Discoveries in recent decades suggest that the earliest Indus carts developed in the alluvial plains, likely evolving from local innovations. One interesting clue: the Indus people were using a form of potter's wheel, a slow-turning wheel or turntable, by the time their cities rose, indicating they were familiar with rotary motion and its uses. So, even if the idea of the cart had also been discovered in distant Mesopotamia, it wouldn't be too surprising if Indus artisans came up with it on their own as well. The carts of the Indus Valley served in both daily life and perhaps even ritual. Small terracotta models of carts have been found in child burials, possibly as toys or symbolic offerings. Some models depict not only two-wheeled carts but also drivers and animals, giving us a pretty charming tableau of how those ancient vehicles looked when in use. The wheels on these models are usually solid clay discs with a central hole, mimicking the wooden wheels of real carts. At sites like Harappa, archaeologists have even unearthed rutted streets, permanent grooves worn into brick ramps or thresholds. They certainly match up with the gauge of cart wheels, a literal footprint of heavy wagons repeatedly passing through city gates. By around 2000 BCE, the Indus civilization began to decline, but that doesn't mean the wheel vanished from South Asia. Excuse me. I should drink some tea. Hang on a second. All right, okay, I'm back in action. In post-Indus times, the later Bronze Age and early Iron Age, that is, we see new entrants like the spoked wheeled chariot, likely brought by Indo-Aryan cultures from the northwest. But the old solid wheeled ox cart never really disappeared. It remained the trusty workhorse of the Indian countryside for ages to come. The Indus Valley's use of the wheel shows how a good idea, once adopted, can become deeply entrenched. For over 4,000 years, the basic mode of transport for a farmer on the plains of the Indus or the Ganges was to hitch 2 bulls to a wooden wheeled cart, clear proof of the enduring value of the wheel. The spread of wheel technology across Eurasia eventually reached East Asia, though on a bit of a later timeline. In ancient China, the first unambiguous evidence of wheeled vehicles appears relatively late, around the 2nd millennium BCE, that is. Early Chinese Neolithic societies from 5000 to 3000 BCE did not, as far as we know, use the wheel for transport. They certainly had the capacity. By the Longshan culture, that is 2500 BCE, roundabouts, Chinese potters were using fast wheels to craft fine pottery. And Chinese farmers had domesticated oxen and water buffalo, which could have served as draft animals. Yet, for reasons still debated, the wheel doesn't show up in the archaeological record of China until the time of the early dynasties. When wheels do appear in China, they arrive dramatically in the form of horse-drawn chariots. In the late Shang dynasty capital of Anyang around 1200, archaeologists have found royal tombs that include wooden chariots with spoked wheels, along with teams of horses buried as sacrifices. These fully formed chariots seem to burst onto the scene, suggesting that the technology was imported rather than invented in China from scratch. The prevailing theory is that nomadic or semi-nomadic people from Central Asia, perhaps related to early Indo-Europeans or their Iranian descendants, introduced the chariot to the Chinese world. The steppe lands to the northwest of China had wheeled vehicles and domesticated horses by 1500 BCE, and through either warfare or perhaps trade, the concept likely filtered into Shang territory. Chinese historical legends attempted to ascribe the wheel's invention to their own cultural heroes. Ancient texts from Zhou and Han times credit figures like the Yellow Emperor's minister, Shi Zhong, or the sage king Yu, with devising carts and chariots in remote antiquity. Now, while these accounts are mythological, they do indicate that the Chinese themselves view the wheel as a cornerstone of civilization, so much that they retroactively placed it into the hands of their revered ancestors. In reality, the archaeological records suggest that China was a late adopter of the technology. But once adopted, it was certainly eagerly embraced and localized. During the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256 BCE, chariots became central to Chinese warfare and prestige. Battles of the era often featured lines of chariots carrying archers and nobles, and possession of fine chariots was a mark of status for the aristocracy. Over time, the Chinese innovated further on the wheel theme. By the later centuries of the 1st millennium BCE, we see evidence of heavy wagons for transport in China, and mention of pole carts in texts. In subsequent eras, the Chinese would contribute their own inventions. The wheelbarrow, for instance, is traditionally credited to a Chinese general around the 2nd century CE, and by medieval times, the wheelbarrow was widespread in China, well before it arrived in Europe. But later wheel-based innovations in China trace back to that fundamental idea of the wheel and axle, which it seems was not homegrown, but imported to the Far East. This late start of wheel transport in East Asia shows how the utility of invention depends upon the context. Early Chinese civilization may not have felt the wheel to be necessary at first. Dense terrain and the abundance of human labor meant that goods could be moved around without carts. But as China expanded into new environments and engaged more with its steppe neighbors, the advantages of chariots and carts became quite evident. From that point on, wheels literally rolled into the fabric of East Asian civilization, just as they had in the West. But here's an intriguing chapter in the wheel story. It's one about its absence, mainly in pre-Columbian America. The great civilizations of the New World, Maya, Aztec, Inca, they built pretty impressive cities and road networks, yet they didn't use any wheels for transport. We've mentioned it a little bit, but let's go into some detail. All goods and people were conveyed on foot or by pack animals, such as llamas in the Andes. They didn't have carts or wagons. And yet, the concept of the wheel was not unknown. Archaeologists have unearthed small clay toys with wheels in Mesoamerica, showing that some imaginative artisans made rolling pull toys for children. So why didn't the wheel take off in the Americas for practical use? Well, the reason circles back to the preconditions of invention. Crucially, the Americas lacked suitable large draft animals to pull the wagons. Neither the Aztecs nor the Maya had horses, oxen, or any other beast strong enough to hitch a heavy cart. In fact, and this is quite humorous, but the largest domesticated animal in Mesoamerica was the turkey, and good luck getting them to pull the cart. In the Andes, the Inca did domesticate the llama, but llamas are too small to pull anything but the lightest cart, and they were used as pack carriers instead. Furthermore, the terrains of the New World posed challenges. The Inca realm was knit together by steep mountain trails and stone staircases, where wheels would be completely impractical. And the Maya cities rose amid dense jungles, where cleared roads were few. Basically, the environment and ecology of the pre-Hispanic Americas did not provide a natural launching pad for the wheel's utility. In short, necessity, or lack of it, usually explains this kind of outcome. Mesoamericans knew what a wheel was, but they didn't have any reason to build carts given their conditions. Only after European contact, when horses and draft animals were introduced, did the wheel finally make sense in the New World, and it was quickly adopted once the practical barriers were removed. Within decades of Spanish conquest, native peoples were using horse-drawn carts and wagons, marveling at how much more these could carry than a llama or a human back. There was never a mental block against the wheel, just an environmental one. The case of the Americas serves as another reminder that an invention's spread always depends on context. The wheel was a brilliant idea, but even a brilliant idea might lie dormant in a society that has no use for it. For nearly 1,000 years after its debut, the wheel remained pretty much a solid wooden disc. Durable, yeah, but heavy. Then came a major evolution in wheel technology. That was the development of the spoked wheel. This innovation, which likely occurred around 2000 BCE, transformed the world of wheeled transport by cutting away the heavy wood and leaving only the lighter spokes, connecting the hub to a rim. Ancient wheelwrights achieved a dramatic reduction in weight, and the wheel was changed forever. The resulting wheels were much lighter and faster rotating, albeit somewhat less rugged. Spoked wheels couldn't carry the same heavy loads as solid wheels without breaking, but they didn't need to, because their value lay somewhere else: speed and mobility. The spoked wheel's rise is closely tied to the emergence of the horse-drawn chariot. The horse, domesticated on the Eurasian steppe, reached the Near East by around 2000 BCE. It was on those steppes that innovative chariot builders first married the swift horse to a lightweight two-wheeled cart. Archaeological evidence from the Sintashta culture in the Ural Kazakh steppe from around 2100 to 1800 BCE indicates graves containing chariots with spoked wheels and the skeletal remains of horses, the earliest known physical chariots. These finds strongly suggest that by the dawn of the second millennium BCE, people on the steppe had invented true chariots, agile, springy vehicles designed for speed in battle, or after the battle when you're chasing the enemies down to cut them up. The chariot, essentially the ancient world's first fast attack vehicle, spread rapidly. I should do a big video about chariots, huh? I'll talk to the guys. We'll do a chariot video. Well, by the 17th and 16th centuries BCE, chariots appear across the Near East. The Hyksos invaders likely introduced them to Egypt around 1600, and soon the great empires of the late Bronze Age were fielding chariot armies. The Hittites of Anatolia, the Egyptians of the New Kingdom, the Mycenaean Greeks, and others all incorporated chariots into their military forces. Chariots were used as mobile archery platforms. A skilled archer could stand in a thundering chariot and rain arrows upon foot soldiers, or as fast-moving cavalry-like units to flank and disrupt the enemy. One of history's most famous battles, fought at Kadesh in Syria around 1274, saw perhaps 5,000 chariots charging and maneuvering on the field in a grand dance. This was the battle between the Egyptians and the Hittites, by the way. Now, just quickly, it's also famous for being the first peace treaty, a peace treaty that still hangs in the United Nations to this very day, by the way. You know, it was arguably the high watermark of chariot warfare. You know, kind of like how the Battle of Kursk was the watermark for tank warfare, showcasing just how far the humble wheel had come in a couple of millennia. Beyond the battlefield, chariots carried great prestige. Owning one became a status of nobility, kind of a symbol, you know. For example, Pharaoh Tutankhamun of Egypt around 1330 BCE was entombed with several splendid chariots, likely used for hunting or ceremonial display, probably not for battle. Across cultures, charioteers were admired figures, much like race car drivers or fighter pilots might be today. And chariot racing became a popular sport among elites, from the Olympic Games of Greece to the grand hippodromes of Rome in later centuries. Chariots, in layman's terms, were very cool. While technologically, the spoked wheel continued to improve. Early chariot wheels typically had 4 to 8 stout wooden spokes. By the Iron Age, Celtic chariot makers in Europe were crafting wheels with a dozen slender spokes and fitting iron tires around the rims for added strength and longevity. The basic concept, a lighter wheel for speed, that remained, but the materials and craftsmanship advanced. It's important to note, by the way, that the advent of spoked wheels didn't render solid wheels obsolete. Instead, humanity gained 2 classes of wheel, each with its domain. The old solid wheel remained best for heavy loads and rough use. Ox carts hauling harvests or timber kept their thick wooden wheels, since they needed to bear great weight and had to plod along those rough terrains. The new spoked wheel excelled at swift movement. Chariot, light carriages, and later wagons built for speed or long-distance travel adopted spoked wheels to benefit from their agility. Often, the 2 technologies coexisted. One might see a solid wheeled cart and a spoked wheeled chariot on the same road. Each did what it does best. By the end of the first millennium BCE, the military supremacy of the chariot had waned, as cavalry, mounted warriors on horseback, took over the role of fast attack and scouting in armies. But the spoked wheel lived on, adapted to coaches, light wagons, and other conveyances. In fact, essentially all pre-modern wheels that needed to go quickly, from the Roman chariot to the stagecoaches of the 18th century in Europe, they all relied on the spoke design and later refinements. So one could say that the invention of spokes turned the wheel from a slow but strong drudge into a swift and elegant thing. And that dual legacy is still with us today in things like truck tires versus bicycle wheels. But thus far, we've focused on wheels as instruments of movement. But pottery wheels and vehicles of all kinds, yeah, they did exist. The principle of the wheel found other applications in antiquity, however, showing how versatile this technology was. The potter's wheel, as mentioned, was among the first wheels in human use. Well, it not only increased the supply of pottery, but also may have influenced other crafts. The idea of using a rotational momentum to ease work could inspire analogies in other tasks, of course. Another profound application of the wheel was the invention of the water wheel. Here the wheel was not used to carry a load or a person, but to harness natural energy. By the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, engineers in the Hellenistic world discovered that a wheel outfitted with paddles could be turned by flowing water, converting a river's current into rotary motion. The Greeks devised water mills, where turning the wheel would rotate a grindstone to mill grain into flour, essentially automating a process. This development took the wheel into a realm of early machinery and was revolutionary in its implications. Within a few centuries, water mills spread across the Mediterranean world, and similar devices appeared in China. Water-lifting wheels, norias, came into use for irrigation, and water-driven grain mills became commonplace in many regions. This was a revolutionary leap. The wheel had become not just a means of transport, but a core component of machinery, converting nature's energy into useful work. In everyday life, simple uses of wheels proliferated. Rotary grindstones and milling wheels were applied to food processing, hand-cranked querns and animal-driven millstones to grind grain, things like this. Beyond technology, the wheel even took on metaphorical significance in culture. For instance, the Wheel of Fortune or the chakra as a symbol in religions, showing how deeply the concept embedded itself in human thought. By the time of the Roman Empire, one could find a variety of wheels serving different purposes. Wagon wheels carrying goods along Roman roads, water wheels grinding grain in the provinces, potter's wheels turning out fine ceramics for export, and even early odometers, that is, distance measuring devices, in which a wheel mechanism would drop a pebble every mile to record distance. The wheel had certainly transcended its initial role and became a fundamental element in countless human endeavors. So as we get to the end of this video, I suppose we haven't really answered the question. And that's because we cannot answer the question. The question being, who really invented the wheel? It's just more of one of those questions you ponder on. More of a conversation starter than an appeal for a direct answer. I think we'll find that the answer isn't a single famous people or a flash of inspiration, but just a process, a collective realization that emerged in multiple places. And in truth, the wheel was likely invented multiple times by different people, responding to similar challenges in similar ways. Certainly easy to imagine how it might have happened. A potter or carpenter observes something heavy rolling on logs and thinks, hey, I can improve that. Or a child's toy maker in a Ukrainian village sticks wheels on a clay animal figurine, unwittingly echoing what engineers elsewhere are doing with real carts. We'll never know their names. Well, we only have their mute clues in the archaeological record, from which we have to reconstruct their achievements. And this is much like, well, pretty much all of prehistory. And that's why I think prehistory is kind of fun. because we don't have to take everything into account and say, well, this has to be 100% correct. The lack of written records gives us a bit of dramatic license. It gives us a bit of a way where we can say, well, let's have a think about how a human might act. Just like how I told you the story with me and my dad moving that huge gun cabinet. The guns were not present within the cabinet, by the way, but yeah, the weight certainly was a couple of 100 kilograms. But human ingenuity always gets there. What we can say is that the invention of the wheel was certainly a tipping point in our history. It opened up new possibilities, whether for trade, travel, agriculture, or perhaps war. All of these were previously unimaginable, and the wheel didn't stop evolving after its initial invention. It spurred faster vehicles, new forms of warfare, and eventually complex machines. This story reminds us that even a simple idea can change the world. The wheel transformed transport and trade, and eventually paved the way for countless mechanical innovations. Well, who invented the wheel? We all did. We all did it together. And well, here we are, still making those little improvements. Also, go and check the wheels on your car. The tread on your tires is very important, by the way. Don't cheap out on safety. Go and get a new set of tires, and you'll buy peace of mind. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. I would like to thank the patrons and supporters for keeping everything ad-free, and I'd like to thank you for joining us on this really, really good video. I will see you next time. The following is a list of our supporters. If you'd like to become part of that club, click the links in the description. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. Good night, everyone. Keep on wheeling it up. See you next time. Religion and spirituality. We tend to think of it in modern terms. Let's list off the big players. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, and everything in between, of course. But these belief systems didn't just spring up out of nowhere. You see, everything develops from an earlier tradition. And religion, well, that's just one more thing that has roots deeper than we can imagine. So the question really is, when did religion actually begin? Let's try to keep an open mind today. We're going to be digging through quite a bit of archaeology, as this video goes quite before written records. In any case, it's quite a fascinating peek into our ancestors grappling with those eternal questions. A lot of questions which we're still yet to answer. Anyway, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello everyone. Thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, along with the merch store and donations. Links are in the comment. If you can't do that, like, comment, and subscribe is free of charge and helps us out more than you would believe in the algorithm. That being said, I won't hassle you about it. Let's get comfortable and begin. And we really do need to go quite far back. You see, our search for the beginnings of religion or spirituality, without really putting our terms into too tight of goalposts, starts before Homo sapiens. You see, it starts with other human species who roamed the earth tens or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. While religion in the full sense is difficult to ascertain without written records, there are certain behaviors of these archaic humans that suggest rudimentary spirituality or ritual. In particular, attention to the dead, intentional burials, and possible funerary offerings. It is seen by archaeologists as one of the first clear signs of spiritual or religious behavior. if a group of hominins took care to bury the deceased companions that they had, rather than just, well, leaving them there to the birds and the elements, it may indicate respect, mourning rituals, or even a belief in some form of afterlife, or a spiritual significance of death. One famous example comes from the Shanidar Cave in the Zagros Mountains of present-day Iraq. In the 1950s and 60s, archaeologist Ralph Sulecki excavated the graves of several Neanderthals, our robust and heavy-browed cousins. They were buried deep in the Shanidar Cave sediments. One individual, known as Shanidar IV, was found surrounded by clumps of pollen from various wildflowers. Sulecki proposed that around 60,000 years ago, Neanderthals had deliberately interred this body on a bed of flowers, perhaps adorning the corpse with colorful blooms as a kind of ritual farewell. Now, this is a little bit imaginative, I know, and it's a bold interpretation. But this interpretation of a flower burial certainly does capture the imagination, because it painted Neanderthals not as these brutish cavemen, but rather as compassionate beings with a sense of ceremony to them. Now, if it is true, it would certainly be strong evidence that Neanderthals practiced a form of ritual behavior toward their dead, and arguably a religious act. But here's the thing. Science is always evolving, and later studies have challenged the flower burial hypothesis. Recent microscopic analysis of Shanidar's pollen suggests that it might have been introduced by burrowing rodents or bees, rather than by mourners gathering bouquets. I know, right? Always ruining the fun, modern science. In fact, a 2020's re-examination of the site found that pollen clumps could be explained by ancient solitary bees dragging flowers into their burrows. So, did Neanderthals really place flowers with their dead? We don't know. Sorry to disappoint you, we just don't know. This whole romantic image may or may not be accurate. But of course, there's always still plenty more bodies underground to be found, so fingers crossed. Importantly though, even if the flowers were incidental, Shanidar Cave still provides evidence of intentional Neanderthal burials, and that has to count for something. The Neanderthal skeletons at Shanidar, a total of 10 individuals by the way, appear to have been deliberately placed on prepared, or rather in prepared pits. One Neanderthal, Shanidar I, had survived crippling injuries and lived to old age, and it seems that he was cared for by his group. Then he was carefully buried, all of this suggesting a social concern for individuals and perhaps ritual treatment of the dead. Such deliberate burials imply that these archaic humans had concepts of death beyond the purely practical. Maybe some notion of an afterlife, or at least a desire to honor and remember their dead. In the realm of prehistory, that edges closer to the territory of spiritual belief. Shanidar is not the only hint, though. The first possible evidence of mortuary practice is, believe it or not, around 400,000 years ago in Spain. The famous site of Cima de los Huesos, the Pit of Bones, in the Atapuerca cave system. Paleoanthropologists found a cache of bones from at least 28 hominin individuals, likely early Neanderthals or their ancestors, Homo heidelbergensis, piled at the bottom of a vertical shaft deep underground. Alongside these hundreds of bones lay a single exquisite hand axe made of red quartzite, nicknamed Excalibur, which is pretty cool. Now, this discovery is quite haunting. dozens of ancient human bodies seemingly deposited in a remote cave chamber, accompanied by a beautiful stone tool made from an unusual stone. Why even go to all the trouble? Why were the bodies here? There is one interpretation. It's a little controversial, but compelling. It is that Cima de los Huesos represents a very early form of a burial site or ossuary, where those archaic humans intentionally dropped their dead into the pit. The red quartzite hand axe may have been left as a symbolic offering, perhaps a grave good for the afterlife, or a tribute to a fallen member of the group. Some experts indeed support the idea that this Excalibur was a ritual offering, a meaningful object sacrificed in honor of the deceased. If that is true, it would no doubt push the roots of the mortuary ritual back to a long time before even Homo sapiens, excuse me. But here's the thing, not all are convinced. None of this is set in stone. And archaeology, just like all science, is not a democracy. Skeptics argue that maybe the bones were washed into the shaft by a natural process. And the hand axe? Well, it maybe could have just fallen in. There are no definitive signs of a formal burial like digging or grave arrangements. But given that the small bones are missing, perhaps decayed or removed by scavengers while larger bones remained, the intentional body disposal theory is taken seriously by many. In any case, at a minimum, Cima de los Huesos shows that these early humans collected their dead in one place, and that is behavior that doesn't have a clear practical benefit. Rather, it could reflect a social or spiritual motivation. So when we speak of pre-human hominins engaging in this ritual, we need to be a little bit cautious. They left no writings, of course, or any explicit icons of deities, so the archaeologist has to look for clues in their behavior and artifacts. Besides burials, other intriguing clues among the Neanderthals are their deep cave activities. You see, Neanderthals were skilled hunters and tool makers, at least for the time. But until recently, few suspected them of creating structures or art. But all that has changed with a stunning find at Bruniquel Cave in southern France. In 2016, researchers announced that roughly 176,000 years ago, long before modern humans reached Europe, Neanderthals ventured deep into Bruniquel Cave's pitch-black interior. When they got there, they built mysterious stone circles. Now, these circles, about 20 meters underground, were constructed from broken stalagmites arranged in ring-like enclosures. Analysis showed that they had lit fires inside the cave, as reddened rock and charred bones were found in and around the structures. The largest ring is about 6.7 meters across. 6'7", made from hundreds of pieces of stalagmite. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, the sheer effort required, gathering over 2 tons of stalagmite rock, breaking them into similar lengths, organizing them into circles, all by firelight, by the way, points to a significant purpose. There's no sign this was a dwelling or a place for any mundane task. It lies far from the cave entrance, and it's in permanent darkness. So why on earth would the Neanderthals undertake this, frankly, extraordinary construction project? Once again, we have no idea. At least, no idea for sure. But scientists have speculated that it could have been a meeting place for some kind of ritual or ceremony. Perhaps small groups gathered in these cave chambers for activities that had symbolic meanings to them. Storytelling, shamanic rites, social initiations, perhaps.
The fact that remains of a large herbivore's bone were burnt there hints it could have even been a site of offerings or feasts. Now, whatever the case, Brunegel Cave reveals that Neanderthals were capable of symbolic thought and complex social planning. They weren't just surviving day to day. They invested time and effort into activities with no immediate payoff in a utility sense. Now, importantly, that is what religion often entails: devotion of resources to symbolic or transcendent goals. The Brunegel circles whisper to us that something was deeply meaningful to Neanderthals, and it was taking place in that dark cave so long, long ago. And it was something beyond mere survival. Neanderthals also appear to have had an aesthetic sense that might border on the spiritual. For instance, at a site in Croatia, researchers have found Neanderthal-made necklaces and ornaments, eagle talons with cut marks dating to 130,000 years ago, apparently strung together as jewelry. Wearing the claws of a mighty bird could have been more than decorative. It might have been talismanic, a way to draw the power of the eagle to the wearer, a concept very much in line with totemic or animistic belief. At other Neanderthal sites, pieces of pigment like red ochre have been discovered, suggesting they used colors to perhaps paint their bodies or objects. Ochre has often been linked to ritual and symbolic behavior in human prehistory, as we will see with Homo sapiens, and if Neanderthals deliberately collected pigments, they too may have adorned themselves for ceremonial purposes, or symbolically treated their dead. So while we can't speak of an organized religion among Neanderthals and other pre-human hominins, the archaeological evidence hints at proto-religious behaviors, caring burials of the dead, possibly with offerings, the use of adornments and pigments that suggest a symbolic expression, and gatherings in those deep, dark places, for purposes unknown, of course, but potentially ritualistic. These behaviors indicate that the roots of religious sensibility were there, and has this a sense of awe, this respect for the dead, belief in unseen forces or life beyond visible death. All these things might reach back into our evolutionary family tree longer than we had expected. Our direct ancestors, the early Homo sapiens, well, they inherited this capacity. And of course, like with everything else, they would take it to new heights. Anatomically modern humans, i.e. Homo sapiens, emerged over 300,000 years ago in Africa. But it is in the past 100,000 years, or thereabouts, that we see clearer signs of what we could call behavioral modernity, including symbolic and possibly religious behaviors. The cognitive abilities needed for religious thought, such as imagination, symbolic communication, and empathy, were developing as our brains and cultures evolved. Early Homo sapiens were hunter-gatherers living in small bands, and like many indigenous hunter-gatherers in recent times, they likely viewed the natural world in spiritual terms, an outlook known as animism. Now, in animistic belief, and we've got to speak that in pretty broad terms because, well, it's quite a broad thing. All things, animals, plants, rocks, the wind, everything, they're all alive, and they all have spirits of their own. And while we don't have any direct window into the minds of people 100,000 years ago, comparative anthropology suggests animism was probably humanity's first spiritual worldview. In fact, a broad study of contemporary foraging societies around the globe found that animism and belief in the spirits of nature or ancestors are nearly universal among them, implying that these ideas were present in the common ancestral culture of all humans. Long before the formal gods or organized priesthoods came in, our ancestors likely believed that the forest was filled with invisible presences, that animals had souls or guardian spirits, and that the deceased might live on in another form. And this is just a different kind of religion, different kind of spirituality. There's plenty of this that exists in the modern world. And, well, it's one of those things where everyone has their own beliefs. In any case, archaeological evidence from Africa and the Near East around 100,000 to 70,000 years ago strongly supports the emergence of symbolic culture, a prerequisite for religion. For example, at Blombos Cave at the southern coast of Africa, artifacts attributed to Homo sapiens have been dated to about 75 to 100,000 years ago, and they are, quite frankly, pretty remarkable. Excavators found pieces of red ochre engraved with abstract geometric patterns, cross-hatched lines, as well as dozens of small shell beads with holes drilled into them. The shells are of marine snails, perforated as if being strung on a necklace. These beads are some of the oldest known personal ornaments. But wearing jewelry, that doesn't seem like survival behavior. Its significance is social or symbolic. Perhaps the shells were worn as amulets or markers of identity, indicating the wearer's clan status or spiritual beliefs. The engraved ochre pieces likewise suggested deliberate aesthetic or symbolic art. The criss-cross designs might be personal markings, or they might have held meaning within a group. You might think of them as a forerunner to religious symbols. At the very least, they show that these early humans have moved into the realm of abstraction and representation, which is essential for any religious concept, since religion often deals with beings that cannot be seen, or forces that must be symbolized somehow. Red ochre, in particular, would go on to have a long association with ritual. Its blood-like color made it a powerful substance for ceremonially coloring bodies, graves, and sacred objects. Indeed, at a number of early human sites, red ochre has been found sprinkled in burials, suggesting it symbolized blood, life, or perhaps a rebirth in the context of death. Consider the burials of early Homo sapiens in sites like Kafzeh Cave and School Cave in modern-day Israel-Palestine, dating to roughly 100,000 to 90,000 years ago. Here lie some of the oldest known intentional human burials. At Kafzeh Cave, several Homo sapien individuals, men, women, and children, were carefully buried in pits. One poignant grave, Kafzeh 11, contained the skeleton of a young adolescent, and on the chest lay the antlers of a large red deer. Well, the body had also been coated with red ochre. Placing a deer's antlers with the corpse was surely a purposeful act, and one that likely had a symbolic meaning. Perhaps the antlers were a talisman, an offering to accompany the youth into the next world, or a sign of the person's role in life, maybe a hunter. We can only speculate, of course, but clearly the living took time to arrange this burial with quite a bit of ritual care. In another Kafzeh grave, archaeologists found a stone flake with deliberate incision and traces of ochre, as if it had been marked and placed as a grave good. Shell beads imported from the Mediterranean coasts were also discovered in the cave's layers contemporary with burials. These may have been worn by the people or used in funerary rites. All these details, ochre, grave goods like antlers and shells, and the intentional positioning of bodies, indicate that by 100,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were engaging in complex ritual behavior surrounding death. They likely held beliefs about the spirit of the deceased or an afterlife, given the care to provide offerings or decoration that have no function for a corpse unless one imagines a life beyond death or an honor bestowed upon the dead. It's also worth noting that some of these early burials predate any evidence of organized settlements or agriculture by tens of millennia. So, far back in the Paleolithic era, humans already show a tendency to ritualize important life events, and of course, death as well. This challenges any notion that religion began only with civilization. Clearly, the seeds of religious thought were present in nomadic Ice Age cultures. The universality of careful burials among humans suggests that it was a very ancient and widespread practice. Anthropologist Paul Petit, who has extensively studied Paleolithic burials, writes that the act of burial itself may have been one of humanity's first rituals, reflecting an awareness of mortality and possibly the idea that something of a person, a soul or spirit, continues or needs guidance after death. But beyond burials, early Homo sapiens likely performed other rituals, and unfortunately we have scant evidence for them. So use your imagination. They might have performed dances, chants, or rites invoking the spirits of animals they hunted. While these ephemeral rituals don't leave any direct traces, the indirect evidence comes in the form of early art and symbols. Now, art is important because it's often deeply intertwined with religion. And I'm going to be honest with you, the best art is religious art. Go and look at Gustave Dor's illustrations for the Divine Comedy or Paradise Lost, or just the Bible. Really fantastic. Anyway, just my opinion. Now, art is often deeply entwined with religion, especially in pre-literate societies, where paintings, carvings, and figurines likely carried spiritual significance. The earliest known cave art appears around 40,000 years ago or slightly earlier, in both Europe and Indonesia. In Europe, a spectacular flowering of art occurs in the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40 to 12,000 years ago. The famous painted caves of France and Spain, Lascaux, Chauvet, and Altamira, and many more belong to this era. They contain breathtaking images of animals. You got horses, bison, mammoths, deer, bulls, often painted in these flickering torchlight on cave walls far from the daylight. But who exactly was this for? Why even bother making the paintings? Unfortunately, it's a bit late to interview the Ice Age artists. Well, many researchers do believe that the cave art had a ritual or religious function, rather than being just a mere decoration. Now, there is one theory, championed by the archaeologist David Lewis Williams, is that these painted caves were the sites of shamanic ceremonies. Now, shamans in hunter-gatherer cultures often enter trance states, journeying into their imagination of the spirit world. The cave, a dark inner sanctum of the earth, would be a natural setting for such a spiritual journey. Some cave images indeed support the idea of shamans or mythic visions. For instance, deep in Les Trois Frères cave in France, there is a striking cave painting called The Sorcerer, or The Dancing Shaman. It depicts a humanoid figure with the features of several animals, the legs and tail of a horse or deer, the paws or hands like a bear's claws, and the antlers of a stag atop a half-human, half-animal face. The creature appears to be in motion, perhaps dancing. The image looks very much like a person dressed in animal skins and antlers, essentially a shaman in the act of transformation, or a spirit that is part human, part beast. Such half-animal, half-human figures strongly imply a belief in a spirit world where boundaries between human and animals blur. A common theme for many animistic religions, that's for sure. The belief, or rather the people, who made these paintings around 13,000 years ago, might have believed in a master animal spirit, or that certain members of their community, the shamans, could take on animal forms while going into trances. Another scene found in the Lascaux cave in France, dating to around 17,000 years ago, shows what appears to be a narrative. A man with a bird-like face, or wearing a bird mask, lies seemingly knocked down before a wounded bison. Next to the man is a bird on a stick, perhaps the shaman's staff topped with a bird figurine, and beneath him lies a spear. The scene suggests some kind of myth or ritual, possibly a shaman, this bird man, who has spiritual confrontation with the spirit of the bison. The presence of the bird imagery might indicate a soul flight, as shamans often are said to transform into birds to fly into the spirit realm. We cannot be certain of the story told by this painting, but clearly it isn't just a random snapshot of daily life. It seems to depict a spiritual event, or perhaps a vision. These examples show that by the late Upper Paleolithic, humans were not only creating art, but they were using art to express complex otherworldly ideas. Perhaps the most compelling artifact pointing to early religious imagination is the Lion Man of Hohenstein-Stadel. Discovered in a German cave, this statuette carved from mammoth ivory about 40,000 years ago. It stands roughly 31 centimeters tall and has the body of a human male, but the head of a cave lion. The Lion Man, or Lion Human, is the earliest known anthropomorphic sculpture, a being that does not exist in nature, but rather in the mind. So think about what that represents. This is a creature of human artistic vision, a composite of man and animal, likely a figure of myth or ritual significance. Jill Cook, a curator and expert on this artifact, has described the Lion Man as possibly the oldest known evidence of religious belief. Why? Well, because creating a half-lion, half-human figure suggests the concept of beings that transcend ordinary reality. Perhaps gods, perhaps spirits or mythical ancestors. The Lion Man was not a toy. It was not a random carving. It took extraordinary skill, many hours of work to craft, and it was found in a cave with little evidence of everyday habitation. The figurine was discovered broken into pieces, carefully hidden in the chamber of the Hohenstein-Stadel cave that was not a living area. It may have been a sacred object used in ceremony. The sheen and wear of parts of it show that it was handled quite frequently, perhaps held and rubbed during storytelling or ritual dances. You can imagine a Paleolithic ritual where a clan gathers in flickering torchlight, and the shaman holds up the Lion Man, invoking the spirit of the fearsome cave lion to guide or protect the tribe, perhaps telling a creation legend about a time when animal and human were one. We'll never know the exact stories, but the existence of the Lion Man shows that early modern humans had entered the realm of myth. They could conceive of beings that are invisible, part human, part animal, residing perhaps in a spiritual dimension. That leap of imagination is a hallmark of religious thought. Portable art with possible spiritual meaning isn't limited to lion hybrids, though. The late Upper Paleolithic, around 30 to 20,000 years ago, saw the creation of many so-called Venus figurines. These are small carvings of female figures with exaggerated features, large hips, thighs, breasts, and often emphasized stomachs. These have been found from France to Siberia. Their exact purpose? Debatable. Some archaeologists have theorized that they were representations of a mother goddess or fertility deities, given their emphasis on reproductive anatomy. Others think they might have been charms for pregnant women, self-portraits by women, or symbols of communal identity. Whether or not they represent a goddess per se, their standardized form and widespread distribution suggest they had a shared meaning in the Upper Paleolithic culture, possibly related to fertility, abundance, or a venerated female spirit. If prehistoric people did venerate a Mother Earth or fertility spirit, these figurines could be devotional items. just another window into how religious ideas such as deities or sacred symbols may have germinated during the Ice Age, long before even seeds were put in the ground. By roughly 50 to 30,000 years ago, therefore, Homo sapiens had fully awakened their symbolic mind, and with it, likely a spiritual consciousness. The evidence from burials, art, and artifacts paints a picture of Upper Paleolithic people whose lives were imbued with ritual. They may not have had religion in the organized sense of temples and scriptures, but they clearly had ritual practices. And presumably they had mythologies and cosmologies to accompany them. One key aspect of these ancient spiritual practices was the treatment of the dead. Now, we've already seen early examples from Kafse, but in the Upper Paleolithic, the practice of elaborate burials became even more pronounced. A spectacular case comes from the site of Sungir in Russia, about 28,000 years ago. Here, archaeologists uncovered the graves of a roughly 40-year-old man, and in a separate double grave, 2 adolescents around 10 and 12 years old. The burials at Sungir are astonishingly rich in grave goods and ritual features. The man was buried with thousands of ivory beads, meticulously crafted from mammoth tusk. Each bead taking perhaps an hour of labor to produce. He also had ornate jewelry, including fox teeth pendants and ivory bracelets, and was laid to rest on a bed of red ochre. The 2 adolescents, one boy and one girl, were buried head to head in a single grave, also covered in red ochre, and accompanied by an array of offerings. More than 13,000 ivory beads, yes, that's right, sewn into their clothing, it's quite a lot. 300 pierced fox canines, polished stone rods, and long spears carved from mammoth ivory. One of the spear shafts placed with the children was extraordinarily long, over 2 meters. And of course this is too heavy for a child to use. It was likely a ceremonial spear, perhaps symbolizing authority or connecting the children to the world of the spirits. But here's something interesting. The girl wore a headband or cap, decorated with rows of pierced fox teeth, and both children had their bodies adorned with beads in patterns suggesting ritual garments. Such investment of time and wealth in burying 2 children and an adult man reveals a tremendous degree of ritualization. Scholars estimate that crafting the grave goods, the beads, the endowments, the tools in the burials, would have required about 10,000 hours of skilled work. Now, this was a deliberate, communal effort to honor the dead with the finest items their society could produce. The Sungir burials almost certainly indicate a belief in an afterlife, or at least that the dead required special treatment. After all, why else would a society which struggled daily against Ice Age conditions devote so much to those who could no longer contribute? It speaks to a spiritual or religious motive. Perhaps they believed that the dead children would live on in another realm, where those beads and spears would be needed. Or perhaps by honoring them in death, the community sought supernatural favor, or expressed a deeply held cosmological belief. The red ochre covering their bodies is quite notable. Red ochre was widely used in prehistoric burials from Europe to Africa to Australia, often symbolizing blood and rebirth, as we've mentioned in earlier sections. So it's as if they wanted to give life back to the deceased or mark them with the color of life as they entered the unknown. The care in positioning and ornamenting the body suggests a ritual choreography, possibly accompanied by ceremonies, chants, or feasting that do not fossilize but almost certainly occurred. In these lavish Paleolithic burials, we see clear proof that by 30,000 years ago, humans were doing things we would recognize as religious. Moreover, these practices were not isolated. Other Upper Paleolithic sites confirm the pattern. In Italy, the Grimaldi caves held a double burial of two teenagers, a boy and a girl, once again sprinkled with ochre and buried with shell ornaments and flint tools. In the Czech Republic at Dolní Věstonice, around 26,000 years ago, there's a famous triple burial. 3 young individuals, 1 female, 2 males, were buried together under a mammoth scapula, with the bodies arranged in an elaborate pose, the men on either side of the women, one with his hand on her body, all covered in red ochre. Grave goods like carved ivory pendants were included. This strange arrangement might indicate a ritual storyline, or a special status for these individuals. Some have even speculated it could be evidence of human sacrifice, or a tragic event ritually commemorated. Though we can't know the exact story, and we never will, clearly this was something more than a casual disposal of a corpse. It was a ceremonial interment, likely loaded with meaning for those who performed it. Another interesting aspect is that in some Ice Age cultures, we find evidence of what might be ancestor veneration, or the keeping of skulls after death. For example, in certain Epipaleolithic and Mesolithic sites, which is a bit later, post-Ice Age, human skulls were sometimes detached and retained, sometimes again painted with ochre. This foreshadows the later Neolithic skull cults, which we will discuss, but it might have had roots even earlier. Carrying a skull of an ancestor could signify a belief that the ancestor's spirit remained as a protector of the living group, an early form of religious ancestor worship. Pretty remarkable, I think, how consistent some of these practices are across time and geography. The use of ochre in burials from South Africa 100,000 years ago to Europe 20,000 years ago. Well, that's pretty interesting. The inclusion of tools, ornaments, animal parts with the dead, it appears again and again. These patterns strongly suggest that by the Upper Paleolithic, fundamental religious concepts were present. The idea of a life essence or spirit, concern for the soul's fate after death, and a belief between spiritual connection of humans and animals. Well, from this wealth of evidence, many scholars conclude that religion in some form, at least a belief in the supernatural, practice of ritual, was part of the human experience well before the end of the Paleolithic. In other words, if you define religion broadly as a system of activities and beliefs directed towards supernatural or sacred things, well, then Ice Age hunter-gatherers, they certainly had it. And now our journey moves kind of to the threshold of history. The Neolithic period, that is the New Stone Age, beginning around 10,000 BCE. This is when humans started transitioning from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled farming life. You might assume that as people settled in villages, domesticated plants and animals, and developed new social structures, that their religious practices would also dramatically change. And indeed, they did. Organized religion, as we know it, with constructed places of worship and a more formal structure, appears to blossom in the Neolithic. But intriguingly, it seems that religious impulses might have been a driving force in this transition, not just a byproduct. Recent archaeological discoveries suggest that ritual gatherings and monumental sanctuaries predated or catalyzed the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. The most eye-opening find in this regard is Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. The first excavated by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt in the mid-1990s, Göbekli Tepe is now considered the world's oldest known temple or ritual site. Its oldest layers date to about 9600 BCE, which is around 11,600 years ago, a time when people in that region had not yet developed pottery or farming. What Schmidt and colleagues uncovered on this hilltop is astounding. A series of massive circular stone enclosures, each made of a T-shaped limestone monolith up to 5 meters tall and weighing up to 10 to 20 tons. 5 meters is about 16 feet, by the way. These pillars are richly carved with bas-reliefs of animals. You got lions, snakes, bulls, foxes, scorpions, and vultures, and also a few abstract symbols that we're not quite yet worked out. A layout typically features a ring of pillars around the edges and 2 taller central pillars standing in the middle facing each other, almost like stylized human figures or gateposts. Notably, some T-pillars have carved arms and hands, suggesting they represent anthropomorphic beings or gods, with their hands clasped in front as if in a ritual stance. Göbekli Tepe shows no signs of domestic life, however. No clay ovens, no permanent houses, and little in the way of trash. No nearby water source either. People didn't live at the site year-round. Instead, archaeologists infer that it was a pilgrimage center, or a gathering place for a ceremony. Nomadic bands from the surrounding regions likely came together at certain times of the year to build and use these sanctuaries. Excavations have revealed vast numbers of wild animal bones, especially gazelle. This indicates that large feasting events took place there, perhaps feeding workers or celebrants. There is also evidence of brewing alcoholic beverages from wild grains, implying primitive beer or ritual drinks consumed during gatherings. Crucially, Göbekli Tepe's existence suggests that religious ritual, the act of building a temple and gathering for worship, was a primary motivator for humans to organize themselves and transform their way of life. Schmidt provocatively argued that at Göbekli Tepe we are seeing, quote, a cathedral on a hill built by hunter-gatherers, and that this large cooperative project itself may have spurred social changes. In order to construct and maintain these stone circles, groups had to gather in unprecedented numbers. They had to coordinate labor, and they had to secure ample food, perhaps pushing them toward a systematic cultivation of grains and the domestication of animals to provision this workforce. Indeed, within a few centuries after Göbekli Tepe's earliest phase, we find the first evidence of domesticated wheat and herded livestock in the same region. It is as if the people were so intent on worshipping together and building their sacred center that they stumbled onto agriculture to support those gatherings. This flips the older assumption that farming came first and religion second. Instead, communal religious ritual may have been a catalyst for the Neolithic Revolution. The profound implication is that organized religion, in the sense of dedicated sacred architecture and possibly a priestly class, is as old as, or even slightly older than settled village life. Göbekli Tepe's builders likely had some form of shared cosmology or worship. The carvings of dangerous animals and vultures might reflect a spiritual iconography, perhaps the veneration of animal spirits or deities associated with death and the sky. Some interpret the vulture motifs as hint of excarnation rituals where bodies were left for vultures, a practice known in later Neolithic cultures. The human-like pillars could represent ancestors or gods gathering in a stone circle frozen in time. But without writing, we can't know the myths they told. But clearly, they had abstract religious concepts elaborate enough to invest enormous effort into temple building. As the Neolithic progressed, more evidence of religious practice appears in early farming settlements across the Near East and beyond. In Jericho and other Levantine villages around 7 to 6000 BCE, archaeologists found a striking form of ancestor worship: plastered human skulls. Villagers would remove the skulls of their dead, perhaps after decomposition, and model lifelike faces on them using clay or plaster, almost said pasta, often with shells inset for eyes and paint to add details. These skulls were then kept within the homes or communal buildings. It suggests and kind of ancestor cult, I suppose. Like, the living maintained this tangible connection to their dead, preserving their skulls and possibly ritually consulting or honoring them. It suggests that early agricultural societies believed that the spirits of their ancestors had a kind of power and presence among the living, a belief still common in many traditional societies. The practice of plastered skulls have been found at places like Jericho, Ain Ghazal, and Catalhoyuk, pointing to a broad religious custom in the Neolithic Near East, focusing on remembering and venerating ancestors as spiritual guardians of the community. Now, speaking of Catalhoyuk, this large Neolithic town in Anatolia, Turkey, around 7000 BCE, gives us a pretty good picture of early settled religious life integrated with daily life. The people of Catalhoyuk lived in mud brick houses, decorated with what can only be described as shrine-like features. Many rooms had altars or platforms adorned with bull horns, and painted murals of hunting scenes or fantastical figures. The bull, a powerful animal, seems to have been a key sacred symbol. Bull heads, called bukrania, mounted on walls likely served as ritual focal points, perhaps evoking a bull deity or the strength of nature. Female figurines have also been found, including one famous seated female figure flanked by two leopards, which some interpret as a mother goddess in a throne. If the interpretation is right, maybe the people of Catalhoyuk worshipped a motherly earth goddess, along with a virile bull god. Even if those exact identities are speculative, what is clear is that religious symbolism was woven into the fabric of daily life. There was no separate temple building. Instead, each house might contain a sacred space, and this suggests religion was not centralized but rather practiced intimately within small community groups. The dead in Catalhoyuk were often buried beneath the floors of their homes, literally keeping the ancestors close, reinforcing that spiritual connection between the living and the dead, right at home. Across the Neolithic world, similar patterns emerge. Special cult buildings or sanctuaries appear in the early settlements, from the Middle East to Europe. As farming spread, people built megalithic monuments in Europe, like the famous Stonehenge in England, or the Older Passage tomb of New Grange in Ireland from around 3200 BCE. These stone constructions often align with celestial events like solstices, indicating an early form of astral religion or calendrical ritual. People were marking sacred times of the year, perhaps related to agricultural cycles and the worship of the sun or sky deities. The investment in building huge tombs or stone circles suggests communal ritual had become an even more established part of life, possibly overseen by a class of ritual specialists, shamans or proto-priests. One particularly rich Neolithic site is Kayonu in Turkey, from around 7200 BCE, which had a building dubbed the Skull Building because of the many human skull fragments found there, possibly a house of ritual where skulls of the dead were displayed or used in ceremonies. In the European Neolithic, the so-called temples of Malta, stone temple complexes on the island of Malta dated to around 36 to 2500 BCE, show sophisticated sacred architecture with altars and oracular chambers, implying an organized cult and priesthood. By these later dates, we are nearly at the threshold of written history, but it's evident that the trajectory from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic is one of increasing social complexity in religion. What likely began as small-scale shamanistic and animistic practices among bands of hunter-gatherers evolved into more formalized worship, with constructed sacred spaces, shared rituals for fertility and funerals, and probably a richer pantheon of spirits, gods, and deified ancestors. So as soon as writing appears, around 3300 BCE in Mesopotamia, slightly later in Egypt, we immediately find well-developed religious systems in place. This tells us that by the time of the earliest civilizations, religion was already central to human society. The Sumerians of ancient Mesopotamia, for example, built towering ziggurats in cities like Uruk and Ur around 3000 to 2500 BCE, dedicated to patron deities such as Inanna, the goddess of love and war, or Nana, the moon god. They left behind cuneiform tablets recording hymns, myths, and rituals, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which among other things references a great flood and the search for immortality, echoing a lot of the older oral mythic themes. In Egypt, by the time of the first pharaohs, around 3100 BCE, there was already a complex pantheon. You had Ra, Osiris, Isis, Horus, many others, and elaborate funerary practices, including mummification and tomb texts. The pyramid texts, inscribed around 2400 BCE, the oldest known religious texts, filled with spells to guide the king's soul to the afterlife. What's striking is that many core concepts found in these early literate religions have clear pre-literate antecedents in the prehistoric record that we have surveyed. For example, there is this belief in afterlife and burial ritual. The pyramid texts speak of a king's soul ascending to the sky among the stars and gods, a grand evolution of the much earlier idea that something survives death. Tomb goods in Egypt mirror the practice of grave offerings from the Stone Age, just greatly expanded and formalized. Early Mesopotamian texts mention offerings to ancestors and gods, reminiscent of caring for ancestor spirits as seen in Neolithic skull cults. We also had deities associated with animals and nature. You see, many early gods are essentially personifications of nature. You have the earth god, the sky god, the river, the sun god. Or they have animal forms. You see that a lot in Egyptian stuff, too. Conceptually, it's not too far from those Paleolithic hybrids like the lion man or the sorcerer. A continuity that shows us this merging human and animal attributes, representing these divine qualities. Next, we have the practice of aligning temples or tombs with solstices, seen at megalithic sites. This continues. The Great Pyramids at Giza, 2500 BC, are aligned with cardinal directions, and ziggurats were essentially artificial sacred mountains, linking earth and heaven. They served as centers for communal rituals, much as Göbekli Tepe was, though now supporting a more stratified society with priest-kings. By historical times, full-time priests and elaborate myths existed. We can infer that storytellers and ritual leaders had been part of societies for millennia prior, preserving oral mythologies, perhaps tales of creation, ancestral heroes, and nature spirits that were never written down, but certainly passed through generations. The presence of consistent symbols, like the great mother figure or horned deities. It hints at story traditions, carrying meaning across time. So in effect, when written history begins, religion's already in full bloom, but it's deeply rooted in prehistory. So when did it all really begin? Well, based on the evidence, the embryonic forms of religious behavior likely emerged with the dawn of our species. The first burials with care and possibly offerings suggest a rudimentary spirituality over 100,000 years ago. It's quite humbling to realize that the religious instinct, the impulse to reach beyond the material world, is as ancient as humanity itself. Well, I suppose every time we uncover a tomb with ancient offerings or a cave with ancient art, we are reminded that the religious curiosity is so deep in our blood. The story of religion's origin is ultimately the story of human imagination and social bonding. It might be said
that as soon as humans became fully human in mind and culture, religion was born. We can't pin it to a year. We can't even pin it to a millennium. But through the artifacts and bones lovingly arranged by hands long gone, we witnessed the dawn of the sacred in human life. And, in my opinion, that is pretty cool. Anyway, thank you very much for listening. What do you think? Of course, religion, spirituality, whatever you want to call it, we paint it with broad strokes, but it's all very interesting. In any case, thank you so much for listening. It's been a pleasure having you with me again today, and a few more prehistory videos to come. A few more religion videos to come too. Anyway, here's the list of the supporters and patrons. Thank you very much. Good night, everyone, and I'll see you next time.